Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, hello people, welcome once again to the Rest Regional Europe as we're closing in on the end of this European tournament, meaning, as I can now finally freely say, as I've been told by production, this is the playoff stage. We're heading over into the top 4 teams, and of course a lot of points and a lot of dollars up for grabs for all of these teams out here. But of course, yesterday we had the play-in stage. We said goodbye to Nemiga and Navi Jr. Atomo, what do you think about the games yesterday? Did you have a chance to, go through some detailed analysis on what went down?
Well, I mean, I was doing another event, so I do appreciate you asking me that.
All right, so I'll then simplify it.
Thank you.
Did these results look like what you expected them to be? 2-2-0s.
Yes. I mean, actually, I'm surprised that One Move beat Nemiga, but I'm not surprised that Night Pulse beat Navi Jr. I was looking at some of Night Pulse information, and this is one of the highest MMR teams in existence. You know what I mean? Like, they have the V2's rank 33. He's been grinding. He used to be ranked 110. He's 33. Kami was ranked 60. Now he's 23. Warwick is ranked 45. These are pretty amazing numbers. Janter was ranked 300. They're position 4. Now he's ranked 120. And till the end, the rest do he's like rank 50, which is still amazing for a position. Like amazing for he hasn't actually moved, compared to the others. But it's insane. Like everyone, 4 of them are in the top 150 in the region in Europe. One of the most competitive MMR places in the world.
Yeah, they were able to beat the up and rising Navi Jr. We've got the Juice and Niku, so we said goodbye to them yesterday. And, of course, a team that has been waiting for their opponent. And, of course, this is going to be a really tight matchup between the two. It's going to be Team T that's going up against them here, the winner of Group A. Their only losses were a tie with One Move, and if I remember correct, a forfeit or a default win from a map 1 in either one of those 2 series with Dragon Esports Club or One Move. So technically an almost undefeated team versus a solid statement of Night Pulse. So what do you think about this roster? How prepared are they coming in today with this specific matchup? Because I feel like this is probably the harder matchup out of these 2 semifinal rounds.
I agree. But Team T, I was a big fan. I was sipping that tea. I was all about them. But I've seen some chinks in their armor. I've seen them lose in other tournaments as well. I do feel like Mikey, in a lot of the games I'm watching him, is not really the Mikey of last year or even the year before, where he was looked super like, the best player Enigma. Here he's looking decent. He plays Bat Rider. He sacrifices his life a lot for the team. I won't say he's the weak point, but they tend to not do well mid, and then it snowballs into them, sometimes struggling, sometimes even losing. So I kind of go in favoring Night Pulse a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, Mikey, of course, in the earlier year today, some of those results that he also played out there was mostly with Winter Bear. The
Yep.
Elite League qualifiers, they lost to Nigma, but they were able to beat Nigma in the upper bracket round. So him and his team, they looked scary as hell, but of course Nigma
Yep.
then came prepared, 3-0'd them out of the way. Multiple good positionings throughout the teams that he's been playing with during the course of this year. But of course, like you said, kind of outshining to this year's performance was his last year, which was
Yeah.
everyone highlighting Mikey like, oh, who's this guy? Even though he's been around for a while.
Yeah, he's good. He's very good, and TMT definitely doesn't come in like as underdogs, you know. But it's like one of those things where it's like I'm like 55-45 for Night Pulse, just a little bit. They still start out by the banning of Enigma, that is one of Zibei's heroes as well. He's been undefeated this patch with the Enigma, 5-5 so far. So they're like, you know what? Let's not go against it.
Smart idea to get rid of. Of course, the usual suspects of this current patch. You have to address the Tiny, the Monkey King, the Darkseer, the Beastmaster from the off lane. You've also seen, I think, a bit of a rise in not only just the Jakiros and the Svens, but particularly in this tournament, the Elder Titan. So you got to keep your eyes open on those Agi carries if they show up, because Elder Titan might be the one to counter or answer it at least.
In the end, his third most played hero in this patch is the Elder Titan after Grimstroke and the Jakiro, as you were talking about. And one thing we can also extrapolate info from other tournaments and put it in here. Weaver, Tiny, and Snapfire were three of the most contested heroes in Riyadh. Monkey King is actually number one. He was picked 28 times but banned 180 times, which is kind of insane. And Beast,
Plenty of bans
plenty.
definitely target on that. Monkey King actually let through here from this first
Yes.
phase, but the Beastmaster does end up going through. This is a Kami favorite, of course. I've actually finally decided to give Beastmaster a try in my pubs a couple times. And really, when you get to that Ags, it's 75 damage per proc. But it can proc, it says 0.4 seconds, but in reality it procs every 0.5 seconds, because you always lose that 20th stack, goes back to 19 right away. So realistically, the uptime is actually 0.5, but that's still 150 DPS, which is more than Sandstorm on Sand King maxed out. It's almost triple to the Radiance damage, and you build it faster. So, yeah, Beastmaster Ags, I don't think it's going to stay the same.
And going by another stat, this hero in about 68 games has 70% win rate in Riyadh. So he is, because I was writing an article about this, of the top 5 most picked heroes in Riyadh, Beastmaster is 5th most picked and the most successful in the list. So
You're really using those Riyadh stats out there.
Well, I mean, it's like I wrote about it today, so like I might as well, bring it in here. But that is also interesting because you get to see the best teams. This is what they're picking. This is what they're winning with, which tells you this is something we should all be looking at. TMT, they start off with the Mikey special, the Bat Rider. Okay, it's fine. I just feel like he's very sacrificial. Could be someone else playing it though.
Yep, could be. At least, the Sand King's not out there, so Warwick, who's really been enjoying this mid Sand King, doesn't, get his matchup versus the Bat Rider. I think that would be SK favored, I think, to some extent. Of course, you'd feel like Bat is really good in 1v1s, but I think Sand King with his Stinger and all, it's a real pain in the ass from the mid lane, because we know specifically that would be a mid Sand King if they let it through from Night Pulse. But, Hoodwink Bat Rider, are we seeing a Nyx come out now?
Don't know if Janter play. No, he doesn't play a whole lot of Nyx, so I'm not sure if he would go for it. It's pretty ideal just to get against the Bat Rider, especially a core Bat Rider. So we'll see if they want to go for it. And I'm not Night Pulse. They ban a lot of the aura heroes, right? Enigma builds auras. Same with the Snapfire Chen, well known. Sven support is an aura hero most of the time. Blue Master gives you Radiance, so that's more like just making sure Zibei doesn't get it. But interesting. This is the Team's T special. Go Auras, Snowball. What do you want on Night Pulse? Let's see. Probably you're going to pick up your supports, right? You're going to pick up something like... Do you want to? Grimstroke is not. Grimstroke is actually anti-synergetic with the Beastmaster because when you roar, you end up pushing them. You force move them away. They break up the.
They both.
Yeah.
Both end up having that same effect. That is true.
They break the soulbind. Oh, hi. Here's another real stat. Shadow Demon was picked 31 times. Hey, what do you want me to do? He was picked 31 times in Real, but he actually has one of the lowest win rates of the event, at winning only 27% of the time. So, I mean, I was thinking about it. It's probably because like Lifestealer, Sven Carey, Troll aren't picked up as much and popular. So your ultimate feels a lot worse. Because others don't care. You know, Weaver doesn't care. Monkey King doesn't care. Spirits don't care.
Yeah, this is only the third Shadow Demon pick here in our tournament here.
Yeah, it's a Grimstroke.
So it has been 1 and 1. Yeah, so they go for the Grimstroke after all. I think Shadow Demon and Grimstroke, they have natural synergy, but I think I agree with you with the Beastmaster doesn't feel too good. But at least you can have two separate types of initiators here. You have a counter to the Batrider, you have a counter to openers, you have a way to start fights and also continue fights. And you don't have to rely on everything used at the same time, which you would think Soulbind, Beastmaster, double stun, hey, that's great. But
so
really,
good.
I think more with the Grim Shadow working together and Beast doing his own thing at the same time. He gets the opening roar, charges in with his Ags, starts bashing the target that he's focusing on, and Grim and Shadow, they protect the Beastmaster by pretty much targeting the Batrider and potentially another core that might be coming out.
Yeah, if I was Beastmaster and I see a Soulbind, I think I'd use my ulti at the last second, right? Because it's like, if I'm going to break the Soulbind, I might as well break it at the end. And they pick up the Troll, which is a hero that I think Shadow Demon kind of does very well against, right? You slow him down, you take him out.
It's just the lane where the Troll feels so good versus the Beastmaster. So it's about a hero that can punish and poke the Beast, slow his early minutes, because that's where he's the weakest, right? Like his 1 to 4 is absolutely the weakest moment for this Beastmaster, and he needs stacks. Shadow Demon is perfect for that, Grim is perfect for that, and Troll can, even with the supports that he has, Edge, Hoodwink, these are invading supports. You can invade that triangle of Night Pulse. That's why I really like this Troll pick here, because it feels like it fits that aggressive picture. You talked about auras and Go. I feel like this fits the Go picture.
Yeah. The auras not so much, but definitely Go. And I'm also noticing that they really care about removing the Inkswell. Enchanters can do that naturally. Troll World with an Agnes can do that. They're very much into these offensive dispels that they want to take out. Someone the other day was saying offensive hard dispels. I'm like thinking, is there a soft and hard defensive dispel? I think they're all the same. They're all just dispels.
Yeah, they're pretty much just dispels. But yeah, that was also what I was thinking. I mean, you got Beast, Shadow, Grim, so there's no room for an Elder Titan. But the Enchantress was kind of protecting the Troll as well in that sense, that if they put mid Beast and they still want an Elder Titan, they could put him 3. But that enchant also removes the Astral Spirit, so that's also a really good use for it. But we're not going to make any shenanigans here. We're going to put the Ember Spirit in the mid lane, most likely versus the Bat. So what do you think about that particular matchup? I feel like Ember has been winning almost every matchup he goes into, and also thriving in the ones where he has Shadow Fiend against. Like, that's how strong this hero is.
Ember, from the Real stat, he is very, very successful. He is, I think, one of the highest. He has the highest win rate of any hero above 40 picks, winning something like 66% of the time. So 2/3 of the match he shows up, he wins. Very powerful hero. Even traditional matchups that are bad for him, you kind of do well, better than before. He's able to move around the map. Mage Slayer and Maelstrom is a lot of damage and reduces how much you can like take from magic. So he's really solid.
Yep.
As all right, we're going there.
What is that right there?
What
Hey, that's
the hell,
the
man?
1xBet mobile application ad right there for you people. But I will use our tournament statistic here because, you know, I'm using ours here. Ember is our top 3 mid hero. And this is based on win rates related to how many times the hero has actually been picked. Of course, we have Invoker, that is 7-0. We have Caudle, that is 3-0. Then we have Ember Spirit with 21 games and 57%. Might be lower than the Shadow Fiend 61 or the DK 75, but these heroes have been picked less frequently compared to the Ember. So overall, most of these drafts make Ember work, and Ember makes most of these drafts work. So goes both ways.
Yep. Let's see. Night Pulse are gonna have that last pick. It's gonna be their carry. I wouldn't. I'm thinking. I feel like they're gonna go for something very tanky, like an Ursa or a Medusa. I know, these are the things that Vito's playing a lot of. If you're seeing, anything come out from the enemy side, you're like, I don't care. Troll doesn't really build Diffuser. I mean, he can. I think if Medusa comes out, you want to. You can just build Disperser. So we'll see. I'm feeling like Ursa and Medusa are the two that are coming out here.
Yeah, very likely.
Smash. By the way, someone in chat was saying that there was a fan. I'm sorry, I forgot to turn off my fan. I turned it on right now, so thank you for letting us know.
That could actually be my fan as well.
Really?
I got this angry, adoring fan right next to me,
A cat?
No, not a cat. I also have a cat, actually, right below my feet. So I have both of them. I have a cat and a fan.
There you go. And a fan, of course. Well, you have two fans, because I'm one of them for sure. Oh, the sweetness.
Feeling the sweetness here. But, do they ban the Darkseer?
Do they ban the Darkseer? Let's see. Zibe plays a decent amount of Darkseer. They took his Beastmaster. They banned his Brew. They took out he's 6-6 with Tidehunter. He hasn't lost with it, and so they fear it more than Darkseer. And it is an aura hero. I'm guessing Nightballs. Would they go there with the Medusa? We were talking about one of these two coming out. And I was thinking, there's very few offlaners that you can pick that have natural mana burn. You could go Pango Diffusal. You could you force in an anti-mage here? Maybe. It's not impossible.
10 seconds remaining.
Or you can pick an offlane Nyx Assassin. I've seen it. Whatever you feel like. I feel like you're putting a cube inside a square. And you can go find it. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking it has to be on the axle of mind control to ATF if you're going offlane anti-mage here. So let's go with something more reliable here, something that also hurts the Ember Spirit a bit, which I feel was a tad bit unanswered this game. I think the Underlord is a good answer to both of these two cores. He can deal with the Dusa. He can also help with this Ember.
You also get the double snakes, by the way, with the soul bar. That's actually a big deal with how much money you can get back. You throw two snakes. Usually you throw a snake, you can get 4, 5, 600. You throw two, so you're basically filling up your money. I like that a lot.
Yep.
This is... I don't like how I feel Team T is a bit fragile, right? Zibe's, big, strong, tough man. But the other, three of them don't feel very strong to me. They feel very easy to bring down. They got saves in both the Disruption and the Inkswell. Now I'm all in on Nightballs on this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I want to say Team T, but it would be wise to say that Nightpulse has the better draft. It might even look like the better team because they've been already playing together for quite some time. Team T, I think, still in the honeymoon phase a little bit here. They did not do so well in another third-party tournament, didn't make it to the playoff stage. And even if they won the group, the teams in Group B have been solid as a rock. So this is a real challenge for Team T. And I'm going with my heart on this one, and I'll say Team T is going to be the one to win. So brains say Nightpulse, heart says T.
Well, the heart is never wrong, so nothing wrong with that. However,
the heart is very often wrong.
No, it's never wrong. It just makes you happy, and the odds are very split. I feel like I've seen these odds a lot. I'm not sure if we're like there's a bug or this is what it is, but anyway, it's 1 and 8 and 8.87 for each. Fun fact: V-Tune is 8 and 10 with the Medusa in this patch. It's pretty good. His Medusa's pretty solid. Well, let's see if they have any interesting facets to look at. Overprotective Wisps on the enchant. I like this. I feel like this is actually a great one. It gives you a bit of healing. Good. It's so lovely. It's so lovely. Arsonist on Mikey, huh?
30 seconds.
Yeah, the Arsonist has been an interesting one because we had a stat on Arsonist before, and it is still yet to win a game. Every Arsonist pick, I think every 1/4 or almost at this point, every third Batrider pick has had the Arsonist. So, of course, a lot lower pick percentage or pick rate compared to the other facet, but it's still yet to win a game.
Does Oh, doesn't it just do like 5 damage to buildings and that's about it or something like that? It's like 7 damage when maxed out. Is that?
If you're maxing it out, say you have 10 sticky napalm charges on a building, you do like 200 damage.
I thought it's just the.
And if you have attack speed, if you have right click, anything, it all scales with sticky napalm, which also scales into building damage. You can destroy towers. I've literally tried this on the first day of 7.3.6, not even the 8 patch, literally 7.3.6. I wanted to play Batrider carry, see what it can do. Of course, the game shifted to like this 45, 50-minute slugfest because it definitely takes a lot of time. The hero's a bit squishy, deals a ton of damage when you get to build up. But getting to that point, it feels a bit weird and a bit weak. And I would never advise you to do this, but if you're in low MMR pubs or something, it might just be something fun to try. Maybe even turbo. Just, give it a try. It's really fun. But I would destroy a tier 3 tower in maybe 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, this.
It's crazy good when the game is late game.
Yeah. Because I was wondering, I was like, does that mean sticky nail applies to tower? Because what it says is it deals damage, so I thought just the application damage.
Yeah, the thing is, you can't sticky napalm towers without this facet.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You cast, it applies the napalm, it applies the damage. This also scales with your smoldering resin, so the 15% of your attack damage is dealt. And that works with napalm stacks, and that also applies your basic right-click damage. And another napalm cast also does that damage. So you can see it's a lot of damage on the buildings. So if you need a quick pusher and you don't really have an objective hitter, Arsonist Batrider will help you in the early game. And definitely in the late game.
Like early game, if you can get a couple of these towers down, it opens up the map, which means that you are able to play more aggressively. It's definitely there's a risk reward here. You have to be able to win fights to get value out of this.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy theory craft into this, and it can work, but in the mid game, it feels a bit useless having that Arsonist, because then you would have the other facet, which would feel so much better, because it does so much more.
Yeah, if you had like supports like Shadow Shaman, or like, I mean, I don't want to say support Leshrac, but if you had support Leshrac, you'd never want Arsonist. But if the supports like Hoodwink and Enchantress, I can see it, but I still believe the other one's better overall.
Yeah, if you think about like tower pushing tier categories, you have like the top tier pushers, which are like heroes that are naturally meant to take down objectives. You take Muertas, you take Gyrocopters, Snipers, anything like that. Then you have your mid tiers, which can do building damage at a specific stage of the game, and you can use them for it, but they're not super optimal. While Shibe might just go down in the top lane here from the stuns. There we go.
Damn.
And then you have your low tier pushers, which I would put Ench on, because she's really good at pushing early on with a creep, or even with like the troll pushers. Okay, maybe Ench is actually mid tier. I'll put it there. But you would have some of these low tier pushers that are not optimal, they're suboptimal for pushing objectives, but they can be used for it. You put multiple of those in your draft, you wipe your opponents or get like 3 kills. Those objects suddenly look like, hey, we can actually take them.
Yep, as long as it's not bad.
So that's how I like to categorize. I use like 3 different categories for these heroes to see like if they're good at pushing, if they're okay at pushing, or if they will never actually get to push.
So, what would you say is, do you have a sort of like the best of the best pusher? Who's the worst pusher in Dota? Do you have a guy who's like, this guy is the worst?
Who's the worst pusher? It would have to be a hero with low right-click damage. I don't know, maybe OD feels like one of those that's kind of like, it doesn't really do anything to towers. Skywrath Mage is another. I mean, Skywrath probably even has higher right-click damage than OD does, because OD is based on his Q.
I saw an OD yesterday in another tournament. We got picked and also lost, and it was against Timbersaw, which is like traditionally been something that OD does well in, and you're like, oh, that's not good.
Okay, so maybe somewhere between Skywrath, OD, and Nyx Assassin is like my worst tower pushers.
I think also it's like if you can't clear creeps, you're also pretty bad. So something like Oracle would also be like right up there, you know? It's like, oh god, they can't clear creeps, I can't hit buildings.
Oracle's pretty good at that though. He has AoE damage, you know? And he can nuke these creeps one by one, still faster than the Nyx is.
That's a fair point. I mean, that, if we want to go by that, it's also, he can literally one-shot creeps, and he has a stun, so it's like, But alright, let's go into this game. So far, the CS heavily favoring
I mean, we're talking
team-
about this game the whole time. They're just
we were
stories
Oh,
related
this
to the
match.
to each other's. Now Ecky's rotating, and then this Ember.
Oh!
Oh, that could have been such a good save, but instead that's denied from him. They will lose Ecky to the tower, so Warwick gets a post-mortem kill for himself. But that was a really good
Otherwise-
bushwhack cast, and that was not such a good slight cast.
I don't know why he's tipping him. I'm like, I think you kind of got outplayed. I mean, him dying after doesn't make
Respect
him. Is it? I get. All right, I'll see it that way.
It's like,
Do
I
you
like
see
the
damage?
effort, because he ran literally across that tier 1 tower. He came from here. Like,
Yes. And but I see. You see what just happened? He did like half damage to the tower. Very impressive. Both of them get rid of each other's observer wards. Both very happy with that. Like right now, look at that. The Troll Warlord. He is getting the CS he needs. Mikey as well is doing fairly well against Warwick. It's just all Team T. Net worth doesn't say that though. Despite
It
Warwick
looks at the denies maybe here. You've
Yeah.
got 25. You have 31 denies on the 3 cores. And 37 as a whole as a team. So I think that should maybe show something in the XP graph. But it doesn't really. Maybe the green is on top. Got your 6 bat, your 5 troll.
Well, yeah, I mean, are they getting like more maybe bounty or something? But even the supports on Night Pulse aren't that rich either. So, Team T, they are getting more gold, but it doesn't look like it's that much more, apart from like
Yeah,
a
I mean-
couple hundred on supports.
This would be... Okay, let's look at bottom first.
Oh,
Smiling
dear.
Knight is in trouble. Doesn't get his level 6. Gets killed by Janter in the end.
The disruption.
Soneko is also out there, but the overprotective wisps are keeping Soneko alive, so this is a desperate mission for the Grimstroke. Soneko with a double kill, with Mikey rotating in to save the day. So, I wouldn't do this normally this early, but because of those denies, look at the gold graph. The experience is really high up compared to the gold graph itself. It was there was
Yeah.
a slight small moment. Now, of course, this is looking really wonky and really weird, but XP was a lot higher than the gold graph was before this particular fight just took place.
Yeah, now it's evened out. It's which is very nice for them. Wisdom runes though. Oh, did they get both wisdom runes? No, they just got one. That was the
Just
bounty
one for
rune.
one. Meanwhile, top lane, Underlord getting dove, or him diving under the tower ends up being in trouble instead. He's down to 20 and taken down by Vtune. And Soneko, he'll keep popping those Nature's
got-
Attendant heals for himself, so he's going to be fine. Vtune, low on mana though, and Eki is coming in as well. Hoping for a quick snipe on the Medusa. Drops down the ward. Grimstroke doesn't necessarily know about it. Mikey gets killed elsewhere by Warwick and Janter in the mid lane. And so they're going to have to suffice with this Grimstroke kill as Smiling Knight. He also rotates in for this one. Leaving another kill for Soneko. He's on a killing spree now with his hench. But a really important kill in the mid lane for the Ember Spirit with the help of his SD to take down the bat.
And I just feel like it's going to be a much better game for Ember than it's going to be for Mikey. Mikey, I've seen this many times. Ends up being very sacrificial, kind of losing his life. Eki gets the Watcher. Now they're both fighting over this creep. It's like, no, it's mine. It's mine. Does the creep want a snake lady or a squirrel lady? Which one do you think?
Does the snake... What? That was a weird
Does
question.
the creep, does he want to go with the snake lady or the squirrel lady?
Tower is under attack.
I mean, the centaur. I don't know. Neither?
Yeah. Well, we went with the squirrel in the end as Kami. Gate comes out. He's caught. I think he's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, nice roar.
Was thinking about
Oh.
taking the portal there for a second. A lot of movement speed there from that roar, but unable to run away from Shive. Now we've got Ember also taking part here. Till will fall. They'll lose the Grimstroke. Mikey low, but so is Warwick going to be in trouble with the whole team.
Nicely done.
Team T specifically here around him. He's got no remnant. Going to have to use his chains wisely here, but not even needed here because Team T is not going for the dive. Despite having the whole team around, they're going for the wraparound instead. Finding Janter into the root and now frozen the bubble. He's going to get rooted again as he comes out of that and his life is done for.
They are getting free farm on V2, but he's not like keeping up with either Zibe or Smiling Knight, so I'm not sure how much that's worth. Kami also doesn't want to fight until he has the Aghanim Scepter, so this could be... Whoa, that's honestly as bad as the kills if you steal the stack. That is just rude. Well, I'm getting some of them back at least, but you know, alright, most of it's gonna go still to Night Pulse, but Mikey gets a couple of them, he's gonna feel pretty good about it.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, not really falling behind in net worth despite making these big moves. Team T, of course, still a tad bit ahead in net worth, also being favored in the odds here. Given to you by 1xBet. Of course, you still have your final 2 days to use that promo code for the European tournament as Hoodwink goes a bit deep there with the ward, but can't find his way out. Now, look at Sameko. I'm just going to keep spawning these Nature's Attendants. You have fun trying to kill me. That's not going to happen. And just way too tanky with that facet. Till the end will go down. Saving Smiling Knight here with the bubble. Janter sticking around. Lot of napalm stacks on this guy. Up to 5. He's not even moving anywhere.
Look at the boar!
Saneko coming in, the boar slow. Oh, the damage from this boar is also pretty sick. It's 90 plus 50. 40 plus 50. Taken away from the Beastmaster. Almost getting killed by it, too. That is one scary boar.
Yep. In the end, though, it's not a big deal. What? I think they traded supports only. So they're fine with this on Team 2 because they also got the tower. Warwick comes in, but yeah, without the Mage Slayer, doesn't feel like he's doing a whole lot damage department-wise. I'll get there.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, of course, he's staying in range of network with everybody else, which is a good sign for the Ember Spirit. Nobody's getting away. He's not falling behind. But still, he really needs that impactful item. And that being his first, really, because the laning stage wasn't optimal. It was the Bat Rider who got ahead. But it's only a 300 gold difference between the two.
And you look at Night Pulse, there's really no item that's coming out within like the next minute or two.
Oh, look at Mikey's build. He's going for Manta. Something different coming out from this Bat Rider here. Gonna get caught in the bubble, though, into the Inkswell stun, maybe, but that Ember takes a bit too long. Plus, he doesn't want to stay in lasso range. But that just might have set up his supports. So Warwick, being a bit fearful and frightful of the situation, leaves his supports for dead.
I'm not sure. I think they popped the Inkswell because Enchantress was there, so she used the Enchant to remove it. So I'm not. Yeah, that's why they were like, oh dear. Oh,
Eki, aggressive scouting, but here comes Mikey.
He's under vision.
Oh, nice bubble there from Janter. Buys some time for himself. He pushes Mikey out. Warwick still in the front lines of fire. Literally standing in the fire as Mikey's chasing him a bit there. Ench stealing more boars. Her boars are stronger than the Beastmaster's boars. You can see this boar duel happening here in front of Kami. Kami has to help out his buddy.
They still have Soulbind, by the way, on the Grimstroke. They really need it. Oh, he's going. He's going.
Yeah. But he did get the Nature's Attendants off again, so Ench is just not dying.
The Hudwing kill is still worth something for the team, so I think you're still getting something out here, and you get the Grimstroke to 6, which is what they really want.
Yeah, and this Beast Axe, which has already been slowed down by so much. The constant participation for Kami has really disrupted the timing on his Axe. But now just the one item short from picking it up. And we talked about the mats, we talked about the numbers. This Beast is going to have a big impact once he has his item ready, but he really needs it fast.
By the way, remember how we were saying, like, they want to get an Aghanim Scepter on Troll. It's going to be first item after the Battle Fury. But top lane, Zibei taking some damage. He's got the mech.
See if Zibei can make his way out. Seems like he will.
Doesn't even need
and
to use
another disengage from Warwick. This is the second or the third time he has a Remnant away. Not optimal.
His farm I feel like he's really falling behind, but he's not getting his kills.
He's falling behind now.
Yep, till the end. Well, it met his end for sure.
Well, V-Tune, that's the bigger kill if they can get him. Meanwhile, Janter is dying elsewhere. They'll get themselves the Shadow Demon on top of the Grimstroke earlier on. V-Tune makes his way out. And Manta Disperser coming up for him. Ember's still not finished with that Mage Slayer.
Oh, God. I saw that too. I was like, I don't want... I feel like if I said anything, I'd be flaming him. Alright, you have one power spike coming, though.
But it is really crucial to bring it out because it's an item he really needs. But weird interaction there. The lasso overrides the bushwhack, so he didn't actually get stunned by the bushwhack.
Yeah, I saw that too.
That just missed.
That was weird. But Okay, there's good news for Night Pulse fans. Kami has the Agam Scepter. He's
Hey.
gotta make it count, though. You can't just show up and die because you've invested so much to get. You gotta get like,
Yeah.
a killer to win a team fight or something, because you are behind. 81% in favor of Team T. I don't think it's 81% though. Like that's way too high.
I think they're just going to reveal it right away. I mean, they did do double stacks into the triangle for Kami to clear, but
They smoked.
they do need to fight with it. And
There we go.
right behind Eki, misses the slow. Warwick is there with the chains, gets caught by the bushwhack. Trying to chase Eki,
Oh,
but it's
there you
taking
go.
forever. There's the soulbind, but look at the movement
They're
speed
moving,
they're
they're
running
moving.
away with. Now Smiling Knight, he's all alone. They're trying to look for some more access
He was
in,
very
waiting for the
forced.
roar timing, but they can't get in. And the Wildwing Ripper intervenes too. Now Warwick might be the one
Warwick!
dying. He has to remnant away yet again. This whole game, it has been Ember getting away from trouble. Not getting
Yeah,
to
but not-
cause any trouble of his own.
Yeah, right. Oh, damn, I want to say that, man. Come on. I want to say like he's not making any problems for Team T. They're happy in the reveal of the Aghanims.
Problem
They-
solvers.
The
you gonna
Aghanims.
call?
The Team T.
I was hoping for the problem solvers. But
The original would have been Ghost. Have you seen the Ghostbuster movie? I can't remember. I saw it when I was like
the
very
old
young.
ones, yeah.
Yeah. Is it good? Does it hold up?
The old ones, I mean,
Yeah.
they're alright.
Uh,
They're not bad. They're not terrible.
I've heard people are like, it's so good. It's so good. I haven't like seen.
Yeah, I don't
it.
know about the newer ones, which people have been hyping about, but
Oh,
I don't think
Kami?
they're nearly as. Oh, he just roared a
Kami!
boar. He just
It
roared
is-
a boar. Tries to split them away, but it won't help him. Oh, he's
All right.
playing under pressure for sure. I mean, I do like the idea. It's a pro player, so you gotta look at the angles. Why did he roar the boar? But
Push.
it also might just be nerves.
He was like, I'll push them all away from me. See, that's how it works.
Reverse polarity.
Yes, reverse polarity. V2. All right. So the Aghanim's power spike was a bit of a dud. Maybe it's maybe it'll be useful later. Who knows? But now all your eggs are in the V2
I wouldn't
basket.
just say a bit of a dud. I think this is a huge loss. This is the item that they were building into kind of relieving
Yep.
this entire game from the team, and now that has not worked out on the first run. So diminished effects.
Very
Janter,
much.
quick bubble out there. Eki's there to help him out. Janter has now been surrounded by 3 enemies. Warwick is coming in with
Slayer.
till the end. There goes Eki. He will fall first. Janter down. Suneko has a big streak on him. Can they kill this Enchantress? It's taking so much time
They're
again,
like, nah.
and they just cannot deal with Suneko.
Still worth it though. Just the trade for sports, they come out quite a bit ahead, at least in the gold department. And that is the Mage Slayer reveal. It's not, a kill on troll, but it is a kill.
I don't
It
think
is
it's a reveal anymore.
They've been,
We're
to
past
be
that
fair,
stage.
They've been waiting for. I think the enemy team was like, "Doesn't he have it by now? Should he have gotten it?"
It's kind of like we're talking about basic stat items, nulls and bracers. It's like, yeah, he finished the Mage Slayer in the same sense that we just don't talk about it. It's just in his inventory.
Well, there it is, as we expected it.
But we can't
Like-
be too rough on the boys on Night Pulse here. Of course, 6K playing from behind. Game hasn't really gone their way, but they got V-Tune.
Yeah.
V-Tune
I
is the
still
one
think-
they're playing this game for.
I still think that they could actually win this. It all depends on how V2 joins the first fight. If he joins and they win, and you realize, oh crap, Team T has no way of dealing with this mana shield.
Yeah.
Oh.
His net worth is still really good. Kami
Top lane,
getting
he's
caught.
going-
The portal from Shibe very nicely placed as well with the Pit of Malice connecting on too. And keeping the Grimstroke out. Kami doesn't
They
have
need
the backup
V2.
that he needs. He's going to get lassoed in, and Troll participates. The whole team is here. Ember, yeah, we've seen this story before. Everyone else is also out, but they will lose their beast again. Kami was isolated. He was running left when there was a Pit of Malice on the right, keeping his supports out from range.
Man, V2 is making a very conscious effort not to join, because he was next to both the portal from the Underlord, which would have gone right in the middle of the fight, and the TP of the tier 2. He could have picked, and his TP was available. He's like, no, I'm not coming, boys. Sorry.
Is under attack.
Also, what I'm a bit curious about here is, V-Tune was he's on Lend now for was it Enigma Galaxy, right? They borrowed V-Tune.
They are borrowing him for the Sun Yi tournament coming out.
So they have another tournament they're lending him for. He might just have to get used to playing against Mikey, you know?
Oh, that's true.
If he ends up playing in the region more.
Mikey's playing in that tournament? I had no idea.
Probably not in that tournament, but you know. He's Mikey has been playing against Nigma who knows how many times, so if he still stays for, say, some qualifier runs, maybe they start considering V2 actually into the team itself, then this might be, you know, a bit of practice for him versus his opponent's mid laner. Just thinking forward here.
Always good to get to know exactly what you're kind of going up against. A decent kill. That was the first time Night Pulse gets a clear win. We kill the enemy Underlord, we get out, we lose nothing. A sizable
goes for Janter, yay!
Blink Dagger available on the Beastmaster. He's gonna reveal it. Is it? This one's not gonna be a dead. I'm telling you, he's gonna go in, he's gonna roar the troll, and they're gonna get a kill. Although troll has Aegis, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I think maybe finding the Batrider is better at this point. Who is hunting? Going straight for V-Tune. There's the instant silence coming out from the bug. Forced out V-Tune's ulti. Shibe sticking around maybe a bit too long here. Does he have the backup? He's quite alone here. But they are jumping the sides here. They do have the troll in the bubble. There's the roar. It's onto the Underlord. Shibe is dropping low. The carrier of the pipe and the mech is able to get out. And Kami's dropping. He's going down. 2 gone from Night Pulse. And Warwick is again retreating away from Mikey, who does have the lasso ready, but he needs one more remnant jump from Warwick, and there we go. The lasso might just be enough. Yes, it is. Oh, Team T is making this game look really easy. They're just running them over one by one. Janter dying under his tier 4 tower, burning it up, and might just die to the flame break. He is gone. Eki's dead, though. Warwick is trying to play some vengeance onto Soneko. Of course, Soneko, he's spawning more and more heals. He's even trying to kill the Medusa Courier here.
He does.
But he didn't get to deny the item delivered for Medusa. That means he does have the Diffusal and the Disperser recipe in here. And is Ench's streak finally gone? Is it finally gone? Yes, it is. And for V-Tune.
Yeah, but it's it's 1,000 gold, but you just used the buyback on Warwick. Boric is worth less than Soneko. You know? Like, he's got less net worth than the Enchanters.
It's painful. It's painful. But, you know, V-Tune, he's still keeping up at 13k. Like you said, they can still win it.
They can, but we're entering this... it's going to, you know, more and more it's going to take a miracle, not the player, to win this one.
Well, they just really needed to get the Underlord there in that last fight. With the roar from Kami, he's just able to get out with his pipe and mech still intact.
I mean, you do have that, like... You did take the split shot talent on Medusa at level 15. I like this because you're up against an Underlord who reduces your damage anyway with the atrophy, so you want to make sure you don't have double reductions. You know, just it's too much.
Yeah.
I wonder if Zibe is going to consider going for a Crimson. One of the best items against Medusa.
Yeah, that would take quite a lot from Medusa's damage output, but at least, you know, Shiva's, he's thinking about himself now.
It's fine. I mean, you also, like, your team has a lot of magic damage as well, so it's not like you're being selfish with it, you know? He's like, oh, yeah, Mikey, he finds a target, he's gonna kill him.
Yeah, there goes Janter. Lasso used. Still keeping tabs on V-Tune. Portaling towards the bottom lane. Finding Kami here. Eki already thrown in his ult and his bushwhack. And Beast is down a half HP. Soneko and Shibe, they'll do the rest.
Wait. He's healing. He's healing. He's dead. Okay.
Healing, but not enough.
Maybe
There's also Chase on Smiling Knight. He's used his BKB.
Yeah, but he's got Aegis for 50 seconds, and he's got his
but he won't have it. Like, he's gonna have to back away. Maybe there's an opening here for Night Pulse. Maybe off of Mikey. They will lose till the end, but their course is still fully active here. Warwick, 3 more seconds for the chains. They need to get V-Tune close enough, but there comes the troll. He's like, please hit me. I'm the one with the Aegis. You might as well blow this one off. Janter pops his ulti, zones out the troll. That keeps him at bay. Warwick just uses the slight, but no chains.
They're having real problems chewing through this health that they have, right? It's like you have spread damage, right? It's Light of Fist, it's Medusa, it's the Beastmaster. No real single target insane damage. So you need to be ahead to make this work. You're 16k behind.
Yeah, I mean, Nightpulse missed out on so much in the early game. Like all these timings from the Ember Spirit were drained out by supports that you just can't kill. Can't deal with Mikey. Can't kill the Underlord. Well, I mean, they could if they had multiple heroes, but Enchantress, it has literally been the untouchable this game.
Oh, Enchantress, not only does she have that fast, she also got Boots of Bearing, so she regens a huge amount of health every second. With the dragon skills on top, 32 health regen is nothing to scoff at.
And slow immunity, which is great versus the SD ult.
Oh yeah, that's always a big deal. And of course, we haven't even talked about her fastest. Kami might run into the Enchantress. Nope, TP is wise decision. Doesn't even take the 5 healing lotuses next to him. I feel like I would have done that. You know, I was like, oh come on, 5 healing lotuses.
Well, Ant's just taking them.
She's favored by Selamayane.
Selling mayonnaise.
Selling mayonnaise. That's my favorite way of referring to her as well.
Yes.
It's like they're like, oh, it's selling mayonnaise. Yeah, selling mayonnaise. That's a good one.
Selling mayonnaise. Yeah, that's the one.
Eki, he is very close to the Gleipnir, by the way. He buys the recipe before finishing the Maelstrom. He's like, I'm gonna get it. Might as well just like be efficient or something. Maybe he was worried he was about to die, so he bought the recipe then. Smiling at look.
Pretty tough here, you know. Janter is in between 3 heroes, and he's like, what the hell are these guys doing over here? Sitting in trees, setting up a gank on a support? Sure. But it's also the Ember Spirit. Oh, ho, ho. That arrow pierces. Well, not even the arrow. The bolt from the crossbow pierces Warwick's heart. And a roar being used onto Mikey.
Okay. Good kill.
Suddenly, Kami is back on the board above the Enchantress.
Alright, and V-Tune, it was on a cliff, but he makes it out. Interesting, he's got the Specialist Array, so an extra arrow every few seconds. That's kind of cool. Disperser's on. You can use this on 2 people if you get the Soul Bind.
Doesn't it shoot double projectiles too?
The Disperser?
Yeah, I mean the Specialist Array with Split Shot. Don't you shoot like if you have 2 targets, it's like 4 arrows?
Oh yeah. That's fire 2 additional, right?
Yeah, V2. Nice bit of quick burst out there. Well, every little bit helps.
Alright, real talk. What do you think? Do you think Nightpulse has a chance? And like,
I think they still do. I mean, it's literally V-Tune Medusa. High ground is really difficult. This is where we get to the tiers of pushing lineups, right? Portal used bottom though by the Underlord. Trying to catch Kami. Misses the Pit of Malice though. That might be Kami's escape. He's out.
Okay.
But yeah, this is where we get to the different tiers of pushing lineups. Pushing versus this Medusa is really hard for Team T.
You do have, like, Mikey could catch her. That could be something. But with Manta, Disperser, with saves from 2 of your supports, not the easiest.
You go for Lasso, SD just bubbles. That you can't initiate with Lasso. You can initiate maybe with Hoodwink Bushwhack. Maybe Underlord buys eggs, so you get your ulti portal thrown in on top of somebody, and then you can use the lasso, but it's really hard. Like, let's be honest, it's really hard to push high ground versus Nightpulse. I think that's the good thing they have going.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say as well. Like, I think their best chance would be to portal, like, past the tier 3s, like, you know, next to the tier 4s or something, and just, you know, get the Medusa from there.
Ship is baiting here in bottom.
Ooh.
He's got a bunch of heroes behind him. There's no Hoodwink. It's a 5v4. It's a 5v4. This is a fight for Nightpulse to win. They're going straight for the Underlord pretty freely. No interruption coming out here, but a max heal. He just goes straight back to full. And now SD has to run away, and Medusa is already far out from the fight. That's how quickly it just disappears. I mean, how did he get that much? It's a full stick and a Greaves, sure, but
no, Healing Lotus.
Underlord is no low HP hero in general.
Yeah, the Greater Healing Lotus. He used it as well.
The Greater Healing Lotus, yeah. I mean, I was looking at Holy Lockets in somebody's inventory already, but damn.
Do you remember
all those flowers? All those flowers the Inch picked up. Yeah, you were right.
It's like that's just what Dota is. It's so many decisions that lead to whether you win or lose. It's very like, oh, he messed up one time, that's why they lost. Like, no, there was so many. So Kami not picking up the Healing Lotus, so Neko picked it up, gave it to the Underlord. Underlord baits. And you were like, yeah, Mech, Greaves, and full Magic Wand. Sorry, not Mech and Greaves. Greaves, Full Magic Wand and the Greater Healing Lotus.
Yeah.
And he's not easy to bring down. He's got a Crimson Guard, Crimson Cloak, Cloak of Flames, my bad, as well as the Plate Mail. And a Pipe.
Yeah, so 350 plus 300 plus Greater Healing Lotus is like 700, right?
900.
900. So
Yep.
that's a 1.5k heal instant.
Yep. And they went all in on him. So by the time they were done, they were like, all right, we shot everything we got. We got nothing left in the tank, boys. V2, every time I look, V2 is still farming. But what is it giving you?
The game's still alive. I mean, this game could have been over at 20 minutes already with a high ground push, and they could have called GG with their having a carry that's just not online. But V2 is. And that's the, the shimmer of hope. It's not even a glimmer. It's really a shimmer at this point. They can keep themselves still in this one. It is V2's Medusa. Unkilled. And
like
his
that
cautious plays. Like, if he went all in on that fight after that big heal from the Underlord, and he dies, that's
Yeah.
Rax.
Radiant's
Well,
turret has been
the Roshan is going to be up in about a few seconds. They're right on top of it for Team T. They know. They're saying, let's just get... Wait. There you go. That's up.
It's
This
just
is
the contributing factors from Night Pulse aren't really helping here. The Ember Spirit having such an abysmal start to the game, and Kami failing that timing. Meanwhile, they are rotating into mid while taking Roshan because they saw Night Pulse around. Of course, they already backed out, so no risk there. And an Aegis and a banner about to drop.
The banner will be pretty helpful. We mentioned how it's hard it is for them to go high ground. The banner does ease up out a little bit of that. Top lane, they're also pushing with the boar, and they have a nice siege camp here. Sorry, siege creep. Not sure if they're gonna get it, but I think they are actually. The boar's taking all this damage. What a boar!
What a
There you
boar
go.
indeed. So yeah, that's the last T1 tower done. Bit of extra gold for Night Pulse cores here. You can see an arcane blink coming up for the Medusa.
And what's the problem?
I mean, I've been talking about V-Tune being this big item and hero theory crafter, which is why I'm a big fan of like V-Tune's gameplay and the way he thinks and approaches games. And this is again another nice showing of that. He's gone for like the Manta Disperser. He had SNK, went for Bloodthorn, and now an Arcane Blink on Medusa, which everyone's like, why is he not building Swift Blink? Like that's the item to go for. Why do you think he's building this Arcane Blink?
I don't know.
That's V-Tune. That's V-Tune.
Right.
He finds a way to make it work.
He's gonna need. It has to be insane. Oh,
Troll
okay.
just went straight in. And they
That's
got
it,
the
that's
first kill.
Aegis.
That's his Aegis got. Now they just need to get out.
Can they?
They have the Force Staffs to push themselves back. V-Tune is keeping
Nice
them
soul
at bay.
bind.
Troll is already dropping down low. That was a very good soul bind there from till the end. So Roar is used on the Aegis, but it is a quick reminder for Team T about the damage that they have. Bloodthorn also popped up the Troll. He's sucking up the damage. Medusa has to pop the ulti. He's in a bit of trouble here.
Tough spot to be in.
They just
Needs
turned
to
their
move
backs.
aside.
They just turned their backs at the Medusa. Banner is down. That's your ticket for the push. Mikey getting close to V2.
Nice
Root comes
disperser.
out. Mantis there out as well. Kami able
He's
to
ulted.
disengage, and Janter bubbles himself up. Troll has already popped his ult, and he's at the fountain.
buddy.
He's in the fountain.
Buddy.
He's in the fountain. They got themselves out. A kill for V2. The banner's still down. Glyph has been used. They need to clean these creeps out of the way. Maybe some heroes as well without the help of the Troll. And Warwick, he's going
Nice
all
job.
in. Lasso still ready for Mikey. Shippe, he's about to drop two in front of V-Tune, and Warwick will get this kill.
Dude,
And that's how you defend.
I love credit has to go to Janter. He bubbles himself rather than the Troll. So he's like, okay, go chase someone else because you can't hit me.
Yeah,
and Troll's
yeah.
like, I'll go deeper. Don't worry, buddy. And they get 2 kills out of that.
Big.
Smiley,
Two core kills. They keep their racks up. They got the banner out.
Dude, they got like 4,000 net worth out of that, 6,000 EXP advantage as well.
Yeah.
It
I
comes-
can only imagine being Smiley now. You must be really frustrated after that. Why didn't you bubble me?
Every time I cast with Robin Roll, he's like, Troll has the worst ultimate ever. It's so game losing. I'm like, yes, it is. It's so bad. V2 now is level 22. It's still a bit far from that 25, but this was a huge injection for them. The problem is, Neither of the supports have items. There's like an Aether Lens on Shadow Demon and nothing until the end. Literally nothing.
Yeah. And Janter also recognizes like Ags is a must-needed item. I hope Grim builds a Force Staff. That's the item I'd love to see is a Force Staff on this Grimstrom. And he's got it lined up now. Beautiful.
Oh, there goes Janter. A pick off, but not one that's going to tip the scales any direction, you know? It's like, oh, we got a kill. We're not going high ground with it.
V-Tune's already here at the tier 3, so he'll cut the wave that's incoming.
He's got the Kaya Sanj.
I love the way he's actually holding onto his safety bubble.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, me too.
Popping for Manta illusions every now and then.
Yeah, the Kaya Sanj just finished on Medusa. He hasn't got the Arcane Blink just yet.
Yeah. Okay, so he shifted. Probably because of winning that team fight. He was able to, team fight. Getting those couple kills allowed him to get a more stat-heavy item.
Mikey's got Lincoln Sphere on him. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. Not sure. I don't feel like... I guess it's better if you can put it on your troll rather than it is on you, right? Like... Because I don't think anyone's really aiming for Mikey most of the time.
I mean, it could, but that's what the supports are doing, right? That's the one thing, you know, now he can use his lasso a bit more efficiently because SD isn't using his ulti on him or bubbling the target he's trying to save. So, again, another issue to kind of answer. If you use one of those target spell buttons on your SD, that Lincoln's will go unchecked.
Warwick, Spider Sense tingles, gets on time, doesn't even clear out, finish the creep wave. It's like, I know they're coming. The biggest thing, though, isn't the cores, it is the supports. Each Team T support has more gold than the two supports on Night Pulse combined. Each one. So the gap is like, you basically have an extra support on Team T. This is how one way to think about it.
This is already proving it to be a pretty exciting game because it might be a 16k lead for Team T, but we can definitely see that 16,000 gold is not letting them take racks for free.
It's V2 against the world. I'm loving it.
It is. I love it too.
Kami's got Shiva's guard, BKB. He's feeling like a hero, you know. He actually, how did he shoot up to 3rd net worth? He's ahead of Mikey.
Mikey's getting to push. Look at this. This is the Arsonist push. Look at the damage he's dealing. That tower just goes straight down to half with only 6 stacks of napalm.
Vito needs to be careful. He might be thinking, yo, I'm tanky, they're not gonna kill me. But it's like, dude, that's exactly what my knight thought before he lost the Aegis. I'm tanky. No one can bring me down. Like, yeah, we can.
Yeah. But that high ground push was literally why I love Arsonist Batrider as a core. As a support, it sucks. But as a core, you at least have the items to complement your right-click damage that napalm actually does something. They spot Warwick. Into the Gleipnir, into a stun, into another root from Smiling Knight. He's gone. No spider senses this time.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He is making them chase him around the map. So him getting caught kind of like, yeah, this is the expected result. Eventually, you're gonna get caught by someone. Oh, Havoc Hammer on Kami.
This is probably Team T trying to force his buyback.
Yep.
If they can just protect that mid wave and get straight to business.
And their business doesn't take
it's a baiting ward. It's a baiting ward, but they're not jumping. B-Tune. There we go. Mikey goes in. Lincoln's popped.
Nothing big was used.
What did they use?
Disruption. Disruption. They kept all their ultimates.
No, but disruption isn't used. It was something else.
Maybe Disperser then.
It could be the Disperser, yeah.
Well, it was disruption, but because I was looking at the ultimates, I was like, none of the ultimates are used. That's the important one. Dude, what happened to the tower? Where did it go? It was right there. Tier 3 top.
Soneko delivering a bit of a push there with the Alpha Wolf. Almost finished the range racks.
Warwick.
And Mikey's pushing bottom at the same time. They have to glyph him. Again, the bloody napalm pusher with the Arsonist facet. The Rat Dota.
It's working.
It's working now.
But they didn't lose a racks and they didn't have to use a buyback. So Night Pulse, a successful defense? I mean,
it's just a bit of a reminder for Warwick not to get caught again.
Warwick immediately goes back to push, and this is what he has to do. So even though it's risky, he is doing the right thing.
Eki and Smiling Knight, they're already onto him. They're like, all right, let's try and catch this Warwick guy again.
Level 25 talents. Level 25 talent coming up on Troll. What does he have? Warlick Access, Pierces, Magic Immunity, or Battle Trance Strong Dispel. Is either one of these that good?
I mean, it's your battle trance can be popped during roar. So it's kind of like the it's kind of like Ursa ulti Ags. So I would go with that any day. They
Does it
roar the
say?
troll once, and he can just pop ulti to dispel it.
Does it say that anywhere? I'm not seeing it on the tooltips that you can use it.
No,
while
it doesn't.
stunned.
It's literally the talent. Battle trance strong dispels can be cast while stunned and applies strong dispel. So it's literally Ursa Ags.
That's much better. That's huge because I was like that when you use it, you can remove like I don't know something. I guess you can't use it while stunned or silence, but so I was like, what the hell is this? But now it's like, oh, you can use it while stunned. It should say that honestly, because it's strong dispels applies something else. All right, that makes a very good talent actually.
Otherwise, you're looking at a basic dispel if you're
already have that.
stunned or silenced or whatever, and you can still you're still in control of your character, right? Otherwise, strong dispel wouldn't make any sense. If that was a basic dispel, then you wouldn't be able to press it if you get roared.
So Nico, he is gonna pump out some damage soon. You know, he's already got the Hurricane Pike, the Sproink, the Boots of Bearing.
Yeah, into the
And
MKB, your classic.
They are kind of everyone's waiting for someone to show themselves. They both know where each other is, even though they're smoked on Night Pulse. They're like, these creeps are just dying by miracle. V2. Oh, V2.
Oh, but the chains comes out first from Warwick. He finds the inch.
Jumps away.
Quick saves onto Soneko.
Roshan's up. Oh, Roshan's up. If you want it, you gotta go quick. You gotta go real quick, baby. It's not gonna take much
Already
time
down
for that
to
thing to
4,000
fall.
HP, and there comes Medusa leading the charge. Warwick trying to get
Might
the
have to
jump in
ulti.
first, but they get rooted up beautifully by Shibe. And Smiling Knight's got everything. And now V2,
There's
he's
damage,
gonna need
though.
to deal the damage. There's 2 already down. Can they get more? Mikey's already blinking out. He goes straight for the backline, knows he's dead. He takes down Janter. Eki takes down till the end. And the 2 of them at the low ground
bind.
still in the fight. Night Pulse, they have to get out. One person dodges and another able to teleport out. That bushwhack was close to connecting. That would have been
It's
another
2.
core kill.
It's 2 for 2, but again, you get the big kill, the Zibe kill, and you force a buyback. So you actually walk away pretty happy on Night Pulse, and now your Shadow Demon should be up in.
Shibe's Pit of Malice was just beautiful. That was
It
the
was.
only place you had to put it. I mean, they could have taken the route from the right side, but that was only Warwick. Everybody else was coming down the middle, so he just pops down a Pit of Malice to zone them away. Roche finishes, meanwhile, and you got everything out of it.
And they get another shard. They all have Aghanim's shards on the Radiant side, so that just gives you free gold. Not that they needed it, but it's like, alright, what's an extra, 1,400 gold for the team?
You know what's a bit of a bummer here for this Medusa this game? He needs so much damage, he can't afford to buy a Scotty.
Or, yeah, and you kind of need a Scotty. You're up against the, the Satanic on the Troll. You really want it. He's going to be 25. I'm interested to see
Yeah,
what...
and general, just his ulti. That's
Yep.
80% lifesteal when he activates his ult. So Medusa would regularly build a Scotty in a matchup like this, but you can't afford it because you need full-on damage now.
He went for the mana shield. He's not even going for the secondary modifiers, which tells me that he's more worried
Yeah.
about surviving than anything else.
Yeah, yeah.
I want, you know what I wish I'd see him get is the Aghanim Scepter. I also think that's another really good item on Medusa.
I mean,
people to
he can
stun.
look to those. Yeah. Just needs that Daedalus first. Catch me, Eki. He's like, yeah, we've seen this before.
They're having fun on it, but this is an
I
elimination
love it.
match. It's 10,000 USD on the line. Both teams are taking 5. The
Yeah.
winner takes 15 of this one and the spot in the grand finals. But they're like, yeah, what works? I like it. This shows works. Just keeping calm.
And they
Kami.
found Kami though, not Warwick, but Kami is the one to get caught. He gets
Does
his
that buyback?
roar off just in time, and technically he kills himself with that because the Lotus bounces it back. So Smiling Knight gets the kill.
No buyback. No buyback is scary, man. Wow, look at how much damage the Medusa can take. But it doesn't
Racks
matter.
are gone. Racks are gone
Yep.
already. Medusa, look at the damage though. Troll's
Whoa!
dying. Troll's dying. Age is gone. And he's
So
got the
then
ult
there's
for 45 seconds. He does have Satanic, and he has his BKB. B-Tune delivering the pain there. That was just the Crystallis. Wait till you see the Daedalus in action. Mikey, though, doing a bit of rat here. Going in for the quick
soul bind.
refresher pop there. Doesn't get to use this as a Warwick. Very scary looking jump. Doesn't catch anyone with it.
V2 might need to get out now. He's a bit in no man's land. Still 50 seconds without the Beastmaster, though. They do take the Aegis out of the hands of the Troll, but... You know...
It's a downhill battle, really.
You know the famous saying, don't fight uphill, me boys. And that's what they're going to be doing right now.
Yeah.
Huh?
Batter out.
Smiling Knight,
again,
dude.
pretty low. Like this V-Tune Dusa really hurts.
And Zibe, because he's doing Firestorm is percentage damage based on your health, it doesn't do much against the Medusa.
There we go. The lasso's out. But the instant
Nice.
swell. Very nice burst there from him, but now Mikey and the boys are
he's
just
out of
hammering
mana.
through the V-Tune. Medusa,
But ulti.
they need a bit more. They need a bit more. Can they kill him for the first time this game, or is V-Tune going to end up killing everybody? He's down. He has to buy back. He's TPing straight back into the fray.
Warwick.
Mikey is low, has to go out. Medusa getting trolled here by the
They're
troll.
all
Troll's
buying
already
back.
used his ulti back to full HP. Enchantress right next to him.
Kami,
V-Tune.
Blink
Kami
Roar.
coming in with a roar. The Lotus comes in a bit too late, though. They won't be able to save the troll for now. He's on the run. Another roar. V-Tune needs a bit closer. He's got this one. But a huge price has already been paid. Can they get
They
Chibe?
catch Chibe.
He just TPs out. Doesn't care. No control remaining to take that Underlord's teleport out. And now Night Pulse. Well, we might have been talking that this team has a way to win, but it's too far out now.
Is it? I mean, they did kill the Troll. They could take
They
the
lost
fight
their
now.
buyback option, so the next
Yes.
fight is literally game over.
Only if they lose. There is a chance. they could win
So
it.
you still have some hopium. Do we have any copium enjoyers in chat?
Hey, okay, you guys can join me. We're sniffing the good stuff. You know, we know. There's a chance. You did kill Troll. We're seeing that V-Tune dishes out insane damage. Who knows? It's not over yet. Kami. He's not hit level 25. Maybe the no wild access cooldown could be a big deal.
Yeah.
Mikey jumps
Cooldown.
in. Mikey
goes straight for Janter. Saved for the time being, but
Risky
the roar is
move.
there. Bad Rider with that shield. Very tanky target. Here comes
Soulbind
Underlord.
lands.
He's going to start taking some of that damage away, but Mikey is dropping. He is dropping. Kami's BKB's running out. Has the Shivas. Keeps him on still. Warwick coming in as well. They've got Mikey out of the way.
They might get
He's
Eki
gone
as
for
well.
100 seconds. They take down Eki as well. And now there's a win condition still for Night Pulse.
They want to
Big
get
kills.
Zibe.
They could get some buybacks out to Shibe. Can't be held on place by Warwick is actually scared about Saneko there for a second. Has to quickly TP away. And they're back to their own base.
Not bad. Again, it's another one where they were able to get some kills for themselves, and it's solid. We might see the double slide of fist coming out soon on Warwick as well. He's about to hit level 25. Level 25s, and he's got the Ancient Guardian. Damn. 100 extra damage. What does he take? Come on, there you go. Double slide of fist.
50 gold for Daedalus and Dusa.
And there's no... Like, can he actually get it? Can he send a courier there to pick it up for himself? They might need Kami to buy back. There, they do.
Dude, Smiling Knife pops his ult.
Oh! Smiling Knight? Are
Can they get the kind of though? He doesn't want to use his Manta
Kami's
V2.
ulti.
He wants to
Ulti.
keep that Manta for such a long time. He's waiting for his team to help him out. And Smiling Knight's low. Kami's right there in between as well. Smiling Knight down.
What did you do?
Double
What?
buybacks in as well, but they've lost so many on the side of Team T.
What? He ulti sword
And
on
Edge.
his... Saneko?
Can they get Ench as well? Blink in
Blink.
3 on the Beast. Ult in 6 seconds. They might be able to catch this Ench. Quick Shiva's cast there. Keep him slowed down. Kami roar.
They got
Up
the
now.
roar. There you go.
Not gonna wait to use it. And that's gonna be Ench dead as well. Oh my goodness, Night Pulse. You got creeps in your base. They're taking a tier 4 tower. Quickly till
Screw
the
it.
end to the rescue.
I told you, we believe on Night Pulse. And that's what belief gets you. It's still like a 5% chance to win here, according to Gaben. But man, V2, they don't know how to deal with him. He just does way too much damage.
I mean, we talked about him yesterday. I mean, not yesterday, but the end of the group stage. He's so patient with his item usage. A lot of
Yes.
players would have pressed that Manta maybe 5 seconds ago, but he holds onto it to the last crucial moment if an Underlord happens to show up, and he just waits his calm, and he's able to get himself back free. Troll dies, and then the Underlord dies, and they get everybody else out of the way. Now V-Tune, he's pushing the high ground. He needs creeps, though. The creeps are out for quite a while. And Mikey keeps top lane pushed in. Creeps are still flowing into the Dire base at the same time. But with everyone respawning, V2 and the boys, their push comes to a halt. They're going to have to back away without getting to deal damage to that tier 3 tower.
I like how till the end he's like, yo guys, Roshan's might be up. He is letting them take some damage in the base because of that, but unfortunately, it's a minute and 20 seconds on the Roche timer. So it's not a fast one. Night Pulse, they're not going to be able to sneak it past him. Everyone's going to be up from TT before that happens. No buybacks on Night Pulse as well. Ooh, yo, 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 this is a tense one, buddy.
This certainly is. And this is the first game of the day, you know?
I know.
I was waiting for this kind of like, all right, we get past game 1. Game 2 is going to be super tight. Teams fighting for, elimination and looking for grand finals. But holy heck, game 1 is already
smoked.
absolutely stellar.
They got
Let's see
double
if they
roll.
can
This
get
could
close. Shibe, he's right there in the lane. He's going to get instantly
going.
roared up by Kami. He's got to keep himself protected.
He's dead.
And there goes their Underlord.
Get a buyback.
Buyback still there. 100 seconds for him to respawn. They
Oh,
got
they
4
didn't-
buybacks on Team T.
They do not want to use the refresher to get another roar. He took the talent to 25, so it's like, be patient. 20 seconds and it's up, boys. Let's not rush it. I love the patience from Night Pulse.
Really low cooldown on that, yeah. He's already got it back up. He could roar again.
Radiant are scanning.
They're scared. They think they're going to backstab him. Another 5-on-5 smoke. Well,
Smiling Knight in front. V-Tune, he's quite alone. He's alone right now, but they're not popping their smokes. He pops his disperser, and they're on the chase. And there we go. They spot the Medusa
tanky.
vision on the high ground. Night Pulse have to back out from this position. They can't fight them here. Warwick is playing super aggressive as well. There's the roar. They isolated. Smiling Knight is gone!
double buyback.
Coming in for the instant buyback too. Same with the Underlord. They got the lasso up on Janter. Janter goes down. Mikey finds a kill. The roar on the back line. Onto the Hoodwink. He's gone out as well. 25
Medusa.
seconds for another roar. But Medusa, the big raid boss is down. 2 minutes without your Medusa. And that should be game Team T with the buybacks. They outnumber Night Pulse.
Oh man, buyback on Medusa is available in 80 seconds. So it's not happening. You're just going to lose everything. Amazing effort. But it feels like maybe when they killed Zebe, that might have been just time to go back. But such a good idea. Just buybacks. That's it. You can't do anything against it. You don't have them and they have them.
Simple as it is, simple as it goes. Warwick, he doesn't have the durability to stand this damage like the Medusa does. And there we go.
There you
GG,
go.
well played. Game 1, Team T.
Well done. Amazing job by both teams. Team T, they crushed the laning stage. They snowball off of it. Mikey, we were a little... I wasn't the easiest person on him, but he just did really well. And Warwick doesn't get his mage surge to level 8 till like 18 minutes, so he doesn't do any damage. And we're like, but the high ground's amazing. V2's itemization is amazing. They almost clench it. Oh, such a good game. That's a good game.
This was a really good game. I mean, talking about that Arsonist Batrider, he dealt 14,000 building damage, so absolutely legit. The split especially it was really difficult for Night Pulse to defend against that because the Ember's fallen behind. The Beastmaster doesn't feel like he's super huge. He misses that timing and all, but still. You have this Bat who can then push. Enge can also do a little bit of that work. Doesn't really do a lot of building damage, but helps with you. And then you can split your team around. You don't have to stay clumped up, because that's what Medusa wants, right? So Team T has more answers than Night Pulse does, mainly because of missed timings.
Yeah, exactly, right? I didn't feel like this was like one team played badly or something. Like Night Pulse, great effort to come back. And
Yeah, it's just missed timings.
They went all in. It was really cool, really exciting to watch. But that's just game 1. This is game 1 of the series. We might have 2 more up for you. You're saying this will be the harder one, the more exciting one. So I'm glad to see it. Glad to be here. We're going to take 15 minutes break, 10-15 minutes, and then we'll be back with a second game of Team T versus Night Pulse.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, Tomo, we have to say that the playoff stage started off with a real banger here. First game of the day. Team T take the lead over Night Pulse, but it could have gone the other way around too, despite the odds not really in their favor. But really, it was a 1v9 game. At least that's what it felt like for a very long time.
It was. You know, Warwick was very late to get his items, and he's your Ember. He's your tempo control. He's not doing that. Kami, he does get the items in a good time, but then he reveals it was a dud and a half. It was just not what you want. And I don't want to say the supports, but they had 26 deaths between them. That's a lot of dying when your whole deaths is 43. So it's like that Janturant in the end they could do better in game 2, I think.
Yeah, they definitely could. And also, Soneko Enchantress. So he ends up with only 3 deaths in this game, which is the same as his mid Bat Rider. How good of a pick was that Enchantress in that game 1? Because, you know, in Soneko's hands, he loves his Chen, he loves his Enchantress, and that's what it looks like. It's absurd. Like, that facet, I feel like it's way too strong in a game like this.
There was a couple of times when they were chasing the Inch. I remember one was most memorable was the one in the top lane where they 3 of them, and he pops the heal, and they're like, "Let's not bother, guys. It's a waste of our time. It's not worth it. They go back to farming." So definitely, this fast has, in my opinion, is my favorite of the two. Looks really nice. The durability early game is good. Late game, you're also like you got 2,000 health. You got few USPs on you. It's very nice. So Nico gets props. I don't know who was really the MVP on the Radiant. They all just played really well.
Yeah, it was a team effort. And Arsonist Batrider gets a win on the board. So I think maybe even you could highlight Mikey, you could highlight Soneko, but I think there was no actual individual MVP. It was a team effort why Team T was able to take that first win. So, you know, my heart won in game number 1, but maybe Brains takes over game 2 as the draft is ready to go. And so far, we're targeting nothing from game 1.
Nope, it's all the same. I mean, Jakiro was banned out, Enigma, Tiny, Weaver, the same, Sand King as well, who has been rising in popularity. People were like, no, we don't, Sand King's bad because of the nurse, the Ags, and they're like, no, he still does most of what Sand King could do before, so he's still very strong. I was just surprised to see Janter in the end, till the end. Is he in the end or till the end? Till the end.
Till the end. Yeah.
He just got caught so many times. That was really unfortunate. It's just that, you know. Well, we'll see. The Night
Husker ban. Ooh. Very curious about this first phase Husker ban coming out.
10 seconds
I've seen Warwick play it once or twice, but it's a Night Pulse ban, not a Team T ban.
They open up with the Zibe's Brewmaster. He's 11 and 13 with this hero, this patch. So he is very much like, yo, this is one of my comfort picks. They do leave the Beastmaster. Maybe they feel like, yo, Night Pulse, if you guys want it, there you go. It's right there. It's not like Kami was bad, but again, the reveal of the Aghanims really delayed their tempo by a lot. Oh, they go Hoodwink. I like it. I like it more.
All right, so your standard Hoodwink first phaser here with the Brewmaster. That leaves both the Beast and the Darkseer. They banned out the Doom, though, which I'm also curious about. I mean, Doom is pretty good versus the Brewmaster if you get to start the fight first. And potentially if Team T considers heroes like, say, the Troll, which usually speaks volumes. When you see a Doom ban, you usually look for the Troll.
Yeah, it makes me think about... it's like, it's almost that they're pushing Kami to take Beastmaster again, right? Like, they don't ban it in the first phase, they ban other offlaners. Maybe they're just like, yo, if you take it again, we don't mind, you know? If I was Night Pulse, I'd say I'm picking up the gauntlet, you know? You're challenging me, I'll show you. You know, that's what I would do, but then I'd lose probably. We'll see. This is Kami, he's a much better player, he knows what he's doing.
I wonder if Kami wants to go back to that Morphling pick here, because we've seen him bust it out from time to time. It has been a surprise pick versus maybe some lower level teams, but Team T has already taken the first game away from Night Pulse. Is your game gonna fall apart if you end up picking that for Kami instead of the Beastmaster from that last game? It could work, but then that puts even more pressure on Warwick to control the tempo, which didn't already work in the last game, like you said.
That's Morphling is Kami's most played hero. As we mentioned, this guy, he used to be, I don't know if I mentioned it, but he used to be a carry and he transitioned into the off lane. So he has those carry tendencies of guys, Luna is a good off laner. It's like, no, we know what you want. Let's not do that.
Yeah, but the Morphling's been the only hero out of his carry days that he's been playing in the off lane. And when he hits that Conda timing, he's been able to turn games around. Especially the one versus Rest Farmers, where Rest Farmers was about to end the game, but he was just able to get that Conda together, and that gave them that extra little spike to keep that high ground alive, nuke heroes down, the extra burst that they've required to really kill those heroes, and turned it around, ended up winning the game. Rest Farmers lost that one. Of course, Rest Farmers was the bottom of the group in the end.
Yep.
But it could be something to look at if they want to play a late game.
Dude, I don't know what's up with Rest Farmers. They're Team Wok Wok, Rest Farmers, Twisted Minds. Now they're called themselves Dudley Boys. Every time I see them, they have
Dudley Boys.
The Dudley Boys, that's their name right now. The Dudders.
WWE references right there. Love it.
I don't know what to do with them. Night Pulse, you were talking about Morphling. Kami is 6-10 with the Morphling in this patch, which is solid. It is his most played hero, more than the Darkseer, more than the Beastmaster. So, I don't know. They're taking their time with this one. They've used a lot of their reserve time thinking about what they want. You don't have to take an offlaner. You can save it for later. You can reveal a support now and take the offlane after if you want.
Yeah, I really think they're thinking about Team T picking Troll here. They also banned the Sven, so Elder Titan is a perfect answer to it. Another Mikey Bat game by the looks of it. Oh, they got the Chen through.
That's the one. That's the one.
Yeah, this is over. I mean, that's a Neko Chen. It doesn't get any better than that.
That's the scare, because I was like, I saw the bat, I was like, bat, Mikey's good, but then you see the Chen, you're like, that is the Team T special. Auras, fast push. You have pickoffs with the Bat Rider. The one thing you can say is maybe the Brewmaster, he builds Radiance, so he takes a little bit of time. But I've seen somewhere else a Brewmaster go for like Pipe and Crimson, and you pair it up with like a Greaves on the chin, then you just get the super push. So
yeah, you could definitely do it here. And this Elder Titan was all in prep for agility physical damage dealer, which was supposed to be the Troll, and Team T's like, well, we're not even picking it yet. Now they're really in a corner for Night Pulse. This is such a good start for a draft for Team T. It's really hard to beat an opener like this.
Yeah, Doom, you can at least eat some of the creeps, but no, you don't even have that.
And I don't normally say it out loud this early on. Yeah, they go for the Kami Morphling then instead. I don't highlight it often enough because this really is a fantastic opening from Team T in the draft.
Night Pulse, at least they have last pick, so at least they have some, the last shot in the gun to fix it up later. They go for the Pango. Okay.
So, Warwick, Pango, Kami, Morphling.
Yep, I'm feeling like that as well. Because Vitun, at least in this patch, has not been playing a lot of Morphling.
Yeah, he hasn't played a lot of Morphling, but he could.
Yes.
I don't think we're directly locking in this pause 3 Morphling.
Yep.
But if we think about lanes, like this Elder Titan, specifically here on Night Pulse, it's been played as a pause 4. So you have ET Morphling that can dish out heavy amounts of damage. It secures farm for the Morphling. And then your safe lane is very likely to look like, till the end with the Hoodwink? I don't know how they're actually... Wait, they could shift things up because Janter is the one who's played both the Hood and the Elder Titan, and neither of those has been in the hands of their pause 5. And they still went for the Troll. Okay.
I'm fairly sure the Elder Titan is going to till the end, and Janter's going to play the Hoodwink, just because he plays Hoodwink way more until the end.
But wouldn't it be a better lane with Elder Titan Morphling?
What is it? I mean, Bushwhack into Morphling waveform with some damage. I think that's fine.
Some damage versus a lot of damage. It's a melee lane he's going into. Of course, Chen is a bit annoying. I think Chen hurts the Elder Titan a lot more than the Hoodwink does.
It'll be easier once we know what the carry is for Night Pulse, right? Like once we know what the carry is, then we can say the pairings. And Team T, they need another support. Odd to see their position 4 being last picked, right? But yeah, Eki's gone. His Hoodwink is gone. His Monkey King's gone as second most player. Phoenix is gone. Weaver's gone. Tiny's gone. He plays Windranger, Bat, Nyx, and Rubik. I don't feel like any one of them's that amazing.
Right.
Snap,
so
snap.
So yeah, they have to pick first, but now I'm thinking Nightpulse safe lane is very likely Eldertine Morphling. I want those two together. Hoodwink as a 4 makes sense if you have a pause 3 that benefits from Hoodwink's setup. He's a somewhat of a setup hero and a follow-up hero. But he needs someone who does the primary initiation for the team. Is it Pango Hoodwink? Do they put something else in the mid lane instead? I think Pango sucks versus Troll, and that would be a mistake for Nightpulse. But what else does Kami play? Like, I feel like half of his hero pool is gone already.
I mean, there's still Darkseer if you want to. Beastmaster.
Into Troll? I don't think I like Darkseer there. Sand King is gone. No, Sand King is actually still there. No, he isn't. No, he's first ban, literally. Okay, so that one's out. Doom is out. Slardar used to be good, but I don't think he feels that amazing.
They may not offlaners for Team T. So either they think that it's not going to be coming Morphling, or they didn't do the research. You know, they're like, it's, Morphling is standard carry pick. They go for Primal Beast. So is this very
counter to the Pango?
Support Batrider, huh? Okay.
Yeah, counter to the Pango.
Eki plays a decent amount of Batrider, so I guess that's just how it's going to work.
This is such a good draft from Team T.
It's very durable, hard to bring down with auras.
Early timings.
Nightpulse has to crush the lane. You have to pick a carry that can do well. CK, I guess, isn't so bad. They go for Beastmaster. This is going to be the carry Morphling with the Elder Titan.
And Kami gets to repeat the Beastmaster. This game is screaming Team T all over.
I feel the same. I mean, for me, I have like trauma against going up against Chen lineups and seeing them dominate in 20 minutes finish. I feel like Chen is just always that hero you want. They get on Team T. You're gonna have auras coming out from Zibe as well. Mikey could. It's looking good. Nightpulse, if you can really do well in the laning phase, you can win, but it's much more performative and much harder to pull off.
Yeah, it is. Like, a lot is on the safe lane with Elder Titan and Morphling, which is, I think, their best lane out of all the heroes that they have out there. That is the one where they can do stuff. And I just noticed Shibe, who's been playing a lot of Drunken Master, swaps over to the roll out the barrel because he knows he's in a lane where he can do a lot more. Drunken Master usually picked up in a matchup where you know you're already struggling. Say you're playing versus Troll, for example. Usually pick the Drunken Master because it's better for survivability. Roll out the barrel at least allows him to farm and dish out damage a bit more.
Did we? Oh yeah, Eki had Arsonist on for a while. Switches on within a couple of seconds left of the game.
Support Arsonist Batrider.
I was like, come on, dude. So Neko is going to go for the Satyr, which is nice because when you get the big one, it does give you like 6 health regen aura if you're sticking together. That does add up, and the Hadoukens, of course, are solid damage as well. All right, if this snowball from Team T, the Radiance with the Greaves timing comes together, I really don't see how Nightpulse can ever beat them.
Yeah, I do have to commend them because when I said that Team T has such a great opener to their draft, I do also have to compliment how well Nightpulse was able to adapt in this game. They had that Morphling as a bit of a flex pick, but still I don't think they would ever pick it as a 3 in this particular game. I think it was a bit too greedy. It's going to take them way too long to get online. And as mentioned, puts pressure on their mid laner who has to control the tempo. So if they have an offlaner who also doesn't do anything, then that also sucks quite a lot. So this is the right way to go. I think it's a good adjustment, but I still believe Team T has the superior draft.
Odds even again. I like how they say, I'm gonna look for you. Aki's like, I'm gonna look for you if you go ratting, buddy, and I'm gonna catch you with Batrider this time. He's a Grand Master Batrider, by the way.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. All right.
Yeah.
So mid lane,
and also V-Tune is also a master tier Morphling. Grandmaster Troll, Grandmaster Bat. A lot of diamond tiers there out there as well. And then we have this bronze tier Snako Chen. I think he's just not playing it in his pubs because he doesn't want to fool his opponents too much, but definitely always playing this Chen in competitive games, and he is such a nuisance on this hero.
He is. He's always looking really good with it. Well, there's the Satyr. And by the way, I've seen a bunch of them keep that Satyr mid lane and mana drain the enemy mid, rather than like using it in your own lane. Like, let me just help you win mid with the mana burn. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's taking it with him to the top lane now, so that's gonna hurt the Hoodwink more out of these two. Doesn't really need to cast that on the Beastmaster. Beast doesn't do quite a lot with his his mana, his damage output is really low. Doesn't really want to spend too much anyway.
Yep.
So maybe just pop it on the Hoodwink here. But yeah,
so
I'm gonna keep my eyes open until the end of V-Tune because they need to win this lane.
Yeah, but V-Tune's already pretty low health here. One thing, oh man, Sneako's also really low health. Like, damn. Mantis comes out, but they're not looking too healthy here. I saw a very interesting move you could do yesterday. If you're playing Snapfire versus Hoodwink, Snapfire versus the Morphling, you put a deep ward near the tower. You take the full boar. When he goes full morph, you just snipe him away with Scar Blast. Super cool. I was like, damn. I got like once during the laning phase because he didn't expect it. Because you don't expect it, you know. It's like full morph from a mile away. Mid lane,
Something hard to read. I was looking at top there. Chen losing his Satyr literally 0.5 seconds when the hard camp was spawning, so Janter now can pull this camp, which I think is pretty big.
Until the end, do a lot. You're talking about the Elder Titan and Morphling. I personally don't see that as much of a combo. Not yet. I mean,
it's not really a combo. It's about the Elder Titan protecting this Morphling with his superior damage output. Because Elder Titan at level 3 can already hit for like 150 damage if he gets that Spirit to connect on a wave, a camp. These camps have been blocked though, which is really important to keep things steady and even. Eki is really laying the hurt here.
Yeah, but bottom lane, they're also laying out. That's it. The bottom lane.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
but yeah, like every Elder Titan game I've cast here in the relog tournaments has won its lane.
I feel like my experience
is just
with,
that good.
My experience with Elder Titan has been a bit different. I see him as, yes, he can win, but it versus certain matchups and stuff like that. And then you're up against like 2 slows and a very durable Brewmaster, knockback. I don't think this is an amazing lane for him. I think he's gonna struggle.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great for him for sure. But it's hard to go up against stats.
Yeah.
Because every time this Elder Titan has won his lane and had so much impact, Smiling Knight might drop in top. One more hit away from dying. Bushwhacks there, and that's your first blood. Janter will take down the troll.
This Zane it's just not, we're not feeling it, right? Sneeko takes a lot of damage from the beginning. Oh, misses that flag bearer. That's always unfortunate. Well, yeah, in terms of bodyguards, Chen is very much an aggressive kind of bodyguard. If if you go aggressive, he brings the creeps, you can do some damage, but when they go on you, he doesn't really do anything. Till the end. Till the end. I think he's a couple more. Nah, he's gonna be fine. Nice durability there, keeping him alive.
Yeah. And we had a maxed out stick on this Morphling too, so we love how V-Tune is stretching his limits here. And he's gonna be fine. We're really just staying out there. He's gonna have the moment after this creep wave to go full agi, pop your magic wand.
It's still
actually
a very
taking the creeps for a bit of a run there. I actually like the idea because the waves are missing right now and there's a pull going on. So he's trying to keep this wave alive by running through the portal, losing vision on the creeps, so they're out of tower range for a bit. Keeps them alive for a bit longer. I actually like that.
Some cool shenanigans. But if you're Team T, you're like, I'm glad he's doing that, because we're just getting CS there. All 3 of their lanes are going very nicely for them. I guess the big winners, though, are the side lanes, right? It's not much. It's like, 5-6 creeps extra, but adds up.
Certainly adds up, and especially with that first blood on the Hoodwink. Even if they are behind in CS, they're not really that behind far behind in net worth at least. Everyone is pretty much even. Just the Pango has fallen behind a bit. As he has to brawl with Mikey. This is really a Primal Beast favorite lane.
Yeah. And interesting, once Mikey hits level 6, you basically have no cooldown, because Pulverize is very short. Used to be shorter cooldown, but then got nerfed for God knows what reason. As Nico dies again.
There's such a big grab there in the top lane. Eki has to rotate to help Smiling Knight, and Janter will drop. The damage is good, and that is a kill for the troll. And because Hoodwink kills the Chen, this is actually a better trade for Team T.
I suppose so, but I can't help but feel like Chen is a hero that really wants that early gold, that fast mech, so he can stick together, because he doesn't really scale that well. So slowing him down, it's a big deal,
It is, but they're also getting close to the battlefield on troll.
Oh, that's a bigger deal for sure. V-Tune loses his courier. Mikey is here. Mikey wants to kill. He doesn't have pulverize, but he wants to kill. I think they're going for it. They're going for the Elder Titan.
Wants the straight up Elder Titan, but Mikey might be the one to
What
end up
the-
dying first. He will draw his life away to V-Tune. He didn't have quite
Wow.
enough damage. That was a maxed out stick. If that was a magic wand, that Elder Titan would have lived. Smiling Knight getting dove under the tower in the top lane, while V-Tune is also in trouble. They lose the troll. They save the Morphling. And he gets the TP under his tower too, so with a couple stick charges, get himself back to good health.
Man, I like how Mikey was like, did someone order some free food? And he just shows up and gives it to them. Diving under the tower didn't have pulverize either. Like,
And no help.
right? I mean, he gets the kill, so it's not a complete waste, but dear God.
Yeah, both Night Pulse cores
Oh.
enjoying their time on the sidelines. Top lane, a lot of activity. Warwick with the Rolling Thunder.
This Smiling's
Got
forward.
Smiling
He's dead.
Knight, and that troll's dead for a third time.
Oh dear. He's still got decent net worth. He's actually ahead of Warwick by quite a bit, despite just dying. But damn, it slows him down quite a bit. Now, I'm worried about something. Jibei, he might go for Spirit Vessel, and I know that looks good on paper, but I've seen so many brews get Spirit Vessel, don't get kills and don't get anything out of it.
Now Soneko
Radiant's middle tower
walks in on Janter and Warwick. He does get himself that Divine Armor. Extra armor going his way.
What?
Did I say Divine Armor?
Divine Favor? Yeah, I got you. Don't worry, I got what you meant. You
But
know.
yeah, Divine Favor gives him armor, so... Guess you could say Divine Armor. Divine Armor just sounds weird, because remember when Divine Armor used to be...
A type in
back
Warcraft 3.
It was actually an armor type, which we don't
Yep.
have in Dota these days.
Alright, here's a question for you. What did damage to Divine Armor? There's one
Chaos
damage,
damage.
to Chaos damage, baby. And your icon would turn green and look like fire, because every damage type...
It looked like a Viper poison.
Yeah, because every damage type was also like, there was swords and stuff like that. It's like, oh, piercing and blunt and all this sort of stuff in Warcraft 3.
Yeah, and then siege damage was it wrong?
Siege damage. Oh,
Troll.
no ult. He's dead, man. I think this guy, I'm not sure what he's
Mikey
doing.
is coming into the rescue. He pushes the troll to safety.
Oh, that's
Soneko's
what he's
under the
doing.
tower, but Mikey and the boys have run out of damage. Now
Yeah.
Soneko's just gonna get killed under the tower. Janter should be able to live if the boar gets cleaned out. Yes, it does. And there's a sniper on the way, and that's Eki, but Eki's not able to get close enough for a flame break. That would have been just enough to kill a hoodwink. But now Warwick, Mikey's back for round number 2. That's a very short-range swashbuckle, by the way. That's going to take almost till the end down, too. Mikey under the tower. Long cooldowns on his abilities. He has to suffice with right
I
clicks.
just
The
hit
Elder
him.
Titan seems to live the route from the bird. Mikey, he's got 2 seconds for pulverize, but he's not going to get close enough, and they've just kited him to death pretty much. But can they retaliate with Eki? Do they have the damage with the trample? Kami's right there till the end with a stomp, rears him out until the end, will die in the end. So Mikey got what he came for in the first place.
Mikey played that exceptionally well. Amazing. He was almost able to get between the 2 Elder Titans to... oh, nice tornado. Janter.
Janter. Yeah, blood grenaded too.
He's dead. Good fights from Team T, like playing with the very edge of their health pools. However,
Very
they
talented.
were kind of baited into that situation by Smiling Knights. Like, he went way deep for that tower. Not deep, but like, why was he even there? I don't want to see Zibei go for Spirit Vessel. It's like, it could be good. You're up against the Beastmaster and the Morphling, so it's a very solid item, but I just feel like the Radiance is way more reliable. You can farm with it, you can do everything with it.
Yeah, but you talked about the auras, right? Maybe auras above Radiance?
Yeah, that would have been also an idea. Anything but the Spirit Vessel.
All right. I still think somebody has to do it. It is a Morphling and a Beastmaster Axe game after all. These two need to be targeted with a vessel.
No, what you can be like is like, it's okay, guys. We'll just chew through it. It's like when you see that bristleback coming out, you 6 slots.
You
like,
don't want to build a hard counter item on a Morphling before PKB? Sure.
Okay, here's the thing. He's probably gonna have like the Manta before you get. Well, not before, but you're not gonna get much benefit out of it. We'll see. It's actually not that far from it. Could work out.
It's still good extra damage on
It's
on
good
almost
extra damage, for sure.
anyone.
Looking at anything here in terms of the item build. Looks like Kami not so far from his Agam Scepter. Only 1,500 gold from it. So Nico, does he have the mech coming out for him? He's got something being delivered. Oh, in the meantime, they're just gonna push bottom. Push bottom. Look at that. They got themselves a Centaur. They got the Wolf. They got a Frost Mage. This is a pretty scary push.
Yep. It's the gang.
Almost
Pack leader
rolling up.
Aura giving a nice buff for the troll.
Mech is on the way. They have the mech on the Chen.
Meanwhile, fighting in mid. Roar being used onto Mikey. Primal
tanky
Beast in
though.
trouble. Warwick with a rolling thunder
heal.
right on top of 2 hits.
Chen healed.
Shibe as well. He can't get now. He finally got the split off in time, but he won't be able to save the Primal Beast, will he? Oh, the stomp comes out too. Nicely set up there for till the end. And the lasso on Kami. If they can get this Beastmaster, it will all be worth it here. And he's dropping low and he's finally out. Eki, he has to fight versus V-Tune and Shibe. He could use some backup as Soneko's taking the long
1
route
versus
from
4.
the side. Janter loading up his ulti. Shibe, easy dodge for him. And also Smiling Knight. Thinking about maybe there's a fight. He's just missing out on farm with all the time he spent running from bottom.
You know, Smiling Knight's doing an amazing job farming. Even though he doesn't have the battle fear, he's still doing very well ahead of V-Tune's Morphling. So it's a nice game for the Troll World so far. Did you see how long it took them to kill Mikey? Like, I know the Chen heal helped a lot, but damn, that guy is durable. And I think that's going to be a trending problem for the rest of the game. Damage issues will come out as Spirit Vessel is finished. And V-Tune, he is... I don't think he's got a single component of the... Oh, he's got one. He's got the Blades of Alacrity. Still a long way off to the Manta.
Yeah.
So very good timing on the Spirit Vessel.
Smoking up. 80 rune up on Mikey. Chanter runs with the high ground. Eki's there. Mikey's charging in. Bushwhack's already used. And look at how it just disappears. Spell, amp, and base damage increased by so much. This Primal Beast just deletes him out of the way. There goes Elder Titan. That's another kill. Saneko wants to push the tower. The rest of the pack wants to keep moving top. Kami's there. V-Tune's there. This could be a good move. Pulverize ready. Onslaught is off cooldown. Kami spots the danger right behind him. Trample comes through. Kami getting caught in the Pulverize. The stun coming in from V-Tune. Roar out as well on Eki. Gonna get lassoed up by the support bat. The Bushwhack's connecting though. V-Tune will live. And now Mikey's out of damage. But he does have his backup. Shibe does not have his ulti ready. Vessel there used onto the Morphling. Can't do enough damage to him. Mikey charging in. V-Tune down. Beautiful. And he can't toggle his HP shift because of the Vessel. So there goes V-Tune.
Yep, a lovely turn as well from Mikey. But he gets it in time, hits the Morphling. And now, looking at the CS, Team T, very much in control. Remember, this is an Aura lineup with Chen. You cannot go behind in net worth against these two. Like, against this draft. It's so scary.
Yeah, you gotta stay. You gotta stay above. You gotta stay above.
I mean, doing that, half-second charge is not easy with Primal Beast. But Mikey's doing it every time. It does so much damage.
Yeah, even just a tiny poke.
Dude, the Wisdom Ruin. What timing?
No, Warwick's coming in though, but he's late. No, he's not. He got it. Warwick gets it. And also on Mikey, which I think shouldn't have probably been the hero to be on top because he has the Pulverize, which could have maybe interrupted Warwick after. But he was the one who wanted the Wisdom because he wanted to refill a bottle too. And I felt like that maybe a tiny bit of a mistake because now he just gets away.
Well, it was a great move by Warwick.
But it was a really good move by Warwick. Let's not take it away from him.
Like using his ulti to get the Wisdom Rune like that, brilliant. You know, I'm glad more and more players are recognizing the value of this. Like, this is such a worthwhile thing to commit to.
Mikey's nearby. Chanter is here too, but he has an Invis rune, and he walks all the way to the back line. They try to take down Eki. Eki surviving, healing. Lasso goes through. Morphling in trouble, but they're not focusing V-Tune just quite in. Now they finally get to corral on top of him, and Smiling Knight's joining in the fray too. Kami gonna get controlled. He's gonna get pig poled, trying to run away. Run, piggy, run. But here we go. Stunned on the spot. Shibe with the little rock throw. And now till the end, diving tier 3 towers. Holy, do not do that. That is ultimate disrespect. So they'll just leave till the end there.
I think Mikey could have gotten the kill, but he just was like, "Oh, we're not going." But then the Spirit Vessel came just as he turned around, and this late Manta, he still hasn't gotten started on the recipe. He still doesn't even have the diadem. It's any other.
The diadem's gonna take a bit too, you know.
Is it diadem or diadem?
Diadem.
Diadem. Okay. Top lane. Oh, he's dying. Diademed. That guy's. Oh, he's alive, actually.
Base. Battling it out there. No primal split. This brew's in trouble. Shibe might just be dead here. No Chen ult. Chen's not even nearby for the mechanism. Shibe out. Eki low till the end will drop. Janter coming in as well. That's 2 kills for Warwick. Just because they didn't have their Chen around in time. V-Tune has survived. And he's also out. So back to the diadem. So you're probably mixing it with Tiara. Tiara is pronounced with a T. And diadem is pronounced with a da.
Oh, but I thought it was like diadem.
No.
Oh,
That's Tiara.
I learned. Mikey.
I'm coming.
Yeah, there. And he's dead.
That was his Ags again, by the way. 2 games in a row.
This feels very similar to the first game, where Warwick's also not having the most amazing impact. Like, he's got some decent moves. 3-1-4, but I'm not feeling his presence like I feel Mikey, who's just grabbing the eye. You know, it's like Mikey's everywhere getting kills. Warwick is kind of like
Primal Beast top net worth. That is like unheard of. That should never happen. Usually Primal Beasts are like 4th and 5th, maybe even 6th, because they just don't farm. They have too long cooldowns on their abilities. V-Tune.
Can they kill him though?
They are trying their absolute best. It's perfectly calculated.
He didn't get the strength morph off. That's why he was walking around with just 1,000 health. I hear a roar.
Earth Splitter. Mikey's going to take a hell of a lot of damage, but he blade mails some of that back to the Elder Titan. Kami pushed in with a Wild Wing Ripper. Rolling Thunder from Warwick. Charging through his Mikey. Missing almost everyone. Chen heal, and the mech is there, but he is dropping. Is he dying? Yes, he is. He would have just gotten pulverized off cooldown. Shibe down. Kami will be taken as a response again.
Good fight. Or Night Pulse. They can get more. They'd be even happier. But sure, they lose V2, but they kill the highest value target. Too. Yeah, big win for them now.
I don't know why they're diving a tier 2 tower, though. I mean, that was the only way the Primal could have ever gone, seeing the Rolling Thunder was coming his way. He had to dodge it, not to get stunned by it. And that also means that he's missing on every target, because that Pango's direction was a very protective one for his team.
No, they're being a little too aggressive on Team T, but you can say this My Knight is free farming, and he is making good use of that time to be top net worth.
Yep.
Warwick is...
Chen Army almost dying completely there.
Look at... You know, again, the script feels very familiar. Night Pulse and Game On, what were their supports doing? They weren't able to get items, they weren't able to have an impact on the map. They're not, like, not having impact, but their net worth is just so low compared to the enemy side. Kami reveals his Ags, instantly dies twice. It's all very familiar, you know?
Another charge in. This time, the roar comes out. Lasso used on Kami. Beastmaster needs to get him rid of. He's doing a nasty amount of AoE damage. Eki almost dies to it as he charges on top of Kami, but he's out, and Warwick with a defensive Rolling Thunder. Shibe on the chase, but he's not the best one to do it. Janter, Cinder Brood, and Vessel. He might just die to this.
Boom. Thunder. Oh, the Thunderclap misses.
Hadouken and everything flying in. It's just not enough damage by 30. 30 damage. It's all I needed.
Thunderclap didn't reach, otherwise that would have been a kill. But still, look at them. They still haven't killed the tier 2, but they still continue to dive high ground. They're like, yo guys, let's just keep going. Hype is available on the Brewmaster, by the way.
Next level pressure.
Maybe it would be best to ease up slightly and take some objectives, though. I can't help but feel like Team T is making this unnecessarily difficult on themselves.
Well, I mean, they're shutting down the Beastmaster, but they're not addressing this Morphling. So even if you do go for pushing objectives, Morphling still gets the free farm. I think this is okay.
Yeah.
But I think I agree with you. I think pushing towers would be the smarter one to go for here.
What they're doing is working, but that doesn't mean that it's the
yeah,
best
exactly.
plan.
It's working what they're doing right now, so they keep repeating it.
but it's also like this is the riskier plan. They're like, well, maybe they're having fun. They're like, we can drop a game if we absolutely have to. I don't know if that's the right mentality, but again, if it works, you can't really
Controls
criticize
BKB.
it.
Yeah, definitely ready to
I
fight.
hear
They're all
Warwick.
showing up here. He might have to use it. He gets it off. He gets roared at the same time, though. But this troll is fine.
Mikey,
Warwick,
he's up.
his ulti is running out. Mikey is in trouble of it. He is down to 800 HP. But the lasso on Warwick, and Warwick might just drop here. Vassaled up and damage pushed back. Flame break and everything. And Smiling Knight will get himself that kill he was looking for. Pulverize. He insta-cancelled it. Has to dodge the Earth Splitter. Or unless he moved right after he cast it, or he got mini-stunned by something. But that ulti breaks into a 21-minute Wisdom and the Tormentor.
That's what Team T has been doing since the 40-minute mark, right? They've been trying their best to make sure that they are right there on the Wisdom Ruins when they spawn.
Yep.
And
these are some pretty big shards. You got Ancients now on Chen.
Granite Golem? Hell yeah! 70% extra health, why not? Honestly, I feel like this is one of the best literal creeps auras you can get.
Yeah.
You know, I know people.
It should be the best.
I don't know why people are like the Black Dragon or something like that, like, or the Thunderhide. I'm like, they're good. But have you seen 70%
Thunderhide is good for pushing. Golem is overall good for anything because it's just literally HP. Maybe some heroes like the what was it called? The Ice Troll?
The Time Lapse, yeah.
The smaller one,
aura.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's right there in front of us. It's not much though, isn't it? Like 5% or something? It goes. We'll see.
Well, depends what your team has. If you have an Enigma, 5% is actually quite a lot.
5% does go a long way. I think it actually goes up to that. It's like 5, 7, 9, 11, something like that. So it can go up pretty decently.
Yeah.
Smoke up from everyone.
Smoke on
Go,
smoke.
Sean.
And they see the
Sean's
axes
the
flying in. Jibe is right there. Barrel misses. Lasso connects from Eki, though. That's a very long-range lasso.
What can he do?
And Kami will go down. Warwick rolling in the back line. Smiling Knight charging to the front, though. And Elder Time's going to be there to be caught. V-Tune trying to TP away. And they can't see him. They couldn't see the Pango. Sorry, the Morphling. And instead, yeah, they tried to push him closer to Mikey. But instead, the bird pushes him in the wrong direction.
They're so confident on Team T, by the way. Troll didn't even have his ultimate. He's just like, I don't think they're going to kill me, guys. He had 20 seconds when that fight began, and they just go for it. Mikey's going for Heart, and he has Eternal Strong and Blade Mail. He's so hard to bring down. Oh, God.
Now with the Aegis.
Greaves available as well. They've also got that great Healing Lotus on Suneko. Remember, that was a game changer in the previous one.
And this team has been looking so good today.
Yep.
Night Pulse, I'm a bit curious about the they have not been able. I feel like V-Tune has been with the supports, the ones that have been on the board. But this has not been Kami's day. This has really not been Warwick's day either.
Nope.
TT, all of their cores have been looking good. Both games in a row.
And the supports have been also doing their job, right? Like Suneko is a huge factor in their victory, right? In their current victory as Kami. Oh,
Is this a bait? Is this a bait from Shibe? They're trying to control him all the way through, but he still has. He's just not dying. And Mikey charges in on the Elder Titan, gets the Pulverize off.
Boom.
Warwick's shield almost completely gone. Mikey has a haste rune, by the way, so that trample did do a nasty amount of damage. Till the end is gone. Warwick rolling back and forth. Can't get their connections through. And there's the lasso. That pulls in Kami. He's gone too.
That's sustained, by the way, with the Granite Golem and as well as the Satyr. So they're healing a huge amount, as well as getting... Like, everyone's walking around with 2,000-3,000 health. Mikey's got 3.8.
They call it. They're done. Night Pulse is out. Night Pulse is out of the tournament. And Team T is your first grand finalist.
Bit of a dud compared to game one, but great execution by Team T. Like, I love the aura build. Mikey is really the star, right? Just running at them, killing them all. He heard what we were saying. He's like, yo, I'm ready to show you guys what I can do. And
Suneko got his Chen, man. So, I mean, 10,000 healing. This game was only 24 minutes.
The healing, the Granite Golem, like we said, the last fight, I was looking at, Brewmaster's 2.2, Trolls 2.4, Mikey's 3.8 thousand. And that's a lot of health to shoot through, on top of Pipe, on top of BKB, on top of Aegis. And I can understand why Night Pulse was like, this ain't happening for us, boys.
It certainly wasn't happening. Night Pulse out of the tournament. It feels weird that this is the case, but Team T just looks so much better. It comes down to one single series. It's not a double elimination bracket or anything. So the better team obviously takes the win here. And, you know, Team T, they go to the grand finals. Night Pulse, though, missing out on some important circuit points because they were in the top 4 as we started this third tournament. So sure, they get some points for taking 4th place, but it's not enough to secure a LAN invite yet because they would have needed a grand final spot.
True, but there's one more relog, so maybe they can get this thing done in time and make it up there. Winning this match would have doubled the amount they got this game with this tournament from 25 to 50, which would have been nice. But you know, you're in the money, you're in the points. You can't feel too bad about it.
No, but pressure definitely if they want to think about a land with you know, 10 times the prize pool incoming. So that's going to bite you if you don't just have enough points, because now Team T is going to score more and they might just get past Night Pulse if we're even potentially looking at a tournament winner. But we have a second series that will decide the opponents for them and then truly see if that storyline holds. It's going to be Dandelions versus One Move. That game is scheduled to start in an hour. So until then, we're going to be going on a bit of a break here. Atomo's also going to take a bit of a breather too. We have Kips coming in for that second series. I'm still going to stay here with you guys, but do make sure you follow Atomo as well on social media. You can find him especially on I think Twitter or X these days.
X.
And at Otomo Dota. Go make sure you go give this guy a follow as well. But, you know, you're going to be seeing me here later on today as well. So until an hour, we're going to be back with our second playoff series with Dandelions and One Move to find out the next grand finalist from Europe's third tour. See you guys in an hour.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best play home.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Let's go. Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
So we have a second series of the day starting right up now, as our first finalist is already guaranteed to be Team T, knocking out Night Pulse in a swift 2-0 fashion. Now we are left over with 3 teams remaining. Dandelions on one move. One of these 2 teams is going to get knocked out. The other marching into the playoffs to face Team T for that $25,000 and the rest circuit points, which would be huge for a team like One Move, because Dandelions are 99.9% guaranteed to go through unless they go through some roster shuffles. But outside of that, this team pretty much guaranteed for the LAN event at the moment, with teams dropping out, especially with Night Pulse, who already had a small saldo of points in their account. But now, you know, it couldn't be a tougher challenge for One Move. They already knocked out Namiga, but this one is a whole different beast, Kips.
It definitely is, yeah. Dandelions have been one of our most, throughout all of the tours of RES, one of the most consistently high-performing teams. And, well, thank you, production, for just switching over like that. We do have Nande, Mobe, Palantimos, Desire, and Kidero here. Of course, it has been one of my biased teams because of my boy Palantimos, former carry player of Vega Squadron in my time. But we've seen good performances out of every single one of these players. Definitely shout out to the support duo as well. Desire and Kidero have been very, very nasty, especially in the laning stage. We've seen good things out of them. So a worthy challenger for One Move to prove themselves against. If they want to go to the LAN, what better way than to beat these guys? Because, whoa, Ethereal, Triple S, Dr. Bum, best name in the tournament, bar none, and Rain.
Yeah, and if I understood correct, Squadex should be standing in for Ethereal today.
Still with Squadex, huh? Yeah, that's... When I casted them yesterday, going past Namiga, they looked so sharp. And Harry and I kind of agreed that they lost the drafts twice, but they outplayed their way past that deficit so smoothly that it is very hard to say, like, hey, there's no influence whatsoever here. Squatic is just, you know, he's just a player. He's good at mid. He's been at TI, whatever. No, I think we're seeing very big impact on the shot calling here from him. And that is what makes One Move such a dangerous opponent right now.
Yeah, you could have maybe said that Namiga were stronger than One Move coming into that series, but with a 2-0, they cleanly swept away those thoughts that Namiga would be the stronger out of the two. But of course, Dandelions, they've winning the group yet again. It's a trend that they continue to build onto. Haven't faced their playoff opponents yet as they started today. One Move, of course, warmed up from their yesterday's series. But I think this is a really spicy matchup in some ways, because Squadex is ultimately, if he is playing today, if I understood correctly, that he would be standing in as he's been standing in for multitudes of matches during their group stage, brings in quite a lot of that high-level threat, which I think Dandelions has been sometimes lacking in their matchups. There hasn't been this big threat rate boss to deal with. So is this the first time they get put into that position, or are they already familiar with everything that is thrown towards their general direction that they can just surpass and overcome?
I mean, there have been a couple of decently big names as challenges, right? We've seen VTune on Night Pulse is definitely a player to be worried about from time to time. Can also talk here about, well, maybe not Crystallize necessarily. Mind Control on Rest Farmers comes to mind, but MC maybe not as sharp in his laning stage as he should be right now. And as for Squadex, this man looks sharp in the laning stage, in the draft, in the game. He's been absolutely phenomenal, even on heroes like Void Spirit, which, you know, I'm a patented hater of the Void Spirit, and he looked so clean on that hero. It makes me sad.
Yeah, a lot of those players that you mentioned were mostly carries on offlaners, so I do think this is the first time a mid laner really gets to challenge Mobai, who has been stellar throughout every single game, an absolute force. He gets his hands on his Ember Spirit, most importantly, plays it differently than the rest of the pack, and makes it work better than the rest of all these other mid laners that we saw in Group B. So they are going to let, for now, his hero slide through. One Move, of course, targeting our usual suspects here. And Dandelions, of course, taking away some of those powerhouse heroes, the Weavers, the Tinies. Maybe you could also mention Gyrocopter being one of those big threats they want to remove early on in the first phase. But, you know, they get their hands on their Brewmaster. We're, again, shifting to, you know, Palantimos in the first phase. We've seen him quite a lot in the last phase, in especially the final games of their group stage, where he'd be like, Tidehunter. Tidehunter again. I'm good with this. So now they go back to the first phase brews.
I do think that this is a little bit of a testing the waters kind of thing. A brew is always going to be good, and so this is the phase of the game where you want to pick it up to get the most out of the fact that you're hiding a lot of your other picks right now. One move answering with the Sand King. I do think that brew is a little overpicked right now. The stats haven't looked that good. The game impact hasn't looked that good. So I'm hoping for Dandelions that they've got some picks with a little bit more oomph to follow this up once they have more information.
Yeah, I mean, this was a hero that was bound to be banned in the second phase, the Sand King, so I like that they secured for themselves early on. This could just be our both offlaners already locked in, potentially even our mid laner if Squadex wants to play, but it doesn't really ring like a Squadex hero to play, so I'm fairly certain this should be going into the offlane. Squadex so far, Ember Tiny, Shadow Fiend, Void, and Storm Spirit have been on his list. So I think Ember's going to be highly coveted. Does one of these two teams decide to ban it? Dandelions let it through.
Yeah, I mean, angling for it themselves, I'm sure. And of course, if you're MOBA, you also know, or you are convinced that you know the best how to counter it as well. So I wonder if he would go so far as to pick a Huskar. Maybe that's just not quite one of his own heroes. That's always what you have to wonder about, of course.
And it's also setting up a good Batrider here because they banned out the TA. You'd think TA is pretty good, but Phoenix is also, if they somehow magically pulled off like a mid Phoenix on the side of one move, that could also hurt the Batrider quite a lot. So I wonder if that is a hero on their mind. Of course, then you think about the Nyx Assassin, you think about Snapfire, of course, banned in the second phase here by one move. But in the first phase, that is. But there are plenty of options to look at. Though, you know, are we going the Rubik Jakiro route? Then I guess we are.
This is our standard spiel by now.
It is our
Jakiro
standard.
is still in. Is there space for a Rubik and or a Morphling? Will the supports be too reactive if it's a Rubik pick here? That is definitely mine as well. But since there's no other supports on the board right now, we don't know that just yet. I'm curious about Disruptor here as well.
No, I don't think we're going to see Disruptor. I think we're going to see Chen more likely if Dandelions want to secure it. Because, you know, Disruptor, I think he's still pretty underpicked at the moment. And, you know, he has that same good old caliber spell set. But he's no good, really, versus the Sand King. I feel like he's a bit wasted, maybe, on the Jakiro. They don't know enough to pick a Disruptor pick. That would be good if you're suspecting a Storm Spirit, a Puck, or something like that. But there's no indicator towards that right now.
I mean, I rate Sand King as sort of a wonky melee Puck, which is why I am interested in the AoE silence, the anti-mobility, the glimpse packs, etc. And of course, these Sand Kings are all too spoiled right now to buy Yule Scepters, so that is one of the reasons as well.
And yeah, I think, you know, Yules and Wind Waker is also a great way to counter as well versus the Disruptor. But we're going to get the Kadaro Warlock, which the last time we got to cast was... The game was some really good bonds and a couple good ultis, and then also one pretty horrible ultimate, which I saw cast on like maybe one hero under a tier 2. They start to charge at you after that, and they just wipe the whole team. It's kind of like, what can you do? You know, happens from time to time. But overall, I'd say like 80-85% a very good Warlock game from him.
The sustain is very nice versus the amount of damage over time that one move is going to be bringing in, especially now that the DK is only on the board, and this is a pick that I think is definitely inspired by the happenings of this weekend. We've seen these DKs get too big to handle, too much armor, too much HP, no damage on the opposing team to actually stop off this DK. Even, you know, you can say, okay, but does the DK's damage scale that deep? Not necessarily, but does that matter if the hero just simply cannot die? And you were talking about this Batrider. I still feel ambivalent about the Batrider here, but since this is looking to be a support Batrider, I think this is where I like it the most. Shove out waves very far up, demand attention from multiple heroes to get picked off. and sometimes still escape from that situation. Take farm out from under their noses, cut those waves. I greatly enjoy that type of Batrider gameplay.
Yeah, well, we'll see if it ends up being a support. There's at least 3 flexes on the side of one move that they can still shift around. It's just down to do they pick the Ember Spirit now or not. We're then going to get more information about our matchups. Otherwise, it could be just a standard Ember versus DK. I feel like Batrider would be good versus the Ember. Sand King, I don't feel that much necessarily versus the Ember Spirit. I think that one, I think, is a bit more Ember favored in the end. Of course, Mobai has won every matchup so far, so I don't think he cares too much. Even if they put Batrider mid, play DK as a carry, we'll see.
I think it'll be DK carry.
I think there's room for it because, you know, the Bruise up against you in the lane versus, and also most likely the Rubik. You have enough durability in that lane. You have Jakiro, very tanky support, pretty harassy. Can make that one work. But if they do put DK mid, put Batrider as a 5-4 because you have the Jakiro in the team, Sand King Jakiro feels like a bit of a weird lane. I think we're looking at Batrider core. I don't like the Batrider support with the cores that they have right now.
Let's see about that, because I personally think that there's no Squadix hero on the board yet. He definitely feels the most like a kind of a classic mid laner. He wants his impact, he wants to scale, he wants his mobility as well. This is a nice switch up. You can see why I have to think about that one for a bit. Yes, a curiosity indeed. I mean, it is going to be really hard to bring down a Pudge with how steady and slow the damage output from one move is.
5 seconds remaining.
Gonna have to refresh a bit on our Pudge statistics. This is our first Pudge of the tournament. It's been banned once, but picked as 0. Nada. Was it banned by Shibe team at the group stage? All right.
Now, when you have multiple damage instances, but they're low individually, then the flash hit blocks so much damage. So it's gonna work for the Batrider, it's gonna work for the Jakiro, it's gonna work for the Sand King. That is the reason behind the Dandelion's pick here, and they're saying, okay, you have a DK that can't die, we're gonna go for a Pudge that can't die.
Yeah, you'd have to pick some early points in Meat Shield, at least for Pudge, to be a tad bit durable. But yeah, scaling-wise, it does take away quite a lot. Heavy magical damage, you could think about Eternal Shroud being the item to go for at one point for the Pudge. And Dandelions, you know, it looks like Mobai wants to play this Pudge, so they're banning out the Ember and picking a... Is that a Dawnbreaker carry I'm looking at? Because I don't think that's a mid Dawnbreaker either.
No, I think that would be, I mean...
Those are having fun.
Yeah, Dawn mid Pudge carry question mark. I think it's mostly down to the matchups in this case. And you are right that one move still have a lot of flexibility in what they can do here. So Dandelion's probably deliberately leaving that open for themselves here.
Well, pretty interesting shift at least. And here we go with the Wind Ranger.
That's a Squadix hero.
It definitely is. And Nande going for the carry Pudge. So indeed, a Mobai mid Dawnbreaker. You know, man wants to write the meta. So sure, go ahead. Give it a try. Give it a run. See how that works.
I'll give it a wind run, though. That is a very unusual matchup here. That's for sure. The Windrunner versus Dawnbreaker. You have to imagine that is decently Windrunner favored, though. Of course, the Dawnbreaker, there is a reason why she's played as an offlaner. Her big impact comes from levels, her big damage comes from levels. You're going to be immediately getting impact across the map once you got your level 6 coming in, and the Wind Ranger definitely has to scramble for that a little bit more. But nonetheless, I've got a feeling that Squadix is going to be very happy with the amount of farm that he's going to be getting out of this lane, because I just don't see Mobai challenging him.
Well, we'll see about that. At least you have an instant level 6 rotation to the side lane. No TP is required. Just ult yourself right there to dish out your damage. So Mobai could easily look for some plays with this Pudge. Most importantly, pretty sustaining lane with the Warlock Pudge. Warlock can always heal the Pudge up. You have Fatal Bonds with rot damage. Kind of works as a poor man's agonyms for this Pudge. Brewmaster, Rubik. I mean, I think there's slight kill potential, but it's versus a fire DK, so I don't think this DK is going to be that easy to hunt in the end. Squadix, I mean, you get to play these early, not just Squadix, you get to play these pretty early timing heroes for one move, which matches up to Dandelion's timings. They have maybe the better late game slightly on the side of Dandelion's, but it's hard to say how they have a better lineup because they might be scaly, they might be damage dealy, they might be very, very tanky. You've got triple strength cores and no timber to worry about this game. But getting there, and how do you get there? What's your objective damage looking like? You don't really hit towers with this lineup.
No, not at all. You're definitely going to have to go for kills in order to get those towers. Especially for the tier 1s, you're going to lean pretty heavily on getting Palantimos in the right position with his ultimates, take a couple of towers down that way. But then afterwards, it might get a little hard if you don't have an overwhelming farm advantage. The outplay potential is definitely on one move side here.
Yeah, it could grind into a halt after our laning stage exit happens and takes place. Maybe some skirmishing, maybe some fighting here and there. But Dandelions, they have their items they need to hit, especially for Nande. You can look at his quick buy. He wants that Agonisms, and he wants nothing else. Nobody's stopping him from getting that item. It's going to be a really core, really crucial item to pick up. Because if you're playing a core Pudge, you buy face boots. If you get rocked over, if you lose your lane super hard, that Pudge is instantly demoted to a support, and a support Pudge with face boots is waste.
Yep.
Getting to that Agonyms is of utmost importance.
30 seconds to battle.
It is. It's going to amplify your farm, it's going to amplify your damage in team fights, your impact, and it's very important for the synergy.
And just in general, like the longer the Pudge stays alive, deals damage, you have Warlock heal, you have the Dawnbreaker ult, you have a nice amount of sustain to keep the Pudge alive before he has some sort of magic resistance item in his inventory. Take BKB or Eternal Shroud that I was bringing up earlier on. Before those, you have a great way to sustain the hero. It just needs to stay alive. But you can definitely fight. You've got Flayer's Hook picked up on this Pudge. For carry, I would have thought he'd go for Fresh Meat. But, you know, the extra cast range is still there, even if they did nerf the cast speed, or the projectile speed, which was really the bread and butter of this Flayer's Hook facet. Gonna go for the quick yoink. There you go.
Very nice. Ryan not wanting to risk his own life and limb there.
So we get this game underway. The second semi-finals. Winner goes to the grand finals. Important points for one move. Circuit points, that is. Not only just on top of the prize pool money. We're talking about the second last European tournament. They've already made their way into the top 4 from the top 6 round. It was the play-ins. They could somehow overcome Dandelions. That would be a huge feat. It's not going to be easy.
Would be. No, absolutely not. But this is the time and the place to do it. And man, Nande getting run down. 5 stacks, 6. Yeah.
That is definitely a very quick rundown there. Napalm stacks and stingers thrown into the mix. And Pudge, well, you have 2 armor. You don't really do well versus physical damage.
No, you do not. And that is, yeah, your Warlock has Fatal Bonds, which is great if you get to throw in any harass here, but right now you're just going to be at the mercy of that Sand King Stinger and getting the wave shoved into you.
Yeah, and the Caustic Finale, which also hurts quite a lot, because this should be a one-move favored lane when you think about Caustic Finale and Fatal Bonds, how they work. So every creep that basically drops pretty low, obviously it's not on the enemy wave. If that worked, that you could put bonds on your allies and they get healed somehow, that would also hurt the Caustic Finale quite a bit here. But you have big nukes on both sides. The other just builds damage much slower, which is the Pudge and the Warlock, compared to this Sand King Batrider lane that they've made for themselves.
Yep. True.
I
and
wasn't
the other...
liking the Batrider support lane until I saw that Pudge pick. If that was going carry, I was like, well, now I like it a whole lot more because this is obviously Radiant favorite, the soft lane.
Is, I want to say more than Radiant favorite. I think that if you play this lane wrong on the Dire, it might become unplayable and we're going to see a very sad Pudge trying to catch up in the jungle.
Not optimal for Dandelions, but then again, Palantimos is already getting a good start playing versus the DK. He'll be happy. He's going to thrive in this lane, and it really just comes down to the mids here. Where does SquadX move? When does SquadX move? Mobe, of course, that Solar Guardian is always up, so every dive when you're about to hit level 6 on this Dawnbreaker, going to be super important to do those quick calculations in your head. Can we burst through the Solar Guardian heal?
I wonder if we're going to see an Axe this game as well. As Mobe, yeah. Can't contest SquadX that much until he can get in range, but when he does, that wind range are pretty darn fragile.
Jakiro going down here, so Dandelions will get themselves their first kill, and it goes for Palantimos.
He's busy. I think this is almost a comparable lane to the situation top, where the DK might be a little bit more sustainable than the Pudge, but he is definitely not going to do anything to stop off this Brewmaster whatsoever. Luckily for him, he has a Jakiro. That is a fantastic source of extra harass, but a Jakiro alone is not enough to actually stop Palantimos from having a whale of a time here.
Yeah, the DK doesn't really complement this Jakiro, and the Jakiro doesn't really complement the DK either, so it's a bit of a weird lane.
The Dragon Bros.
Dragon Bros indeed.
Maybe that's why dragons are quite solitary animals normally. These skills just don't really synergize.
Yeah, and
No
you know,
point.
look at most video games, they end up being pets after all, so yeah, they have a master.
That's or bosses, depending.
Yeah. But this Jakiro could be the boss, and maybe the DK's the pet.
Possible. He's certainly only half.
Top kill
half a
though.
dragon. Jakiro's double.
Able to take down
Nice.
Triple S, and
and
that's
a
a good
bonus.
hook here. That's a very good landing there from Nande. Batrider, of course, running away a bit, but of course building up napalm stacks as he goes. All of those do hurt the Pudge, but he's also maxed out on the Magic Wand. Very, very important kill here to pick up. I didn't see how it went down in the first place, but it did look a bit like Fatal Bonds in the creep wave sinking in the middle. Pudge
Tower,
doing the level 2 rock damage. Level 3 timing is pretty good. Bottom lane, Jakiro looks like he's going down for a second time here. Palantimos to secure his second. Not much Woe can do.
Absolutely not. No, that's the other thing about this bottom lane here as well. It's the DK can't do much to protect his compatriot. It's really quite similar to the top side, honestly. Nande can only ever hit a hook, and that's it.
He is ahead in experience for the time being. Well, as I say that, Sun King does end up farming the hard cap. And you got a bunch of these nasty little golems that keep on spawning.
I love the nasty little golems. Warlock does something. My goodness. It's only been like, what, 15 years?
Yeah. Actually useful.
Yeah. I mean, pretty soon, a lot of these Dota heroes can buy beer in Germany.
You say bear or beer?
Beer. No, I'm not Rob.
So Mobai now has his level 6 online. We'll just have to keep an eye open for Dawnbreaker rotations. Mainly defensively. I don't think she ever really needs to leave the lane. Like, this is one of the luxuries you have playing this from the mid lane position, is you don't have to run to save your side lanes. You can just wait for stuff to happen. Because Palantimos doesn't need to force anything in this lane. This DK is still a late game carry in a sense. That's not really going to feel like too big of a threat, especially when he's on fire instead of corrosive. Talking about the top lane, Nande might just drop here to Triple S, but Dawnbreaker's a bit late for this one. Mobai is here to clean up, though. Take down the Sand King. I'm not sure, was he occupied there by SquadX by a bit? He doesn't even have Shackle Shot.
No,
Very
I
awkward.
really don't. Yeah, a little awkward indeed. I think that was a bit of a miscommunication. Now Kadaro, Warlock not great at contesting with some runes.
No. SquadX takes the contest out of him with that kill. Important for the win to also get himself on the board. So one mid rotates and the other just I don't know, walks into an opponent and takes him.
Scuttles on over. We do have the moment nearing where we're going to see level 6 on Palantimos. That is where the decision for the bot lane will be made. Can this DK stand his ground, survive the attempt that is coming in, and keep that bot tower alive for longer? Which is one of the reasons why you pick this hero as a safe laner, right? It's much like a lifestealer. Takes a lot of effort to dislodge him from the lane.
Yeah, he's very durable. That courier is going to go down, though. And here comes Kitaro with Mobai. And indeedly, this DK is history. I have to cancel out the Starbreaker for a second, but maxed out Celestial Hammer. There goes your DK that will fend off Jakiro. Palantimos trying to catch him with the Cyclone. Unfortunately, can't find him in the trees. Kitaro, he won't hesitate to drop the Golem on top of this Jakiro, and Mobai will finish off this Jakiro as well. Make himself a double. And topping the net worth again.
Gets you that golem as well to shove the bottom tower with. DK is already coming back in though, and you have Squadix threat on your mid tower, so Mobai does need to go back.
Whoa, he's taking the portal top, and there's a Pudge waiting on the other side.
Hello.
Literally just walks into him. Meanwhile, mid Mobai is also getting dove under, but he TPs away. That was a no lasso bat rider. Oh, triple S? Okay, I thought that epicenter went through, but Woe is gonna go down. This DK, well, he is a Woe, but not for Nande.
Woe is him. Indeed.
Two
That
separate
is,
fights.
yeah, clever rotations from Palantimos here, and now this DK will not have a TP scroll when he returns. Creeps have been dealing damage to the bottom tower. This is the way to get that space open. Of course, Squadix is trading mid. Nothing to do about it.
Yeah, and it's not a lot of a comfort here for this Sand King hero. Does get end up getting caught with a hook by Nande. He just doesn't know where he went, so just a bit of rot damage. Maxed out rot. Dealing some damage onto him. But yeah, them pressuring this DK made Nande's game so much easier. And oh, he's got some juicy stacks. Oh, look at that. Look at where Pudge is sitting right now. Ooh. Easy camp or not, that's a ton of money for him.
Very nice. Is that gonna be bracer funds? Might be.
I love how
Squadix
he's timing his E for this
magic damage.
Squadix falls and a quick pause coming out right after that.
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends?
Kitaro pinging in the tailwind facet there. Yeah, bonus movement speed. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you're stunned by a Starbreaker or a lift from Rubik. Still gonna go through. Yeah, when I was talking about Nande, I was like, why isn't he cleaning this camp right away? But he is in no hurry right now, and I love how he's maximizing his meat shield to farm this camp. So he did it for the duration, and as it wore off, he didn't continue to clean up this easy camp. Like a lot of people would have done it just to, you know, maximize speed and efficiency. But in Nande's eyes, he's thinking about the long run. How much HP am I going to have left when I go to the next camp that I'm going to start farming, and the camp after that? So
how about at your tower that is going to still be under siege by Sand King? You can't just turn up to that lane with half HP.
Nope, not at all. So very, very nice little play there with waiting for that 20-second meat shield.
Yeah. Thumbs up from me.
Not a lot of flesh heaps, but he's all right from the slaning stage, bringing up 3, so that's 4.2 strength.
Yeah, not bad. I've seen Pudges with a lot worse.
Yeah.
Ay. With a lot worse. Looking at the Sand King, going for the Blink Dagger halfway there into the pipe afterwards, which is a great decision here. Definitely mostly magic damage coming out from the enemy team. And I gotta say, for Palantimos here as well, he's got the Spirit Vessel right now. We have seen some Brewmasters forego the Radiance in favor of going for the Aura build, and this would be a phenomenal pipe game as well. And I don't know exactly who else is supposed to build it. So perhaps we're going to see Palantimos adapt here as well, but his quick buy isn't telling us anything right now.
Yeah, if he if he doesn't build a pipe, then we need a shroud on Pudge and maybe BKBs on the side for our 2 other cores. So that could also be an option. Just skip the pipe. It's sometimes it's just too expensive
Make your
to
support
build.
sad. Do it.
Yeah, it's still too expensive of an item. So if you have
It's very
heroes
expensive.
that build BKBs, might just be that he skips it completely. We'll have to wait and see what Palantimos' decision is going to be. Pudge, meanwhile, halfway towards his Aghanims. Didn't want to finish off that Bracer right away, so, you know, min-maxing not only camps, but also his economy.
Yeah, I loved seeing like the bracer recipe sitting in his inventory or in his quick buy there. Like, you know what? No. No. Once upon a time I wanted this, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I do not anymore. And here's exactly why he wanted to be at full health, because then he has a chance, perhaps, maybe, yeah, of turning this. Hook him under tower.
That is really big. If they can just kill him right away. The epicenter's out there. Squadix is down. Triple S is dropping low. Nande is surviving. The golem from Kadaro. And they zoned them out. 3 kills for Dandelions. Pudge lives. Gets 1 extra flesh heap stack from that fight. And yeah, you are... You've got your burst. You've got your sustain. But only one team is enjoying that engagement.
Fantastic reactions there out from Dandelions. And maybe a little bit of whiplash for one move, because the teams that they've faced so far have not reacted as swiftly and decisively as their opponents right now.
Radiant's top tower is under
That
attack.
is going to be costly for one move. I think that was the one big play that opens up your Wind Ranger's game, gets her closer to the Maelstrom. Now that you lost also your Sand King, his Blink got pushed back. And the same problem is arising for the Batrider, because they're both needing these Blinks. We have a
Yes.
Midas DK coming up. Our Wind Ranger didn't get a proper kill from that engagement, died as well. So that is actually more costly than the 4K net worth lead you see on Dandelions right now. These are kind of like game-losing fights when you lose that many heroes under a tower and don't get the kill you're looking for.
Absolutely. And you want some of these side lane towers to go down, because that Batrider, I was talking about how you play him, how far you go forward to get that farm, take it out of the enemy's pockets. As long as there's no towers down, you don't get to play him like that.
Might be able to kill this Rubik here. At least they'll have to let Mobai walk away with that Haste Rune popped on the Dawnbreaker. Did drop pretty low there. Meanwhile,
Whoa.
a chase on Woe. And where's your TPs now? They're nearby, running over. Palantimos throwing the DK into the air as Mobai was throwing in the hammer. So missed out on that early burst damage, but doesn't seem to worry about either of these. So full on HP. Palantimos getting pushed back with the lasso. I think he's just going to fight it all the way to the end, because there is a Sand King coming in. Secure this one, but Mobai is not done. He's going to come to the rescue. Epicenter didn't quite go through for Triple S. Raine's down. Palantimos finally getting killed here. Long effort, and into the hook as well from Nande. Straight to the camp. I hope an Ogre doesn't throw a sudden stun. Not this time. Desire helps secure the kill. Another flesh heap stack for the Pudge.
Beautiful contributions from him there.
It's just not working.
It really is not. One move, they have a lot of damage, but again, it's slow, and that means that the calls that Dandelions are making here, the heroes that they're bringing in, they have time to walk on in there, especially now that you have the Talisman of Evasion first on the Brewmaster. Very clever pickup there. Really securing a lot of extra time in the brawl versus that Wind Ranger, and making sure that the backup can come in. And that TP out from Mobai into ult back in, mwah.
And there's not a whole lot of stacks waiting for Woe either in this triangle. Haven't had the time to do any. They are the ones who've been forcing these moves, but haven't also been able to play their side of the map efficiently. Triple S finished with the Blink, lining up a pipe. We see the Eternal Shroud coming up with the Pudge, and as you can see, the Pudge just walk in, and Desire instantly pops the Epicenter stolen, but they don't know where the Sand King is. Hiding in a very nice corner there, able to teleport away. And yeah, Radiance on
Huge
the
attempt.
Brewmaster lined up.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Jason
attack.
Jakiro.
Dire are
I don't think
scanning.
there's going to be anything that's standing in between
Yeah.
Palantimos and this food.
I think this Jakiro is going the way of Game of Thrones.
Yeah. At least there's no crossbow bolts this time. Or ballistas even.
No fleets turning up out of nowhere.
Nope.
That we kind of forgot about.
You kind of forgot about, yeah. Good old quotes. Yep, 18-5. Dandelions setting the tempo, getting to play this game the way that they want to play it. And one move, they made maybe one move into the top lane, which cost them a lot, and now they don't have anything left in the bank. Now SquadX is found, TPing out, and cancelled. Meanwhile, mid trying to make an epicenter play on a Rubik here. This is the desperation, but he just moves away with a Burrow Strike. Oh my goodness. Just a support running away. Nande getting a kill in the top lane. I wonder how much one move can take here. This is a very one-sided showing. Dandelions is just on a whole different level.
Absolutely, and this, well, your DK hasn't really been able to get involved either. His damage output is not high enough. He doesn't add any utility whatsoever, so every time that he has seen fights, he has been cut down as well. So that leaves him in a very awkward situation where they're outgunned in the 4v5 as well as in the 5v5.
And they can't even kill a Warlock. It's just the two of them trying to make plays, but Batrider isn't your source of damage. It's the Sand King, and he would need a +1 to deal damage from the setup that he creates, so they just don't have the damage sources that Dandelions have at their hands. Plus, all of this sustain, even just +1 of a sustain on a hero that's getting ganked takes away the damage picture. So what do you have left? You only have an initiation. That's it.
Yeah, and I think the disconnect that's really clear here is the one between the Sand King and SquadX on this Wind Ranger. Oh man. And a bonus.
Not just that, an extra.
Blink at the ready on that Pudge. Once the Eternal Shroud is up, I don't think there are many things that can kill Nande anymore whatsoever. And they're already going for more.
SSS might be able to get Desire. Maybe Palantimos as well with the focus fire with the Maelstrom, but he's also very afraid to stay in the area because Mobai is already here to protect them. Nande with a hook misses on the Sand King. So not even a proper chance to retaliate. At least they got Desire. Seems like the only hero that seems to be dying. Nande with his 2 deaths in the laning stage have been his last. Daro died once, Desire twice. Mobai 17 KDA with 0 deaths. BKB already in his back pocket. The other team just has crumbs. Crumbs of leftovers.
Yeah. Anything that they can scrounge out of the map. Like, still no Batrider blink. And he knows that showing on the wave. This is why he doesn't have a blink. So risky.
It was a good read for Nande to try and catch the Batrider there. Fortunate for him, he's able to dodge this hook. Shield Rune also waiting in the river. Very big pick here for a fresh Aghanim's Pudge.
Oh, yeah.
I want to say fresh because he does have that blink in his inventory too, but this is... that barrier is going to soak up a lot of that rot damage. Then you have Meat Shield on top of it too.
Yep, absolutely fantastic. I mean, half of his HP and we're at 2400 right now. Hell yeah.
They see SquadX. SquadX is back up. And then there's the gank of a gank about to take place. Mobai blinks away. Dire Scan is on point. One move is looking for the Ancient Camp that they would suspect them to go this way. And another connected scan. Now they know exactly where they are. SquadX is here. Golem instantly dropped by Kadaro. Catching the Chikiro. Has his Golem with him to help him. SquadX, though, is saved by the Ice Path. Takes down the first kill. Not an early enough ulti from Mobai, but a nice hook from Nande. Takes down SquadX. And Triple S vesseled up. Palantimos has been having a field day here, not having to lift his fingers too much off of the keyboard. Well, maybe a little bit. You know, mom look no hands, and we're still winning this game.
Yeah. Sometimes you press R and then you need to press a couple of buttons. Tab between a couple of Pandas, but otherwise, yeah, it's been such smooth sailing just with the way that they've been reacting, and I'm not sure any of the items that One Move is slowly scraping together are going to matter for them too much here. This BKB for the Wind Ranger, for example, yeah, you're not going to take that much damage from the vessel anymore, for example, but you only get that brief window, and only if you don't get Blink Dismembered during that.
And another one.
Yeah, and another one. Well, at least that's a Bat Rider with a blink now.
11,000 gold behind. Every kill's going to matter quite a lot. But most importantly, getting kills without dying. Because that's what Dandelions is doing. They're killing. They're not losing members. One move, they get one kill. They lose 3 heroes for it.
Yep. No, the last thing that... Yeah, that was the Desire kill, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Desire kill was the last one that died.
He's farming to his heart's content with that Stolen Sandstorm right now. What a game to be a Rubik, honestly.
Yeah, he's I haven't really seen too much of Rubik this game, to be completely honest. The cores are just out of hands. Oh, they already blinks in. Just walks in with a rock. He doesn't even need his hook to connect. He might just kill the Sand King right there. Kidaro's the one to get this one. Nande tanking the tower. In the macro fire, Pudge could die if they could just pull him into the fire, but they can't. The healing coming up from Mobai. There goes your Bat Rider. And whoa, charging into the back line. There falls Nande. The Pudge has fallen. Squadix and Rhine on the run. Whoa. Trying to make his way out of Mobai. Mobai pops his BKB to a... Actually, so that was DK's BKB that was being popped there, not Mobai. He was stunned right after. So, some kind of retaliation. They got the Pudge. Again, at the cost of one of their supports and the core.
One of the biggest deals. And I can't help but notice that the amount of damage dealt by One Move is definitely higher in that fight. Or, excuse me, the focused fire is a lot higher, but they still lose more heroes. It's rough here, though. Sire down. Golem dropped.
One. Can they get more? This could be the turning point. Squadix has another ulti ready. Targets it straight on the Brewmaster, but he's slowly dying to the Fatal Bonds. They're all taking so much damage. He's just slowly dying on the side of the fight. Mobai will fall to Rhino. This Jakiro, who dealt the most damage in that previous fight, mainly because it was just a Macropire and everyone was getting pulled into it. But Pudge is straight back into action. Takes down Rhine. On the chase for another. That's Triple S. Nande waiting patiently for you to walk his direction, but also under vision. The Ops Ward shows where he is, and here comes Nande with a nice blink dodge from the hook. That lane ward also reveals his entry.
And Dandelion's definitely testing the waters there a little bit, seeing how far are they ahead, how far can they push this, and the answer was not that far. That was still an impressive amount of damage dealt by the Fatal Bonds, but ultimately going 2 versus 4, maybe your lead wasn't quite that good right now.
We are going to get a 4-man smoke here from One Move, and Squadix is going to be the sole hero to show himself. At least Sand King does actually cut the wave, so they now know about this one. Both teams using their scans. Very good read coming out, but they will catch Desire. He'll take the first initiation. He won't be able to pop his Guardian Greaves as he just melts in the fire. Nande coming in, jumps in on the Sand King first before anything else happens. Misses the hook. Doesn't land any of the 3 heroes, and now Pudge is in a bit of trouble. Another 8 seconds with an each shield, but won't be able to get it. Woe will finish him off, and now onto the Dawnbreaker. Things are coming apart a little bit here for Dandelions as they've taken 2 cores, and now Kidaro to fall, make it 4 kills for One Move. And now that they finished the pipe on the Sand King, the blinks on their Sand King and the Bat Rider, Woe with that BKB didn't get the previous fight going, but this one he definitely did. And of course, Wind Ranger. They finally got their items to fight back, and Dandelions instantly pay the price for it. That was... They lose that fight, that game would have been over.
Yeah, I do think so, but I think the most important thing for Dandelions here is that they took that fight still confident in their own capabilities, as well as the pipe really making difference. They know about the double BKBs already, but most importantly, they didn't have their own chaotic offering up yet. And that is what enables One Move to
north of
up,
Rubik as
focus
well.
fire. Yeah.
Still going in a 4 versus 5. It was a good opener there from the Pudge. But that dismember was instantly broken because he does not have a BKB. He's also recognizing that they are slowly starting to deal more and more physical damage, so armor is much needed on a hero like Pudge. Doesn't really scale well in armor.
He's currently sporting a cool, well, depending on his position, somewhere between 12 and 18 armor, which is really not a lot to write home about in this phase of the game when you look at a DK who easily doubles that.
There's a Jakiro around. Palantimos is already chasing the DK forces as well. Backing out for now. Nande would love to continue fighting with this Pudge. He is super strong.
That's what I smoke.
Maybe this time they get the whole team for it. Palantimos, that's not the target to jump for. That's why Squadix is not committing for it. Neither's Rhine, but whoa, he's going to get hooked by Pudge. Pudge gets the stun out, pops his BKB, and they get a very nice setup from Triple S. Mobai is in the middle of all of it, but the Sand King is the one who seems to be dropping first. Nande is getting a lot of lifesteal and a lot of heal in, and he's slowly but surely dead to the DK. Rhine is low on the side. Now they focus the Rubik down. Maybe Rubik will fall. Here comes the heal from Mobai as he returns to the fray. Takes down Woe. And it's a 3-for-1 trade. So Nande, he's the one who ends up soaking up all of that damage, but they did not use the Dawn ulti on him. They used it a bit later on for another opener.
Keeping it a little bit. No, and they were definitely hoping that during that fight, there were, especially the Fatal Bonds, were supposed to make one move back off already. And they did half disengage, not far enough to actually have the Pudge survive, unfortunately for Dandelions, but on the other hand, that was a clear example of why one move won the fight before this, but not this one. That Warlock, the Fatal Bonds, the Golem, really making a huge difference in how one move gets to play these fights.
Yeah, basically one of the supports that kind of counts as a core in a way because the Bonds just does so much damage. Bumps, but by Palantimos, so just have to let him go. Pops the split, hoping he could cancel that teleport, but not in time.
Not in time. I mean, I guess now you have more or less matching cooldowns between the Brewmaster ult and the Warlock. It's a shame that this is a window for one move. They can definitely exploit both of these ults being down. They're gonna have a minute for that. On the other hand, though, I'm not sure if you wanted to do anything yet anyway as Dandelions with the Warlock ult being on CD.
You're gonna have to wait for a bit, especially with the split now down. Maybe 1.5 minutes until we might see a proper fight, unless they really value the Golem that highly that they just wait for that 40 seconds and fight without the split. I guess it's doable. As long as Palantimos is around to provide the auras, has the radiance, has the pipe, which you did talk about in the early game that he might just opt to go for, and he definitely did. Value their supports.
Absolutely. And it's, of course, it also makes your Brewmaster a lot more, you have a lot more contribution in the fight when your ult is not up if you become an Aura Master after.
1 second for the blink. And he already has a Force Staff ready, so he's able to get away. That's the second support that disappears from the eyes of Dandelions.
And slipping through the cracks. I mean, Dandelion's definitely a little short on hard control and hard lockdown if you don't have a good stolen Sand King spells, for example. Are really much better at the team fighting, and the Globals. So
Yeah, Globals indeed.
Smash Jakiro.
They got rid of the Sentry Ward, but... Oh, sorry, that was Rhinus Courier, actually. Not even a Sentry Ward down. Albs is still there, which is showing all of these moves from Dandelions. Brew rocking a nice amount of damage there already.
Rocking at level 20 as well. Very important. We've seen the Brewlings take a lot of damage during the last couple of fights that he's been in, so getting himself at the plus 1200 Brewlings health, very important.
This has been a pretty intriguing game as well, because this was technically supposed to be already over by about 20 minutes by Dandelions. But, you know, one move showing some perseverance, I think is really important for not only just this game, but how the series is gonna end up. Because if you go into game 2 demoralized, thinking, yeah, they just absolutely crushed us, we've seen even worse happen in series like that. Nemiga, I'm looking at you.
Looking at me, sorry, I was looking at Team Liquid actually this weekend, where
dear.
1-0 down in the upper bracket finals. I think that is where they lost the finals already.
Yeah, you could put it that way. Game 1, maybe they were still up to speed and had the spirit, but sometimes teams just get crushed for game 1 losses. Here comes the lasso. Nande is pulled in straight into the base. SSS using the epicenter. They're putting everything on this Pudge, and they have succeeded in taking him down. Kedaro dies to the power shot from Squadix. And with everyone basically scattering away, Golem used, but no damage dealt by Dandelions. That's 10,000 damage to the 500.
Yikes.
Pudge Rot did 200 damage.
Definitely outranged there. That is, once again, Dandelions taking a little bit too lightly about what the opponent can throw at them. And you are limited in your physical damage output because that is Mobai, and he has, I don't want to say a hard time getting enraged, but certainly a hard time staying on top of these targets. Anybody except for the DK is not going to sit still and just let you slap them around. So getting the Pudge taken out of the middle of your fight, having to drop a very awkward golem on enemies that were not grouped up at all. That's, well, I don't want to say a waste of an Aegis, but certainly Dandelions are going to have to go back to the drawing board and think again about what they want this game to look like, because I think they're running out of damage at this point.
Yeah, you could say damage and time.
Mm-hmm.
Those two things seems to go hand in hand. It's still again down to initiations. One move is getting to play on their side of the map. They have the better vision.
Yes.
Dandelions is playing under that vision. And they know exactly what they're going to do, where they're going to come from. There's only so few choke points that they have to worry about. And for Dandelions, there are not that many exits to get out from either. So these have really not been favorable fights for Dandelions. They just don't get to open.
No, I mean, classic initiators, they don't really have. A lot of these mid-game fights were opened up by good hooks or by overextensions from one move in their attempts to buy time and space. And now that one move isn't giving them those easy openings anymore, the waves are getting pushed out by heroes like a Bat Rider, a Sand King. Those are hard catches even if you have a good lockdown, and Dandelion does not.
Also, that Eternal Shroud doesn't feel like it's making Pudge very invulnerable this game. Wind Ranger getting focus fire on, and that looks like Pudge is just gonna melt away.
Mm-hmm.
And there are options for more crowd control on the side of one move. They can build sheep sticks if they want to.
Mm-hmm. And they've got 2 Daedaluses online right now, one for the Wind Ranger, one for the DK, so their right-click damage is scaling nice and proper.
Oh yeah. Woe's farming speed is pretty sick as well on this DK. Fire Dragon bringing in the cleave, so acts as a free Battle Fury since level 1.
He's doing alright for himself.
I mean, I don't know how to feel about it, but literally giving DK Battle Fury at level 1, do you think that's balanced?
I mean, it's a DK. It doesn't scale in remotely the same way as an AM would. So actually, I think it's fine. Like a lot of these heroes that have to get items in order to scale harder have inbuilt farming capabilities. That is sort of the way that we've been doing things with, like, say, the Alchemist, for example. He needs more farm, but he amplifies farm, and it's a DK. Yeah, you scale decently these days, but it's not the same ever since your Black Dragon got, well, hammered.
Because it is, like, when you think into comparison, like, the damage inits, or in this case, talk about, like, maybe talents that give you cleave. Now you have a level 1 cleave that acts as a 5,000 gold item, which increases in value as as the game progresses. So of course, yeah, you talk about late game heroes, but I'm just kind of sitting here like that cleave. I think is a bit too strong because it's always the same.
Yeah, and I think that things like cleave, for example. Oh,
12-second Roche.
Okay. Yeah, look at that bar go.
That goes really fast.
I've never seen it go that fast.
Oh, you have. You've definitely have, because I have a clip, I think on my Twitch channel or something, where you and I were predicting Roche
but
timers,
that was
and it was less than a
spawn,
second,
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was less than a second.
I'm gonna be autistic about this. I didn't see the bar. It was not in time.
Yeah,
this one is the
there was
fastest.
no bar. All right, Dandelions, what can you do? Coming in with a full-on smoke. Smoke on smoke action again. They don't get the jump first. They got the Warlock this time. Kitaro, he does get the Golem off on time. And Squadix is gone. And now they have a chance to beat this fight. Stolen Lasso coming in from Desire onto Woe. Desire is melting though. And he's coming in with the heal Mobai. They take down Woe. They take down the 4th hero as Bum and Rhine just disappear. And even they grab the Warlock, but they're not damage focusing the Warlock down. They did get the sideline initiation with Nande and with Mobai. So it took all the attention off of the Warlock, and he could just freely get his Golem off.
Yeah, that was nuts. The fact that both cores stand on top of each other to focus fire somebody else than the Warlock, so that he lives through getting found first and then gets to drop an ideal Golem. That's rough. One move's fight execution has looked a lot better than that earlier.
Yeah, and most importantly, not even just dropping the Golem, but literally getting Fatal Bonds off when you have a Pudge in your team. All of that AoE damage coming into play from this whole squad. And that's when you have damage. When you were talking about maybe they have damage issues, I agree they have damage issues, but they get Bonds off.
That's a solution. Yep.
That is a solution. So, they claim 1.5 lanes of Rex.
Just like that, and now they can go back for that Roche, and it didn't even matter that it was such an early Roche spawn. He's been sitting here for 1.5 minutes extra anyway.
Has to be at least the fastest Roche spawn in this tournament, but not one that was contested by either team. They just walk into it, as he said. So Aegis and Cheese. Well, second light for the Pudge, and I don't know, maybe one of the supports, maybe Warlock gets a piece of that cheese. He's on the brew for now, but I think Palatimos might just give it away like Hidaro. I think you've earned it.
It certainly seems like the way to guarantee the Warlock living again next time. Or perhaps Palantimos is just going to stand next to him, hold his hand, and then feed him the cheese if he gets low. That's even better.
Shove it down his throat.
Yeah.
Already
Like,
getting strangled
already,
by an enemy lasso.
by the
and they're
lasso.
like, take this cheese.
Shove it through.
Brutal.
And we saw exactly the same mental image there.
Yes. Yes, we did. You know what they say, great minds think alike.
Apparently we have a lot of violence on the brain.
Yeah. Side effects.
Being professional in this industry will do that to you. Palantinos
this-
also inching close to level 25, by the way.
Certainly is. I was looking at the graph here. Can we play the gold graph on the screen for a bit? We can see there was a moment in this game not too long ago when Dandelions lost a lead that they have right now. 12,000 gold ahead. Now we're 9 to 10,000 gold ahead again. So a bit of a dip.
Bit of a dip, yeah. I think one of the things that if you look at it, that gold graph correlates to is the timers on the BKBs. And the long BKBs led to Dandelions having a hard time, and the shorter the BKBs are getting, the easier these fights are getting again for them.
Good old Witch Doctor would say, up, beep, beep, beep.
He do be saying that.
And your last tier 2 is gone, just like that. So one more lane to protect, and the range racks in the mid lane. Not really a worry for Dandelions, but most importantly, smoke. I think they might actually just smoke through top. I saw a line being drawn by Nande. Let's wrap around and go inside their base from the top lane, which I think would be the smart call. You know, smoke inside the base of a lane with no racks. I think it's one of my favorite smoke moves to do.
Yeah, and it's a way to avoid the set piece battle where we talked about how Dandelions don't have a good way to take this base, right? They're not great in this choke point, grouping up for things like the epicenter, all standing in vision, where the Bat Rider can pick and choose whoever he wants, like a kid in a candy store. No bueno. So going into the area of the base where you have more space and finding an initiation for yourself on an unsuspecting hero away from any towers, away from any high ground advantage for either side, yeah, that sounds like a great plan to me.
I'm just picturing in my head. I think the worst case scenario would be 5 force staffs or maybe a refresher on the Bat Rider where he's like, "I'll lasso you up by force staff. Buddies are pushing me forward. Choo choo to the fountain we go."
Yeah, well, there are, apart from his own, there's currently already one Hurricane Pike on the Dragon Knight, and the second one is currently getting finished up by Squadix. So that is
the dream.
3 force staffs.
It might be enough.
Yeah, someone could be taking a dip very shortly.
Dandelions are being cautious about this. There's only 1.5 minutes left on this Aegis. And nobody from One Move is leaving the base, which is the right call. They're wearing out this Aegis timer. They're expecting Dandelions to enter their base. Playing it smart. Playing it calm. Of course, they are getting out-farmed with every passing minute as this continues because they have no access to camps. But it is a deficit that they just have to suck it up.
Yep. I mean, they learned their lesson from the last time that they left the base. Smoking out to see if they could contest Roshan was the worst possible decision. And
Here's
there we
the smoke.
go.
This is the play. We go in for top. We wait for a defender. And it might just be Woe. Do they just jump in right away? Nande catching the Bat Rider. Bat Rider getting blown up right away. He comes in with an instant buyback. Nice Macropire. Placed down by Reine. It's enough to zone out Dandelions for now. Another hook. Bat Rider, he just bought back. Nande, he's got another ulti soon. They don't even need it. He's gone. That's a dieback on the Bat. And the rest of the squad from One Move was not even interested in helping. Thrown to the wolves. Nande's ready for another blink in.
There you go, hook fishing.
Shackle Shot connects in first. He has no movement speed whatsoever. And there's a... That's an interaction. But it doesn't matter. Mobi's dead.
Dying.
He could buy back. He could ult. What does he want to do? Are they sacking Palantimos? He would like to get out. Nande charging in. Here comes Mobi. There's the ult. There's the hook. There's Squad X down. He's gone for 90. Woe will drop as well. And that is going to be the end of game 1 fairly surely as a stolen Burrow Strike from Desire catches both. As a team wipe to end the game, Dandelions will finally, despite having a 12k lead around less than 20 minutes, they recover that lead after, some eventful minutes and a 42-minute GG in the end still for the same team.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a filler episode there, I think. Hero's journey had to be interrupted for a second.
Yeah, I just have to say I love that interaction between the Hurricane Pike and the hook because it was still going to connect, but it just teleported the DK in. Because hook overwrites everything. If it connects, you are going to the spot you were intended to. You're not getting out of that. It's just a funny interaction that happens from time to time. But Dandelion's game to win, but also it was a game that they almost let go.
Yeah, almost let go. Definitely underestimating the potential of the BKBs, the potential of, what's going to happen when you don't have your Warlock ult for those fights. But this is one of the reasons that Dandelions has been doing so well, because they learn from the match as they play it, and usually they don't have to lose a fight twice in the same way to finally learn their lessons, which is always important, because you do see teams that need to get beaten twice in the same way before it starts dawning on them that maybe this was not not the way to go ahead. But no, first time they lose without the Warlock, it's okay that we never fight without the Warlock ult again, and that really does start paying off.
Yeah, sometimes they say you don't need to kick them when they're down, but it's a game of Dota. You definitely need to kick them twice to make sure that they're not twitching anymore. They're not getting back up. But, Dandelions, they secure the lead. Is it going to be a 2-0 or will One Move tie it up? That is after the break.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Let's go. Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Hey, welcome back, people. We're returning from our break with Dandelions on One Move. This series is still undergoing. Game 1 is done and dusted, and it's time to look into the future, which is Game 2's draft that is starting in a couple minutes from now, or at least hopefully very soon-ish. You know, Dandelions, I think you can never underestimate them. I don't think any team takes them for granted. It is the team to beat. But I think they themselves maybe underestimated themselves a little bit with letting One Move back in. Of course, you talked a lot about the BKBs, the timings, the way that they initiate was very polished. We then highlighted a lot from One Move that they literally made the right moves, winning those couple 2 fights that gave them that 12,000 gold swing, allowed them to get those items that would make their team fight even easier than that primary primary fight. Because then the rest of them started to look really hard and really difficult. Most importantly, that top lane fight where they would grab the Warlock, but their other cores were already initiated by somebody else. They hit Nande, they hit Mobai, and they couldn't blow up the most important support, which was the Warlock, who was literally just grabbed by a lasso. And then it's like, well, our win condition just slipped away from our fingers, and they kind of gave that game away in the end on the side of One Move. But do you agree that Dandelions maybe found themselves in a bit of a too easy situation, that they might have, dropped their guard a bit?
Yeah, absolutely. It did look like they were overestimating themselves. And I also do think that they were a little too caught up in how easy it was right now to think about how much of their damage was caught up in the magic damage that was going to get negated by the BKBs that were coming in. Because sure, you can still pick and choose your targets through the BKBs because you have the dismember on the punch, right? But that's not the same as having the same DPS in an AoE that you used to have. And I think that definitely contributed to them dealing a whole lot of damage, but perhaps not getting enough targets down during that window.
Of course, if that translates into same types of game execution, at least Dandelions drafting-wise, I think we might be expecting something a bit similar. Maybe getting a different carry for Nande, most likely. I'm not saying that Pudge was a bad idea, but it was something that they haven't played a lot with, and it didn't really spell the name Dandelions when I see that Pudge coming out from Nande. But, you know, I think it's more about execution, polishing a few edges here and there. One Move, they get their gyrocopter through. This was the first face ban previous game.
Incidentally, one of the few Agi carries that sees proper play right now. I think we're in a phase where the fact that you have to contribute on a carry after pretty much your first item, like that's it. You gotta start bringing things pronto. Yeah, it's these two guys. Those are the Agi carries that you're going to commonly see. And of course, these do not have to be the carries. This does not have to be the carry matchup. Certainly, of course, Dandelion's in a position where you can still play this Morphling into basically anything and have the benefit of the fact that the flak is stealable from the other side by grabbing the form of the gyrocopter.
Yeah, I'm looking at the carry position heroes here on our tournament statistics, and you are right. Morphling, gyrocopter. There's a CK in the middle, which has won all 3 games. That's just been picked in. We have Troll, Ursa. Then we kind of slide away from that. We look at carries, universals. We have Sven's, Wind Rangers, Life Stealers, Klinks. Played once. Had a couple of brood carry games, the occasional PAs, not a very high win rate. But I like how the how this graph kind of builds up, because when I'm talking about broods and PAs and weavers, they're at 40, 33, 28% win rate. When on the other end, Gyro 72, Morphling 70, Troll 66, CK 100. There's like a big disparity between the more commonly picked other carry heroes are not doing so good, except for these two.
Interesting. I mean, I didn't know that, but it's always cool to find out that your instincts are lining up with what the stats are saying.
Yeah,
and it's
you are
also
absolutely
important to check the stats to make sure that your instincts are lining up correctly. 'Cause
Yeah, I'm just checking that Kip saying BSing all.
exactly, exactly. And that is how we do science. This is peer review right here. Love
That
it.
is. I even gave you a nice little link there as well, just to, you know, you can call my BS out. But heading into heading into the second phase, of course, one more band to go for Dandelions, and one move. You also get to secure most likely supports coming up. No Jakiro this time. Oh, surprised people raise their hands.
Honestly, everybody's been banning everybody else. I'm surprised to finally see the Jakiro get banned.
But hey, what about Rubik? Is Rubik an option when there's no Jakiro out there?
Rubik is always an option, especially in this tournament, since we've seen some absolutely aces mid Rubiks play. And let's face it, Sand King still in the pool. That's an opening enough.
Sand King, Beastmaster, those two at least. Bad Rider too, if either team is interested in picking him up. We see the Ench coming out though, so a bit of protection for a potential ET versus the Morphling, which one move might have been considering. I think Ench is just such a great block pick. When you have the second pick in the draft, and you also get to open up second phase with the first pick, Ench is such a value to pick up right there. Like this is the best spot to pick an Ench. If you're protecting a hero with it, and it's also blocking away couple good heroes out of this pool.
Yep. So the Nyx Assassin, and I'm still not sure how I feel about the Nyx into the Ench. Because on one hand, yeah, you get to take away all of her creeps right now. That is a decent impact in the laning situation. You're good at killing her later on as well. But on the other hand, Ench's impact, even without creeps, the amount of harass and healing that she delivers, still really high. Nyx's impact, still quite low. It does, and then of course the Ench, if you don't get to kill her creeps and the amount of contribution that she brings, often there will still be towers falling, which is something that Nyx hates. The tower should be falling on the other side. He wants your map to be small, not his. Those are all problems for a Nyx Assassin. So even though the matchup has gotten better, I still feel a little... It can still very much go either way.
Yeah, it is a good reply to the Ench, and also it does protect the Sand King, so very good support pickups on both sides. It's a lot of storytelling to go with these, because, you know, Nyx usually picked into Sand King, guaranteed stun by just literally walking into Sandstorm, pop your dust. There he is. Catch him, hit him, kill him. He's right there. But now it also protects the Sand King being in the same team. This, though... Is this our offlane duo?
I'd really hope not.
I really hope not either.
That is quite a weak double melee lane.
Yes, that's what I would not like to see as a laning duo. Rather Gyro Nyx, or Nyx plus something and put Sand King in mid.
Yeah.
That's how I'd put it. Has Squadix been playing
Sand
mid
King
Sand King?
Gyro?
I need to look at Throw Tracker. Squadix, what have you been up to?
Go stalk the man as Dandelions. They have some questions to answer. I do think that you could be looking for a pipe builder already here. I think between Sand King, Nyx Assassin, you have good enough of a reason. The mid-game damage output from the Gyrocopter also pretty, especially if it's a support, pretty magic damage focused. You could definitely look to simply secure auras here. I think Centaur, a little underpicked right now.
So if I look at...
Ooh, but we're doing the Palantino special. We're going for the Visage instead.
All right, and the Visage. Good old Asko Manninen out there. Which is the Finnish equivalent for Visage. Have you heard that one yet, by the way?
As in a face? Or...
So, the way he says as commanded, he says like Asko Manninen. Asko Manninen is a Finnish first name and surname. So, you know, he's literally someone.
Okay, he's John Johnson.
He is kind of like John Johnson, yeah. I don't know what Asko is in English, though, for a name, but... Anyway, back to the Sand King data. I was looking up at Squadix. He's only played a few, but they've all been inside this week. He's been winning on it mostly. The other ones I'd be looking at are Tiny, Shadow Fiend, Zeus, Primal Caudal, Shadow Fiend.
Oh.
So, what about his
Ember?
Is his Ember out there? He's played 2 games of Ember Spirit.
I mean, one of them in the win over Dragon Esports recently.
Yeah, that too as well.
That is a double impact one, so we have been probably robbed of the Chain Gang Ember. I don't think Squadix is quite up to that level of Ember play just yet. But then again, Mobi has been the only one who's been doing it.
Yeah, I think Chain Gang could be good because of Visage Birds also in there and the Edge Creep, so I think you need more chains. Otherwise, it's going to be really tricky to use your Q if all of Dandelions are around. I would like that. You are drafting triple melee at the moment, though, for one move. And it could just be a quad melee lineup by the looks of it.
10 seconds
Versus Morphling Visage, that is already not ideal.
And there's an Enigma in the pool. You know, you could play support Enigma. You could play Visage.
We're getting a mobile hero, though.
You could play Visage mid, though.
You know what? I think it's more likely that we get to see Morphling mid. That would be something.
True.
That happens on occasion. You could even, but I'm not sure if Mobai has any Topsun-like ambitions, but you could do Strength Morphling mid.
Mobai hasn't actually played a lot of pubs on his main. He's only played 9 matches in the last 8 days. A lot of scrims going on. Hasn't had time for his pubs, unless he's been playing on potential other accounts. Not to mention about that.
Nah.
But if we think about mid for AoE, what deals with a lot of melee heroes? Because the ones that come to mind are instantly Timbersaw and then have Techies, but Techies mid with the current facets is very single target right click heavy with the 9 item slots. Spoon's dash, if I remember correct. And you're not playing it in pro games. You might be playing it in pubs. Oh yeah, then there's the attack range build, where every point of attack speed gives you attack range, and you hit further away than Sniper does, and it's pretty silly.
It is pretty silly, but it does feel a little like a forced core techies kind of thing.
You're right. It's not a whole lot of damage after all.
I've seen a couple of support players pick it up, but I think that's more for like, you know, maybe if I get like a really long game.
The late game dreams. Well, there's your late game dreams coming in the form of a DK for Dandelions, but one move, they secure the Alchemist here. And it's going to go in the hands of Woe. So you have a decent lane. Minus armor versus Visage, always good. A hero that can also sustain some of those soul assumption blasts. I think the lanes are pretty good for one move. But Gyro does not end up being a core. Put into a support position. And Alk's timings are somewhat similar to Morphling's timings. And Morphling usually just farms his way. Alk is in a hurry to get his timings. That's what I'm worried about for one move, is if they fail to hit that window, Dandelions is already online. That's how I'm going to paint the picture.
That is possible. I do think, though, that Dandelions have in order to make anything happen at all in the mid game that is not either Palantimos or Mobe walking up to a tower, they gotta hit a hook shot first. And there's not a lot of good targets available right now. You're most likely not going to get the Ember, you're most likely not going to get the Sand King. So that means going on the Alchemist, grabbing yourself a support kill. The Dandelions are certainly, if they come out of the laning stage well, they're going to do very well at marching forward into the first couple of towers. And then afterwards, it really depends on how much plays Nande wants to make, how far Mobai wants to go forward. Because I do see a big window here for one move where it's just going to be Squadix and Triple S can just do a whole lot of split pushing and a whole lot of staying out of reach. And it's going to be very hard for Dandelions to actually do anything about them. Question is that gonna allow an Alchemist to hit his timings? I'm not so sure about that. We might have to lean on a little bit later time for the Alchemists and pass that first window up, which can be a little iffy, right? You ideally, once the Radiance is up, you just want to Link Dagger go, or Battle Fury, depending on which one.
And I think maybe the Battle Fury route is the correct one to go for the Alchemist, because your lane is already looking really good. There's only a few ways that this can fail badly, and that is if Clockwork and DK suddenly start to live in that lane. But Alk is still going to push through the jungle. You'd need to really ramp up the tempo early on Dandelions to choke the map, to slow down the Alchemist as much as possible. But I think at this point you kind of have to admit that this Alk is going to have a good game, because the lane is not going to impact him that much. So Alk's going to be big. He's going to hit his timings before the Morphling. Then it just comes down to Nande to carry the late game. Same thing with Mobai with this DK. You have Corrosive, which, like you said, with Visage Birds helps you take down towers pretty fast, which Ench is okay. Clockwork, no. Clockwork doesn't really help you take towers, only helps you kill heroes. So you don't have a hero killer in this Dandelions lineup.
30 seconds to
So when you take that theory, one move should have a good time in this game. It's just that the late game isn't as good.
No, agreed on that one. The Morphling definitely eventually takes over this game, right? And you have so many good forms to steal here, whether that's a Gyrocopter Flak Cannon, you get to play Ember, you get to play Sand King. All of that feels absolutely fantastic, but the heroes that need to get you there are a little static.
We're starting off with at least 3 heroes bottom for now, but nobody's going to be there to defend the lane. Sand King wants to maybe nuke this first wave with the Stinger and the stun by Dr. Bum. So this is going to force Nande to maybe try and address that the first wave as well. Daro's already straight to work for denying, so they can actually deny like a lot of these creeps. Not what they really planned here.
Yeah, Fooey.
Oh dear.
No, and now we do have the double melee lane on the bot here, which is something that versus double range, this is something that we didn't really want to see for one move.
Palantimos is also dropping very low already to the Gyrocopter in the top lane. You'd think the Visage is great at poking him away, but it seems to go both ways. Gyro is really good at dueling.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those few heroes that the Clockwork actually loses the 1v1 right? Normally you're like, hey, this is Battery Assault, I am the king. And it's between, I think, it's Gyrocopter and... Well, Jakira sometimes can't get his spells off is the problem. Otherwise,
Palantimos could die here.
As well. Yeah, getting dove.
Loading up the stun. A lot of creeps around, so right position there for Palantimos. Now, whoa. Might just be on the receiving end. Instead, they failed on the kill, and that's going to be him dying. All because Palantimos had his creep wave around him. He's right there for the Gyrocopter's rocket barrage to not even hit him. Just hits the creep wave. And with Desire showing up, they just killed the Alchemist like he's nothing. Oh, that is painful.
Yeah, big misexecution, especially the fact that Ryan moves through the tower after that attempt and then can't come back in time to do anything for his Alk anymore at all. Because he has to walk all the way around.
He did kill the the creeps, the courier off of the clockwork, so Desire will not get to block a camp or open a camp. Oh, Nande.
That is really not supposed to happen.
Not really, yeah. It's a level 2 timing here without a Mind Flare even used on the Nyx Assassin. And there goes Desire.
Much more expected kill,
Much
I guess.
more
He
expected,
was half
yeah.
health. Yeah.
That was supposed to happen.
Yeah, but Nande really must have just been on too high. Agi gets hit by 2 stuns in a row and heals over. That's...
Yeah, he was very deep in the lane as well. He was pretty much between the hard camp and where the creep wave is right now. So he was very deep in.
Yeah. To be fair, this is definitely a lane when you see the double melee here and you see the amount of damage, especially the stinger, physical, right? You are going to look to pressure advantage as much as possible as a Morphling. And if you put yourself in that position, then a misplay is definitely going to get punished harder. So I'd say that that's our crime scene investigation about done there. We have a motive. We have a means, we have a location.
Well, again, Mobe is dominating ahead of CS. A lot of more denies compared to Squadix. Squadix, who has been putting points into Flame Guard. So not often do we get to see the farm build on this Ember Spirit. Usually it's just full-on skipping E, maxing out your W and maybe a value point in chains, but this one's going to go a bit differently.
Yep, it is, but those points are unfortunately not necessarily going to protect you versus a DK slapping you down.
Yep. It's your only means of dealing damage back versus the DK. This was the build we always saw versus DK, is max out your Flame Guard, and through the melee versus melee matchup, that's how you deal damage back to this DK. But now that it's 7-3-6, and a lot of things have changed since then, especially when DKs had 2 points in Dragon's Blood, they already had more regeneration than they have in these days through their innits being produced by quite a lot. Yeah, and the armor. Like everything just went higher. It feels like you're not maybe. I mean, maybe you are a bit more efficient with your right-click damage above the Flame Guard. Who am I to say?
It is hard to say, but definitely the answer here is that you don't get to touch the DK in the laning stage, and it's about what you want to do after. And if you think that you're going to have to be recovering there, then grab that Flame Guard. You're going to be farming faster. You're going to be making your way to the items that get you an actual good mid-game versus the DK much faster.
Desire bullying the Gyrocopter there for a second, and Triple S will drop. So Vengeance for Nande and Gidaro.
Took a bit.
At least evening up the kill situation here. And as you can see, Morphling has more denies than the Sand King has last hits. So that one kill was a fluke.
No, it definitely was. I wonder for how long Nande is going to sit on the single point in the attribute shift here as well. This is a pretty darn safe game for a high Agi Morphling. No big sudden nukes coming flying out of the jungle. And was it Nande who held that point basically forever as well?
I think he was one. Yeah, he was the one who kept that 1 point strength gain for a very, very long time. But Squadix will get his kill with the help of both supports living in this mid lane. Clockwork only level 2, so not a lot for him to say versus this Ember.
Desire definitely having a rougher time of it, but then again, he gets to soak a little bit in mid right now, because right now top tower is under attack by Palantimos and Kidaro, and whoa, without his supports here, can't really put a word in edgewise. Palantimos are really close to hitting 6.
Kidaro's taking a bunch of damage from Rhina. Of course, 2 points in Nature's Attendance. This time, no overprotective Wisps. Wisdom secured for both supports. And Mobile is also here on top, yeah. So here for the stun, 2 points breathe fire. Just gonna right click away on this gyrocopter.
I really like this. Yep, pop everything. Get that drums on the Visage done as well. Now you lay into the tower and... You know, that point where it's like, okay, fine, but the Alchemist is quite good versus the Visage Familiars because of the AoE armor. Doesn't actually count because the Alch doesn't get a place to play in this lane. There's going to be a lot more space for Palantimos to do whatever he wants right now. And that's going to do plenty of work to protect his Familiars and protect his farm speed.
There goes the top tower under 8 minutes. Alch is still really good in farm, but this has helped the Visage farm a lot more. This has got to be the best amount of CS Palantimos has been able to get on a Visage in this tournament. Like the other games that I've been watching him, he's had like 16 last hits of 5 minutes. Another game he was like somewhere between 20 and 30. Now he's almost at 50 last hits. And this is easily the better laning stage that he's had so far. And, you know, Alch does have ult, so he can't really kill him here, but he can definitely make him feel the pain.
Make him rue the day he stepped forward. This is Visage lane right now. This is bad country.
Let's see how long that Alch ult is going to last. It's not even halfway yet, so they're trying to burn straight through. Acid Spray will help him out here. This will take a bit of time, but it looks like he's on the winning end. Whoa. He's going to have to back out now. Here comes the backup, though. This is taking way too long, and that's what I was a bit afraid of here for Dandelions, that this is taking so long. That now the backups arrive. Nyx misses the stun. Whoa, has another concoction available. Instant throw onto the clockwork. Burn him down. And inside his own cogs, it will fall. And now 3 heroes are farming those cogs too. Which, by the way, give extra gold for the Alchemist.
Yeah, but he did also need to get some Greed's Greed off of that because he fell back down to 8 Greed's Greed gold during that entire exchange. He was not farming during any of that.
He was occupied. There's something to it.
Banned.
Rhino takes down Kadaro, but Nande takes the tower as a trade. So, you know, for Nande, it's a mission complete.
Absolutely needed basically no help there either, and that is an epicenter spent as well, with Nande not even flinching.
This is another big kill. Again, the same trio here bullying the DK, but this time is he getting back up? There's a teleport coming in from Kitaro, who's literally just respawned from that bot fight. So this was all calculated. And brings in Squadex, and Squadex got no mana. He's got no way out. He's gone. He's done for. Desire with the mana burn. They're thrown in from the cogs, and suddenly Ember has no way out.
What a very unusual way for him to die.
That's rightfully a tip. Though it is Nande who throws it in and not Mobai. Because Nande is now taking your tower. Sorry, Mobai is taking your tower.
Preoccupied. No, and now you are halfway towards the Blink Dagger, and then Mobai is going to start playing forward with the vision that you get from the Visage. From an Ench as well, he's going to be walking creeps into the enemy jungle. That's going to be their initiation. My question is about this mid game is just okay, and then who deals the follow-up damage?
What?
I
think that's something we're gonna have to wait, you know, sit and guess for a while. Because what I'm looking at is Dandelions have a 1k lead with an Alch in the game. And with the way these lanes went, he even took the tower and everything, this translates to pretty much a 3k net worth lead for Dandelions.
Yes.
Very big.
They're absolutely in the driver's seat right now. And Nande knows it as well. Look at how far up he's farming right now. This is 11 minutes. He's in the enemy triangle.
Enjoyer of free farm.
He stacked that camp. He's intending to stay here.
Yep. Enjoyer of free farm. By the way, you want to know why and how Desire has gotten under the skins of one move?
Talk to me.
Press F5 and look at the neutral items. We see 3 arcane rings for one move. Boys are stacking up on the mono region. Oh, they're gonna go for the clockwork, and yeah, that's the guy we were talking about.
Yep.
He might have died 3 times this game, but this clockwork he feels like he's been doing so much more than just dying.
Which is remarkable because he was super underleveled as well. Yep, clockwork versus a lineup that is mostly melee feels good, man. Constantly, every time that this Enchantress moves forward.
Big Call down. Only connects once, though. Gara's gonna live through all of this. Yeah, I've seen these Bombies live for way too much, and they had the other facet. This one doesn't even have it. That's a spellbound Ench that you're not killing. I'd understand overprotective Wisps, but this one's a whole different story. And now Sand King caught as well in the same pinball machine provided by Desire. Man is an old school arcade room player, and he's playing one move.
He is playing them like a fiddle right now. But man, Nande showing up with the haste rune here as well. He's got the Ember Spirit stolen. I was asking where's the damage going to come from. Well, one move doesn't provide that much of their own, so it's hard for them to retaliate in time, especially when the cores that you're trying to kill are a Visage and a DK. So, and then the Ench clearly now also is not a target. Who are you going to go for? Well, it's got to be Desire then. You're not killing anybody else on the map.
Yeah,
but on top of that, yeah, I mean, they're calling Nande. All of the points in waveform online. He took the second point in attribute shift. Nande, maybe learning from his earlier experiments. But anytime he shows up, the burst damage is definitely there. And Dandelions can just wipe one or two heroes off the map without any retaliation.
Yeah, our boy's playing the Funky Town theme as he's going through these jungle camps here. Just, life is shining. Grand Finals is awaiting. Not too far away from it now. That would be yet again another finals appearance for Dandelions.
Have they been in all of our EU finals so far? I feel like they have.
I dare to say yes.
Looking at their points, definitely was. Let's see. EU number 2, winners. EU number 1.
Finalists.
Finalists, yeah.
That was the one that they didn't win the first European tournament. Went for Nemiga Gaming. Who in this tournament ended up being in the top 6. Caught the Nyx Assassin here in the bot lane. Desire takes a bit of a burst there from Nyx, but only a 1-point Mind Flare, so that's not enough to kill the clock. Had maybe a couple more points, that clock would have actually been dead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still holding on to the net worth lead here in Dandelions. Morphling is doing such a great job keeping up with this Alchemist. That is a Radiance Alch too.
Dire are scanning.
So, Kips, what I'm looking at is standard Alchemist timings go at around 19 to 23 minutes. Do you think that's still for WoW? I mean, at the moment he's on par to maybe have a 21-minute appearance on the Alchemist, and then they just 5-man and go. Is that what we're looking at in this game too?
I think it is, yeah. Right now he is basically getting to farm unbothered, and I don't see, because this is the gameplay that we're going to see for Dandelions right now. They're going to be fishing in that area that clearing up the tier 1s has made for them. They're not in a hurry to take down the tier 2s. All you're going to do is group up at a phase in the game where the enemy is more than happy to just split. It's going to take a long time to take the tier 2s down. Right now, just getting the kills, shoving in. Okay, you know what? The tower is not going to take a long time to kill if you have a skeleton army, but that got immediately cut down by Squadix. So we are waiting again. Oh, Vlad's up
the
as well.
blink
They're
stun
diving
right
in.
onto the Ember Spirit, though. He has max remnants available, but his mana has been burnt out, and he almost dies to these cogs. That's maxed out power cogs, 275 damage plus 140 mana burn per connection. So you think about the mana pool on Ember Spirit, you hit him 3 to 4 times and he's already out. Good amount of pressure there. And that mid tower is down to 650 HP, which is usually one of the most difficult towers to take down.
Yep. No, I'm just watching Desire kick some cogs around, having the time of his life.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Must be fun pressing W.
Yep.
The football clock.
You stick like the tip of your tongue out between your teeth, you squint a little, you aim, and you fire.
I was thinking about, you stick your tongue out and on a pole or something and it's winter and you get stuck on it. But yeah, I was thinking a whole different thing there.
Very Finnish.
Very Finnish winter, yes. Oh man, I can't wait to see that happen again. There's always some kid stuck on a pole. And it's like, can you help me, please? I'm stuck.
I've been tempted. Like, I would have never been tempted to lick a pole if I hadn't heard the story. But then when you do, you're like, oh, it can't be that bad, can it? Well...
Yeah, well, can't be as bad as Sand King getting jumped up. But the Bloodstone with the epicenter, he's going to heal up very nicely here. Kidaro down on Mobile is about to drop 2. Hook shot in from Desire to join in on this fight. They've already lost 2. There's the trade-off with the next assassin dropping. And Clockwork's on a runaway. But Alchemist is burning with that Radiance. And in that ring of fire, they'll take him out. Rhine, he'll drop, stun loaded up, but whoa, doesn't get the chance to use it. He's stun locked, and Palantimas and Nande focus on Squadex now. Squadex is gonna drop here with the birds flying in. He is out. The birds get cleaned out though, and they lose Squadex. Nande gets a quick panic heal, and he's still got a stick available, but he won't be able to dodge this stun, and he's running out of max HP. Stinger hurts, but Nande is not giving up on his life that quickly, and here comes Kidaro.
Oh, Kidaro's
You
back.
want some wisps?
Healing goes brr. That I thought for a second there that Dandelions was about to do the same as they did in game 1. Have a great start and then overpress their advantage just that little bit and get punished for it. Because here, one move, the Bloodstone, I am a patented hater, but we have been talking about how there is not that much burst damage over on the side of Dandelions. And if you just get to stay alive during these fights because they can't bring you down and they have to sit around hitting people, then it's fantastic to just be in your Sandstorm healing off of it all the while.
Yep, that is double DPS, Sandstorm and Radiance that is ticking the whole time they're spending in that area. So survivability in this case brings DPS.
Absolutely, being alive is damage, as I like to say.
While we were talking about kids getting stuck on poles during winter, I was one of those. I was in primary school. It was like minus 27 degrees, and I touched one with my bare fingers, and oh, this is not too bad. And I touch it with my tongue, and I'm instantly stuck.
Yeah.
Luckily, I didn't stick my whole tongue on it, just the tip.
Just the tip, yeah.
Yeah.
But I imagine you lost the tip.
I lost the tip of my tongue. Yes. That was not a very
important
fun story.
lesson.
A lesson learned. Yeah.
Mhm.
We do silly things when we're kids.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Well, game is still even economy-wise, which is good for Dandelions. Alk hasn't gotten away.
Yep. Morph's gonna hit that Kanda pretty darn soon if he wants it. Alternatively,
Yep. There's gonna be a moment when the Alchemist is gonna be like, no, can do.
Mm-hmm.
Here's our Aegis. 5 minutes. In the most important minutes, basically, for this Alk lineup. Dr. Bum might die to this Tormentor. Yep. The Stinger slaps the Tormentor, and the Tormentor stings back on Dr. Bum. So you're out a hero when the enemy team is about to approach for a push.
Unfortunate, but on the other hand, I think in the pushes is where Nyx Assassin is the least helpful. Unless you want to curve around towards the back.
Use a Vendetta to try and cut waves.
Yeah, perhaps. Well, he does have the shard now for his troubles. I think that's karma, right? It's like, okay, fine, you died, but you get a shard for your death. Fair's fair. 2 towers fall, because the mobile
that is a pretty big shard. That is 17% extra damage for almost everyone on the side of one move. So that is a pretty big shard for the Nyx.
And we do mean almost everybody, because that's the magic damage up, and everybody magic damage.
Yep. Welcome to the magical land. Now, the Tormentor is being taken by the Radiant team. So Dandelions, that's 1 for Kidaro. Get the Sproink online. And they spot the Ember with a rocket, but they catch him. Well, I would love to stun him, but sadly, Squadex is already on his way out.
You gotta, at the very least, threateningly blink on him, though. He doesn't just get to walk away from that. You gotta scare him a bit. Lincoln's up, and yeah, this is actually I was looking at that phylactery queued up, and I'm like, I'm not so sure if he's actually going to want to go for that. And the answer is no, because we have Lincoln's right now.
Yeah, but BKB used on DK.
Hmm.
Almost dead in the mid lane. That was Nyx's Vendetta with the Ember Spirit. Literally a show of all that magical damage. They did over 2,000 to the DK, but just not enough to kill him. Instant reminder there.
Yeah. And now they are back to that middle tower. The Dandelions refusing to move early on, and that means that Morphling only has Kidaro.
Yeah, and that Aegis is gone. Oh dear.
They let themselves get baited back.
Oh dear. Nande, what you got yourself into? Nowhere to go. Rooted up, but he can't waveform. And that's gonna be easy for one move, you know. Just 2 heroes against them. Kidaro at least gets to teleport back to safety, but a costly loss. Not just Nande once, but Nande twice.
That is your Aegis gone, and finally now you are not behind as one move anymore. You have the gold advantage here. Rocking up into that Morphling, and your Alk is most definitely online. We've got Blink Radiance Manta style, 2,500 gold on top. That's going to turn into BKB real quick, like.
That was literally down to like 0.1 seconds that the Morphling could have actually survived by getting the Burrow Strike off, because he stole the Sand King form. His stun went on the Lincolns, and then Alchemist follows up with the stun. He'd already turned into Sand King, turned around, but the Burrow Strike never went off. That would have soaked up the stun from the Alk, and he would have been free to roam, and then maybe even waveform himself to safety. Then again, sometimes carry players at the high level, they baffle me. It's like, why didn't they waveform in the first place? But that's what surprise element does sometimes.
Yeah, it does. Once again, I think Dandelion's just a little bit too comfortable in their own game plan. And you're constantly working on your own game plan, right? You're sitting there making sure that everything's going as you want it to, and then sometimes you're just not talking about what the enemy is going to do anymore at all.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, pretty much with with that kill, Alk is almost done with a BKB. And we truly have the powerhouse Alchemist at our hands. So slightly delayed from his usual timings, but with the security of the Aegis gone and getting a kill on the Morphling, he doesn't feel pressured to make that first move now because, you know, the moves have already been made.
Move was already made, did not work out, and he's gone straight back into the Kanda, deciding that actually the burst damage is for me instead of the Skadi for the matchup. Which I think is I do like this option more. I do think their lineup lacked burst damage, and you want to be able to make that fight a 5v4 ASAP.
Yeah, then again, talking about Scotty, Alk's the one who still has it lined up to replace the Soul Ring.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That is going to hurt this Morphling quite a bit. Also, the Ench, reduced healing. DK, reduced regeneration.
Hit him right in the regeneration. It's a great game for a Skadi, for, well, anybody, but especially for this Alk here.
Though, how do they counter the HP regen on the side of Dandelions? Because I see no indicator towards any item from any player to address this Alk. I feel like there should be at least an item. But they don't have appropriate builders for vessels. It would have to be, I don't know, Clockwork maybe?
Clockwork is a great vessel builder. But
he's going for Greaves, yeah. It's occupied.
Has been strong-armed into performing the duties of an offlaner. While the offlaner, also builds auras, actually. I do like having auras on multiple heroes, just because it means that you can't just take down the aura builder and then the entire team fight falls apart.
Do you have a good aura, Kips? I know you love to talk about auras.
My auras. I have an awkward aura.
An awkward
aura. Definitely a sense of bumbling and discomfort around me.
But at least you know you have an aura.
Yes. Yes, I do.
A lot of people don't know about their negative auras.
Negative or positive?
Positive people probably know. Usually the negative traits that go unnoticed by a lot of people.
That's true. You know, like Dendi knows that he's basically a Disney princess, that sort of thing.
Oh, nice escape there from Desire. Able to run away from the big scary Al the Chemist. Mobile
At
is
some
also
point-
farming nearby.
Yeah, at some point you can't be running anymore because they're going to come for your buildings. I do think that both teams are being very careful right now because they'd really rather have an Aegis before they go any further.
Talking about going in. Go straight for the Ember Spirit, and Dr. Bomb's already used his stun here. But Desire doesn't get to connect his power cogs on the Ember. Now, maybe chasing the Nyx instead. Could be an easier kill with the Conda. That's a level 1 adaptive strike. But it
Also,
doesn't take away from the
Vendetta
fact that that still
on
does a ton of damage.
Line, yeah. Little surprised that he doesn't pop Vendetta and scuttle out of there, but I'm guessing that with the Roshan being decently close to respawning, you'd rather just die. Get it out of the way, and then have all your spells up when you
Get it
respawn.
out of your system. Just die.
Yeah.
Admit defeat for
Why
now.
struggle against fate?
Or Woe, as Woe gets the gem off of the Enchantress.
That's a big deal.
That is a very big deal when you're talking about a Nyx lineup.
Has already been able to play up quite a bit. And luckily for Dandelions, at least, that gem is not immediately going towards the place where they have placed all of their vision, which is top. Squad X very much in charge of pushing out the forward waves as opposed to the backwards ones. They're setting up for Roche here. 1 more minute until daytime. And one move is intent on being in charge of the pit. When and where our friend
Nyx on the hunt. He's tried this clockwork kill before. This time he has a maxed out Mind Flare. And a Dagon. And the Vendetta Shard. Which is the most important part out of it.
The clock has Guardian Reeves though.
Yeah, if he gets to use it. Usually people just die when they get hit by that first stun.
They do tend to melt pretty fast.
Casual Satyr right there. But no heroes found. As they're all still smoked up.
I can't believe that Dandelions hasn't checked the pit yet. They could have actually sniped this Roshan before he made his way over to the Radiant side.
Oh, Mobile. He's not next to Mo. He sees the Radiance debuff on him. He knows they're there. Maybe now they go for the chase. Good choke point there from Desire. Already blocking out the way. Ogre Seal Totem to the low ground. Woe will dodge the stun. They're just hook-shotting and teleporting everybody out of there. Nobody gets caught. And Nande gets the tower. So, dodge a gank, get an objective, get everybody out safe and sound. You could say that that stealth mission was a success.
Absolutely, and well, everybody's gonna take the gate immediately, because otherwise you have also successfully drawn one move away from that Radiant Roshan area that they've been guarding for the past 2 minutes. But Dandelion's not quite fast enough to cut them off in that attempt, so Roshan, at his day job, one move is gonna go for him.
They have a read on it now with a hook shot flying in, and they smoke up. With just 2, they're sharing the smoke together with the team and trying to make there as fast as possible. But Roche is already down to 3,000 HP. So are they still taking this fight? Or are they letting it go? Layers are flying in. Roche is down. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance. Palantinos' birds have been spotted, and they see them flying in. The chains are already there. Kidaro are going to get caught as well with a stun fall-off from SSS. Here comes Mobile, though. They target Squad X, and at the same time, the Gyrocopter dropping low, but Palantinos is about to die, but Nande's already got himself a double kill. Takes down 2. They will lose Desire, and Nande's being hammered by Woe. The Alchemist continues to go. He's already lost his ulti. Mobe soaks up the stun with his BKB still running, but he is left all by himself with his own devices. And Nande TP's back home. So a win for one move. Also a buyback coming in from Rhine, so they do make sure they have the numbers if something were to happen.
Morphling there very clearly targeting down the enemy supports, hoping to get an advantage in that fight, but in the meantime Palantimos is completely surrounded, damage from all sides. That'll cut through that Gravekeeper's cloak real quick, and that means that once you're out of this support trade, your other cores are, well, basically already down, with the Dragonite also having copped a lot of damage, whereas the enemy core is still pretty darn healthy. They didn't even get to touch that Aegis on Squadex.
Yeah, they were doing some damage to the Ember, but kind of left him halfway. Really difficult calling the targets who Nande needs to hit, and is there someone that really needs prioritizing? Because it felt like they were damaging multiple heroes, but not just focus firing a single target down. I don't think that would have been the way to go either. Nande did get that double kill with one waveform, that level 20 talent.
Always very nice. Now, I wonder how much of that previous fight is down to the Sand King now having a Crimson Guard as well.
Dr. Bum's coming in. Right nearby to the Morphling. They see him. They might just kill him here. Dr. Bum just needs to start it off, and there we go. But the waveform! And SSS is not even close enough to catch him. AD up on the Ember Spirit. Catches Clockwork on the low ground. Desire. Time to shoot some cogs. Destroy all the trees. Actually, now that I think about it, Clockwork is actually better at destroying trees than Wind Ranger or Timbers.
He is by now, isn't he? Yeah. And I thought that we would never, you know, surely by now the Nyx assassins of this world had learned about the greed of getting the Vendetta hit in first. When your entire team is sitting behind you, you can just impale. But maybe he was worried that they wouldn't even have the damage without his amplification.
Yeah,
that's a possibility.
I think the amp has everything to do with it. 17% of damage that you're not getting. Plus, you know, a casual 450 missing. It is a big burst.
It is. But unless Nande is asleep at the wheel, that might just be the only damage you're getting at all.
I think you're gonna need like an instant CC. Instead of maxing out the Dagon on the Nyx Assassin, I'd probably like to see something like a Hex. Kidaro, good night. Gang Squad finds success with this kill, and now Dandelion's trying to push out the top wave. Still 2 more minutes left on Squadex's Aegis. They won't be able to get this. They won't get this Ember Spirit with ease. It's a 9-second BKB that Squadex also has that he hasn't used yet.
He's been so hard to lock down the entire game already. The kills that they got on him were just early game where the mana burn from the cogs does enough work to leave him stranded. Whereas by now, yeah, that's long gone in the rearview mirror.
Mid-rack's taken. One move, 12,000 gold ahead now. Desire, good rocket there, connecting onto 3. Just doesn't have the team with him right now. He hook shots cancel. Sand King's teleport. The push is still happening here in the top lane, and they can try to isolate them. At least Sand King won't be able to join Mobai. BKB, teleport out. Nande has the same. Also has his BKB, which would like to hold on to for now. Not sure if he actually has the damage to deal with both of these 2 cores, so there we go. Missing out on the Sand King did mean that they had a bit of extra seconds to finish off objectives. Sadly, the melee racks will stand, but they got something in return.
No, that's a very nice split action. Very good recognition, as well as the fact that you cannot fight at the moment. You need to wait out this Aegis, otherwise you're going to burn buyback after buyback. And, you know, go through a couple of enchantresses, I guess. And they were never planning to actually get the opportunity to get the melee racks at all. But that TP cancel gave him a little bit of a shot.
Yeah, for Kidaro's sake, he's going to be back up in 30 seconds. It doesn't look like they're in threat of losing more objectives in their base. Ember has ran out of his Aegis. He's the one who's holding on to the gem. Mainly for de-warding purposes. Doesn't feel like there's a lot of... well, there's the Glimmer Cape as well. That's about it.
Still a 9-second BKB on Squadex as well. fully geared up with the Aghanim Scepter and the Shard on top of Kayasha.
Yeah, hasn't had the need to use it.
Oh, once again, hard game to kill an Ember Spirit in. Very hard, especially since you also have not been building any hexes.
Nope. I hope Nande's got some broad shoulders. His Morphling has been fantastic in the course of this tournament. I don't think it's going to fail them here today. He's going to go down swinging. He's going to go down fighting. This is a 5-0 Morphling. He's yet to lose a game with it.
I thought you were talking about his KDA, and I'm like, what? There's 2 deaths on him right now.
No. I mean, he's definitely killable. He's not immortal, but he's undefeated.
Currently undefeated. Well, let's see. Great reflexes on the BKB pop there.
There goes that.
That's going to keep them out of the pit for, well, would have been another cycle, but that cooldown is going to be just about up by the time you want to start moving for Roche again. So unless they get messed with a really short respawn timer again, they can contest Roche if they want to. Now I'm saying if they want to, but if you look at the amount of AoE damage, the team fight in general, I don't think that you want to try one move in an area like the pit at all. Squadix, especially at this point in the game, is going to demolish you.
Still, even with one move holding on to this lead, Alchemist is a hero that starts to wear off, especially when you look at what Dandelions has. DK and a Morphling, they definitely look a lot brighter than an Alchemist. Ember, of course, can still be an issue. You have your Ags actually fully equipped now, with Alchemist gaining his Ags granted buff. 25 extra damage and 5% spell amp for gifting a scepter. Can still do that a couple times for his teammates. He's the, I mean, Ember's the only one with an Ags upgrade so far.
Going to be a decent amount of damage increase for the Sand King as well. Get the spines in the sandstorm.
Yeah, you can get 1/3 of a rapier with 4 Ags. Value.
Oh. And you can't drop it. That's the part that I would take. Smoke towards bot. That BKB on Nande is back up. They are ready to contest if the big man is home.
And Roche is definitely home now. He's in the top lane, but he's coming bottom in a few seconds. So one move, waiting in the trees. Palantimos' bird, smokes popping right away. Sand King shows himself in the lane. That's another creep wave. If nobody addresses the creeps, those as well might need to go checked here. So that's where the Morphling is diving in deep. Swift blinks himself quickly out. Roche coming through the portal. That's info for Dandelions that Roche is here. One move. I hope you have your Roche timers up, because now they're just going straight into the pit. Long wraparound coming in from one move. Roche is already down to almost 50% HP. You're in a hurry.
Bit too long.
This is very big for Dandelions. If they can just sneak it under one move's eye, which looks like it's Sand King's coming in, and there we go. Nande already has the Aegis. Kadaro picks up the banner. They got everything out of it. Alto hammering away on Desire, and he disappears from vision. Ember is there to chase him down. The clockwork is gone. Birds are dead as well. He's coming in with the buyback as well. They got Palantimos very low on HP, 300 remaining, and he's got himself with the Great Keeper's Cloak Shard. They can't touch him. Dr. Bump down. Rhina is down. Squadix pops his 9-second BKB at the fight that it really matters. Hook shot connects as well from Desire, keeping him a bit busy. SSS, he's dead.
They got him.
And Squadix is going down as well by the looks of it. No more remnants for you. No, sir. And Dandelions, they get away with murder as they take Roshan. One move. That was the smart move, but Roshan was already there.
Was already dead. Palantimos milking that shard for all it's worth, only dropping at the very last second. So much damage from one move, wasted it trying to take the aura carrier down. And at the same time, the Alk doesn't feel like staying around after his BKB has worn out. Too dangerous for him, while Dandelions, I gotta say, the fact that Desire gets away at the start of that fight as well, wasting so much time, absolutely huge. Of course, if he dies now, that is going to be a dieback, but I don't see how to get to him unless he throws himself in.
And now that also means that Nande, 3 minutes of an Aegis, even if a Nyx Assassin shows up to poke you, you still have that second go. So they are cleaning the space. They're absolutely cleaning the space. Mobe adds into the push with the Corrosive Dragon. Look at these towers disappear. Whoa.
They gotta do something.
Wanting to go in. Rocket on Nande. Manta dodged that one. Hidaro deleted. That is Rhine. Dr. Bum.
Desire?
Nukes as well. Desire gets the hook shot on the Alchemist. Is stuck on the ground. Stun after stun after stun. Nande turning on the afterburner. That's a very quick Morphling running at maximum movement speed. Doesn't need to do a whole lot. Sends the Alchemist back to his fountain. Mid taken. Bottom falling.
Yeah, pop another glyph.
Lincoln's off from the morph, but he just satanic heals. One creep, that's all he needed. Mobile with the stun. Keeps Squadix at bay. And 2 lanes of racks down. Whoa, now they finally go in with his BKB charge and SSS with the epicenter. That's a very good setup. Palantimos lives again with the shard. Disappears down into the ground. Mobile wants to TP away. Desire keeps them all held in place. They'll sack the Visage. But it looks like everyone else might be able to get away. Squadix is not giving up on the chase on Nande, though. He really wants that Aegis. Satanic popped and Nande just healing himself back up. Another adaptive strike, but here comes the Nyx Assassin.
Here comes the conga line.
Here comes the conga line, indeed. The gank squad is here. Aegis is out. They might still be able to kill this Morphling for a second time, but it's going to be a very big effort. Squadix, though, he might die first. Whoa, coming in with a stun. Throws it in onto the BKB of the Morphling. Has the shard, by the way. He can still pop it for another. He pops it right away. 3-man stun. They're all sitting inside his Sandstorm, and they're slowly dying to it. Squadix is down. He comes in with a buyback. Hidaro trying to clean up people with a Sproink, and Nande still being chased here. Another Burrow Strike available. Sandstorm to Sandstorm. Alchemist stunned on the spot, and he gets the teleport away. So he gets 2 buybacks with that Aegis turn.
It was really very close as well. One move has to spend a bunch of buybacks there, not just to keep the game going, the fight going, but also to keep their racks alive. The creep wave that was coming in was going to take Megas. And Reiner right now stuck in the top lane trying to deal with these creeps. Otherwise, they're going to be looking up into the full Megas disadvantage.
One move, they're not going to get a whole lot done in this base. They're going to have to back out. Visage is coming back alive, and they don't know about the buyback status on the DK. Could be too risky to stay. So they just got the wave in, and then we go out.
Yeah, but we do know about the buyback statuses on one move, and those are now all spent, apart from a Triple S who has just bought out, I believe. I do think he had a buyback.
Triple S, yeah, I think he has the money.
Yep.
Money pretty much, just 140 gold short, so he pretty much has it. I'm not sure if he just ate. Okay, he just got an Axe buff from Alchemist. That's why his buyback cost just went up.
Yeah, I was wondering about that as well. And these he could still buy out for the Wind Waker as well. But with the rest of his team having used theirs already, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, he still needs like almost 1,500 gold, but yeah, he's close enough to the Wind Waker being up too. But this is scary. This is dangerous waters for one move. Your tournament life is on the line now.
Tournament life on the line, and Dandelions are coming at you looking for the pick-off. That's going to put you at a man disadvantage. Gyrocopter would do it. Ember Spirit would do it. Ember's such a hard kill.
Kidaro's going in front, popping the smoke. He knows somebody's around. Mobile is just waiting for the call to go in. If they kill the Gyrocopter, he ain't coming back.
That ward. Immediately taken out.
Can't risk it. Can't risk it to stay in the base. Got to clean it up. Oh boy. Well, still 40. This series has definitely gone the distance with these games. At least we're not going plus 50 minutes in game 1, but certainly took their time on the side of Dandelions to finally decide this game is ours.
Once again, though, I don't think it is fully just this game is ours. They, once again, I think underestimated the timing on the opponent's side, definitely. But this is just also a lineup that sort of falls into a hole after you take the first 3 outer towers. Like, how are you going to control the map? How are you going to push out the waves? You're just going to need to get a whole lot of items online before your heroes actually start doing things again after you take those towers. So, I'm not the most surprised with how this one has gone. The fact that they're still in it, though, when One Move has had such a fantastic window for themselves, that is definitely something that I want to credit Dandelions for here.
Well, it's added some shock value, at least.
Definitely.
Meanwhile, Morphling, Rapier, lined up with the Refresher. Double BKB seems to be important above anything else. But there is the backup of an extra damage item. Not a whole lot to remove from your inventory, though, because, you know, Morphling, I think you could get rid of Manta, but your inventory is kind of clean right now.
Yeah, this is sort of it. You know, the item that I'm kind of waiting for to see is if Palantimos is going to think about... well, I guess he wants it from... would rather get it from a Roshan, but he would want an Aghanim Scepter, I think. And then he can very decisively and easily make this a Megas game.
Oh, they're so nearby here. TP's coming in. They see the Alks TPing in. Do they know about the rest? I think they do, because they're going into defensive positions in the trees. Palantimos sees the blinking from the Alk. Morphling birds flying in the air with their angel wings and all. Hook shot onto the camp. Spots Woe. Only that were to connect on the Alk himself.
Yeah. A little short there, a little sharp, maybe a little nervous. You don't know if you actually want to step down into that puddle with him. That is a dangerous arena. Roshan, after so many short spawns, we're getting a long one. They're already bailing towards the bot side again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, take over the bottom half of the map. Establish your control. Oh, Nande, what a game for him. 672 last hits already in these 50 minutes. And I bet this guy is still smiling.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he should be smiling, especially because there are 2 buybacks still off, or excuse me, on CD for the enemy side. Squadix as well as Reine. And Roshan, no matter how long that respawn is, you're still going to take him down before those buybacks are back up. So One Move, laying on the edge of a knife right now.
50 minutes on the clock now. Roche up in 55 seconds. Dire scan on the money. Dr. Bum coming in from the side. And there goes Whoa. Just go straight in. There's the stun coming in from SSS as well onto Desire. He's disappeared for the moment. He's the one holding onto the gem. They're going to lose Rhino and Dr. Bum. Nick's going to have to come back with a buyback. And he has to take the portal straight back into this fight. Desire down, Gem down on the ground, which they cannot recover right now. There are more important business to deal with. Dr. Bum coming through the portal, goes straight to Gadaro, panicking with his abilities a bit there with the Mind Flare coming in first. Ember gets himself out. Triple S, nowhere to go. Except survive for just a bit longer. Bird, and that's his cancel. Teleport gone. It was about to go through, but Palantimos gets one bird through. And that's all he needs. Everything else got hit by the windshield and the turbines, but this one relentless bird gets in. The whole engine dies.
And that is Roshan. Convincingly this time. For the Radiant side. No Aghanims though. So if the Visage would have wanted it, he's going to have to get it himself. But I think getting the banner for this last final push is enough. Getting Shard for your Morphling as well. Fantastic.
That initiation that came out in the first place looked a bit soft. Mobai is very deep in here with his DK. But at the same time, One Move don't really have the damage to deal with him because the Alk's not around. Talk about Dr. Bum. He's right in the middle of everyone. He got the gem on Enchantress. Barely gets out. Scuttle saves his life.
Risking it for the biscuit there, but he knows his buyback is on CD, right?
Yeah. Bloody good biscuit it is.
Incredible. I mean, that I don't think getting a gem from the Enchantress saves the game there, so that's not worth it.
What is that banner? That has to be the weirdest banner placement right there, but hey, it's there. Meanwhile, Nande, he wants the building. He really wants the building. Stuns are connecting, flying through. He's down to 1,000 HP. Pops his Satanic. Wants a bit of healing to go through, but he doesn't have that buff anymore. And Rhine is dropping low, and they've lost the Gyro. They've lost Desire. He's also on a dieback. 4 versus 4. Can they hold this base? One move. What can they do? Whoa, getting struck to the backline. Stun on the Morphling. He's got no ulti. Whoa is down. He's gone for 100 seconds. One more epicenter coming in from Triple S. Takes down Kadaro. And they focus Palantimos. Palantimos, he does get the Gravekeeper's cloak. And here comes the backup. It's Mobai. And now it's Nande and Palantimos. 2 versus 3. Can they still do it? One move to hold the base alive. The banner is still there, just chilling, while Nande's doing all the hard work here. Has that Aegis. Continues to hammer versus the Nyx Assassin. Makes them run on the spot. The creeps are already hitting the tier 4 tower. Their team is calling pretty much Morphling to just buy more time. That Aviana's Feather is also causing issues. They cannot kill this Morphling. He has another Satanic available, but now he drops.
He's going to refresh.
Round 2.
It's going to be another BKB.
Round 2. Nande out with the save of his Lincolns. He's got a head start. And looks like he's going to be able to get out as well.
What a hold from One Move.
34,000 damage dealt by One Move. Squadix's buyback comes with it, though.
Once again, needing to spend literally everything. At the end, Nande, I would be convinced right now that I couldn't die as well. This is rapier time. All he needs is more damage. Kill the enemy before they kill his team.
Talk about the duration of that team fight. I'm looking at 19 Slate of Fist casts on the Ember Spirit. Of course, he has the 25 talent for the double charge, but that means that that fight's been going on for at least a minute.
Yep.
1 minute straight.
And they managed to keep the Heat of the Radiant off of their racks that entire time as well. Melee racks not even remotely damaged currently.
Yep, and they have a glyph.
But the next round is coming.
Yeah, Morphling was trying to hit the backdoor protection there when the whole sequence started in the first place. But we're in a bit of a stalemate right now. Ember's buyback, 6 minutes. Nyx Assassin, 3 minutes. Clockwork, a little bit over 3 minutes. Visage, Alchemist, can't afford.
And that advantage in buybacks is going to get pressed right now. They're no longer going to wait. Rapier is at the ready. If the Clockwork has to die for it, so be it.
Nande right-clicking for a very nice amount of damage there. Making sure he has a bit of HP too. Casually pressing the attribute shift every now and then. Tapping his fingers on it. Making sure that he's, you know, stretching his fingers a bit every now and then so he can get it off when it really matters. And Morphling's in. Forces the attention. SSS on the low ground. Nande's BKB already used. And not much of a fight to break loose from here. They don't get to hit this Sand King even if he is under a Sentry Ward. And with that BKB used on Nande, no necessary risks or unnecessary risks taken here. There's an AD rune as well, which might just go for Dandelions. Mobai blinks in. Tries to AoE stun the Nyx Assassin of the creep wave, and now they spot him. Nande throwing in a stun. The Yules is out there though. Remember, he's got no BKB. He's already silenced up. Nande in trouble. Nande to fall. There's a rapier down on the deck. It goes straight into the hands of the Alchemist, and now Nande coming in with the buyback. Squadix is right in between three heroes with Triple S. And they got the gem recovered. Kitaro buying back. Big AoE stun from Mobai. And Squadix is so close to dying, but Woe is cleaning them up. And maybe Nande dies as well. And one move.
No way.
They are just absolutely wrecking them on the spot. Mobai dies on the high ground. Nande dies back in one move. We're going to a game 3 by the looks of it.
Oh yeah, we are going to game 3.
The hold. And a game where it looked really hard for one move. At least these last few fights. But they have slowly edged this game into their favor. And there were moments when it looked like they might just drop it.
I can't believe that we saw Nande look towards the river, look towards where the AD rune was, and then change his mind, go in, lose the game.
Yeah, it was Desire who picked up the AD rune in the end, but a Clockwork with an AD doesn't feel nearly as strong. But yeah, that was the BKB missing on the Morphling, and they still went for that. But
Had
now
no time to swap in the refresher shard.
Nope.
That's it. That's all she wrote.
It's GG. We're going to a game 3. One move after almost an hour. Able to tie this one up, and we have to decide it in a best of 1 between the two teams. So, quite the Dota we're seeing here in this matchup. One move, obviously, coming into this series was not expected to be as strong as Dandelions, but this defense, real defense of the Ancients right here. This was worthy of a tie-up and going to a game 3, Kips.
Absolutely, no. And the way that they've been playing for their timings as well, yeah, one move have looked shoved back. They've looked definitely pressured at times. Hard for them to get all of the items that they wanted. We haven't seen dominant play out of them yet all series, but they have the patience and they have the tenacity to stick to these games and play disciplined until the moments where they can turn. And they've been doing it twice so far. Thrice, actually, if you count the fact that in the map we just saw, it was twice in one game. So this has been... they're proving to be quite a challenge for Dandelions, and it is entirely possible that Dandelions can't get themselves to this good of a start for a third time in a row, and we might be able to see the shoe on the other foot.
Very likely. Is this a Cinderella story that one move would be writing here versus the top leading team of the European Rest Regionals? Well, we'll have to find out in game number 3. You are watching the Relog Media Rest Regional European semifinals.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And off we go. We've got one final game for the semi-final round, ladies and gentlemen, and one move ties up the series versus Dandelion. So this best of 3 turns into a best of 1. A lot of rest circuit points, $10,000 granted with a victory here, and maybe even a shot at joining at the LAN later on this year. That for one move, because for Dandelions, they've kind of already paved their way through towards the LAN event. So for one move, a win here. Absolutely massive.
Absolutely huge. And they have been fighting for it as well. On the back foot, 2 games in a row. Attempting to turn it in the mid-game 2 games in a row. Succeeding to drag things all the way to the ultra late game. And actually taking the rapier off of Nande at the end there. And moving through in spite of being on dieback status for multiple heroes. Losing several heroes for minutes at a time. That was a pretty strong stand that they made there for themselves.
It certainly was. And you have to say, maybe a couple hesitation mistakes there as well. Nande wanted to take that fight without his BKB that he burned very... you could see that his playstyle shifted heavily when he picked up that rapier. Super cautious in the top lane. Played it very carefully, you know, getting a couple, maybe 2, 3, 4 hits onto the melee racks. Pops his BKB, waveforms out, and nothing follows up from that. But only 20 seconds later, we're fighting again. They didn't pick up that 80 rune. He goes into the battle with a rapier without his BKB. And I think that was a moment of instant regret. Because that changed the game and that changed the series, pretty much.
Yeah, you've just spent an hour laboring towards finally getting to, well, knock that final racks down, putting them on the back foot, chasing them towards their fountain, and instead it is you who gets removed that way. Dandelions get a tiny opener here, and One Move's response is the Doom. Those two heroes, I don't see, honestly, much interaction in the way between these two. I do kind of feel like One Move just simply wanted to play Doom this game, and Dandelions got themselves a tiny.
Yeah, I don't think there's direct correlation between the two. Doom is going to get guaranteed damage over Tiny if he ends up getting doomed, but killing a Tiny while doomed might take a bit more effort compared to a lot of other heroes, because he still has a bunch of armor that he has later on in the game. At least his damage output diminishes by quite a lot, because if this is a core Tiny, he is reliant on crash landing. If it's a carry Tiny, he doesn't care about being doomed, to be honest. He will fight through it. Kind of like what Medusas do. They still pop their items as normally. Neither one of these two heroes either builds lifesteal, so they don't care too much. But I think a Doom is a good answer if that's a mid Tiny.
Yeah, like, once you get eyes on the Tiny, you get to Doom him, you get to probably take 2 or maybe even 3 more crash landings out of the fight afterwards. Of course, the problem might be that you might have already lost a hero to that Tiny on the crash landing that revealed him to you in the first place. That is a distinct possibility.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see what comes out from these second phase picks. We've already gotten the Ember Spirit away. We already saw in Squadix's hands that can be a very dangerous hero. I think that was also one of the better Ember players in TI last year was Squadix. When he got his hands on that hero, it felt like Virtus Pro just got upgraded massively. In any game they went with it. So it's good that Dandelions learns with their Achilles heel here, you know, get rid of the Ember Spirit, don't let it go through. Of course, it is again away from Mobai, but Nande's Morphling also suffered his first loss, and we're probably not even going to see it versus the Doom here.
No, that seems like a recipe for just a hard game, feeling forced to go into the Lincolns as opposed to making it a choice. Lincoln's also, in general, not doing as much for you as it used to, and we do Snapfire because she also made it through. Now I have a little soft spot in my heart for core Snapfires, but I'm not entirely sure if we have seen Mobai go for the Dawnbreaker early in this series as well, which is also a bit of an unexpected mid hero. He might be down for that Snapfire as well if they want to flex this Tiny.
Yeah, if they put Tiny 4 by the looks of it. Snapfire mid, yeah, good work.
4 or carry?
I think Tiny 4 would be better if we're playing a Snap mid.
I love the combination.
Because I think if we look at the carry pool, we need a bit more info. What does One Move go for? At least they have the flexibility again, which is always good to have in a draft. We always highlight that. It's important to have. There's not a lot on One Move, though. Unless we're like, hey, let's play Carry Doom. Like, oh, where did that come from? But yeah, that's something to look at.
Yeah, no, with the entire carry pool basically being open right now, we've really only banned out the Monkey King and the Gyrocopter from there. I guess the Weaver counts as well. Doom Phoenix Pango. 2023 ass draft.
Hey, you know what this is? It's the PPD. It's the Pango Phoenix Doom. Yeah, someone put PJ Salt in chat, please. Just for nostalgia reasons.
Give us our natrium chloride.
So we went for
Pango. No, listen. NA just won Riyadh. We can't hate on NA.
Yeah, I've been spending most of my years with that region, so I'll take it. We won't have any NA here though, except in form of the 3 letters. There's our Rubik into a Warlock Snap. Tiny, pretty good Rubik game.
Pretty decent. Sealing that Golem, definitely always an option. Anything from the Snapfire is nice.
Now, is this Tiny a carry or no? It's not a carry, so 4 Tiny.
4
or a mid Tiny, yeah. And I would not like the mid-tiny versus this Doom. So I hope they end up banning offlaners now on one move. Because that's probably the reason why they thought about this Doom as well. Is they have that mid checked.
10 seconds remaining.
Dandelions, they insta-ban the troll when they pick the Ursa. Smart call.
Yeah, and nothing to do with the evasion.
Radiant team ban.
Evasion and mischance. And yeah, they're banning offlane Centaur. What else would be good here? Palantimos Tidehunter. But what are right clickers versus this Ursa if not a troll?
I mean, most of the heroes that are traditionally very good against the Ursa are currently not in the meta. So we're talking things like Phantom Lancer, for example. We don't really do that right now.
Phantom Lancer versus Ursa.
Right.
Wait.
Yes.
Ursa's pretty good versus that matchup because you always have the Fury swipes on the hero. But maybe...
I do, but...
Maybe Broodmother. Oh, actually, Broodmother carry.
Dire team ban.
And yeah, there's the Tidehunter ban.
Yeah, there's a Tide ban. Puts Dandelions in a little bit of an awkward position. You can't go back for the Brewmaster anymore either. That's been banned out. No Enigmas. Are you going to move into Visage? Visage versus Pango is just absolutely undoable. So no way he's going to go for that.
Well, you got Ursa. You could go Beastmaster, who's still in the pool. That would be a no-brainer, pretty much.
I like that.
Bring up the Beastmaster here, last pick. And we got a PA or Clinks for Woe to reply on that. I think that's how this draft is going to go.
Yeah, gonna agree with that here. As you want the Evasion versus the Ursa. PA would make a lot of sense, would do well versus the Beast. Clinks would also do very well versus Beastmaster in the lane. Would be decently hard to catch for the Ursa after as well.
Slardar is also another I'm thinking. Are they confident enough in picking that? Because if they go for either Snap or Tiny, they both complement a bit from minus armor. And Slardar could work. That also hurts the Doom. That a little bit hurts the Pango, not too much. But definitely the Doom doesn't like Slardar in his games. And that could also shift our carry pool completely. But if we do go for the Beastmaster, then I would suspect... PA or Clinks for one move. Got rid of the Wind Ranger at least, which he's also played before. That could have been another good pickup. Terrorblade, I don't like that much. I think one move would go way too greedy if they have Terrorblade in their lineup.
No, for the Doom, you're already waiting for first item. We know Pangolier is good before. Good call on the Slardar there. It's not quite Palantimos' most comfortable hero, but versus the Slardar, versus the Pango, having the Bash online, having the amplified damage online, absolutely fantastic is something you want, and the Ursa is going to enjoy.
Yeah, but they're forcing a Sven now. I feel like Sven can still work in this game, especially with the Slardar out there. The lane isn't great, but I think outside of that, it could be alright. Clinks is no longer an option. PA, I think, is also a bit wonky. The lane is good with Phoenix. Slardar won't have a great time with the Fire Spirits constantly bugging him. But PA feels like it's a bit more on the greedier end. So maybe Woe, maybe he goes back to the Alchemist again.
Yeah, the PA is slow. I agree. Would much rather see
Sven or Alk.
A Sven or an Alk here, yes.
Those are the ones that I'm thinking about right now. Like, Alk can work. Sven would take away the Corrosive Haze. And the Snapfire minus armor from Lil Shredder. Give a bit of extra durability for the team. And it gives survivability for your supports, too. Ursa and Slardar can't just delete them right away. They go for the TB after all. Okay, so... TB... is pretty good in this matchup versus the Ursa. But of course, Ursa also, like late game Ursa, is still really good versus everybody else out there. Because now you can farm supports. You have an Egg Hitter as well on top of the Snapfire. We see Mobai taking Tiny into the mid position. I think I'm okay with this TB. It wasn't what I was thinking about first. Like, this was on the list of heroes that I mentioned. But... if there's anything you're going to win this game with, it is through late game. And Doom, TB, also the Pango. These are really good scaling heroes, all of them, versus Dandelions. So again, if they can repeat Game 2 Miracle twice in a row, do you believe in that magic, Kips?
I might just believe in that magic. I am not much of a Terrorblade fan currently. I think I've joked before that only Yatoro gets to play that hero, and for everybody else it should be stricken off the list. But I gotta say, getting Manta Skadi in this game, you're absolutely going to do that before Dandelions hit high ground. And once you are at that Skadi, you ruin all ways of their course to play. You're going to be too tanky for Mobile to blow up. Both Palantimos and Nande are going to be within slapping distance, slowed up, suffering. It is just straight up a good TB game.
Well, one game to decide who goes into the grand finals. I honestly, if the game goes late, I believe one move has it. Dandelions, they looked a bit shaky once they picked up that rapier. I think those were the most critical, most crucial moments, and they fumbled pretty hard. As a team, it's not one player's fault. It was as a team. They made the wrong calls. They made the wrong decisions. Those also impact the results. But if it isn't anything else in late game, Dandelions' laning stage has looked rock solid, and I think they can replicate that game 1. Maybe make it look a little bit easier too, because this TB is going to take some time to get online. So I'm going for the Dandelions 2-1.
All right. You know what? I'll be a contrarian. I'm gonna say one move. I think that it's going to be too hard for Dandelions to take enough buildings, especially in order to end the game in time, and then we're gonna be going to that late game. And I completely agree with you, what you said here. One move, have the better late game lineup. Desire. What a smoke pop.
But he does not know himself, so he's just going to end up getting found and talk about a smoke pop, but that is his life forfeit. Squadix will get the first blood for the mid Pango. Great start for one move.
Important advantage for him there. Getting a head start on grabbing the bottle after having invested so much into your stats. Fantastic.
Triple bounties, though, going in the way of Dandelions. But that also means that this bottle for the Pango is going to come up very soon. And he has to go up against the Tiny. So am I spying a Bracer? Yeah, that's a Bracer already in the courier for the Pango. He can wait with the bottle for a bit.
Yep. Get yourself in a position where you can actively contest the Tiny on the last hits.
Yeah, contesting a Tiny for last hits. So
yeah.
It is a mission impossible, you could say. For every creep wave, there's a tree grab.
And yet he has to. Especially these moments where the Tiny does not have a tree anymore, that's where you gotta make sure that you get every single last hit and as many of the denies as possible.
Yeah. He's messing with Mobile a little bit there, but already another kill going. Desire gets his retaliation on the Phoenix, but there's also TD Illusion that almost finishes off Desire, but it's not enough damage. Level 1 Reflection doesn't quite get the job done. It also meant the TB was out of the lane for a bit, so Palantimos has already pulled ahead in CS.
I guess at level 2 up first.
And they get the wave pull.
Yep, and now actually challenging the TB during his Metamorph? Okay.
Spicy. Desire has to be super careful, though. I mean, Phoenix is still level 1, so if there was a level 2 Icarus dive, maybe then the Snapfire would have fallen. Rhino using that same camp for another pull.
Oh yeah, there is no way that the Dire play that situation the same if the Phoenix is level 2. No.
Top lane again, a bit of a brawl going on here. Nande causing a bit of a headache for Dr. Bum. Holding on to the Hydra tag, but I think has he played for Hydra Junior?
Is there a Hydra Junior?
There was a Hydra Junior.
Well, mayhaps. I know there's a bunch of farm teams that I'm not fully familiar with. At any rate, this is a pretty useful lane to be a Rubik in. Rubik, the best at interrupting goes on you're a laner. And of course, this is an Ursa. Not that much base damage already, really reliant on the Fury swipes. Letting him get a couple of hits in, then slapping him with the Fate Bolt and moving him away with your Levitate. Means that as long as the Rubik is near, Triple S should probably live in this lane. That said, Rubik currently not near. Dr. Bum is loitering around looking for some change.
Let me look at Hydra Jr. So, this team was already around in the DPC of 21. And they actually played with Hydra in the same group. Division 2. Or Eastern back then. That was already multiple years ago.
Yeah,
Players
which is
like ICQ.
I mean, definitely aware of the existence of the team, but not recently, which is why I'm surprised to see that tag.
Yeah, I think
That's
Hydra Jr. has
what?
been falling into a bit of a, what's it called, hibernation.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, it's definitely a team name. It does go unnoticed by a lot. Hydra. Dr. Bum might just die to the good old porridge applied down by Kitaro. They're both so low. The heal is higher than the blood grenade and the burn from the Infernal Blade. So Warlock actually lives from this, and Snap has apparently had a crash. So Desire will be coming back shortly. Not a great moment to have a crash right now, because he is currently burning from the dive from Phoenix, and there's another Fire Spirit available, and a blood grenade.
Yeah.
So this Snap could just be dead.
Very likely.
Also, there's a reflection cast going off,
45?
so I'm pretty sure Snap dies.
Yeah. Well, then he
Lotus and
shouldn't
stick,
have
maybe.
to stress too much about it.
But there's a Lotus and a Stick. He's going to have to burn both to live. Does he use them now? Does he save them for later? Judgment call. Go sign
has
is
been
given, and let's see how this unfolds. So Warlock should live. Snapfire pops only his stick. Blood grenade did connect on him, and the reflection, he's down to 100 HP and leaves the Lotus. So doesn't have to burn through both. Very important for him to keep a hold of at least that extra regeneration. So you don't really have a whole lot in this lane to go with.
No. And in general, this lane is only going to get harder. This is a very physical damage-based lane. Up versus TB, he's going to feel just fine here as the levels keep ticking up. And at the same time, you also are reliant on that right-click damage in order to do a bunch of your work. Phoenix loves being up against lanes like that. So this one is also only going to get harder for Positivus and Desire.
Nande, big trouble ahead for him. He barely survives this gank here from Dr. Bum and SSS. Well, I won't say gank, but just straight up diving under the tower. Desire gets a kill on Rhine, eh? Nande able to kite away the Doom and the Rubik. I noticed that Doom has picked up the break. So Ursa can't fight back.
That is a big problem. Not getting your Fury swipes to stack because you're broken. That's massive, actually.
It's really cool for Doom to actually have it in this particular lane. He's winning so much with it.
Like, the Ursa is simply not a threat.
Squadix. Buckle to safety, has his bottle, he's alright. But a lot of traffic here pretty early on. We're not even at 6 minutes yet. These guys are like 20 seconds too early into this lane. Rune ain't even there yet.
Yeah, Rune isn't here. Level 6 for Squadix isn't there. Like, sure, level 6 for the Tiny doesn't mean a lot usually, though we do have the Grow already picked up by Mobile.
Coming in with a Rolling Thunder. No Rune there. It's an Arcane on top. Rubik is holding on to it. Squadix might find a kill on the Snap here. Yes, he will. Rhine also coming in for the backup. One move, get themselves another kill. Important for Squadix to get all these early kills. You know, he already got the first blood. Now one during the laning stage. Pango will pack a punch. And he will also help the TB later on. And we have the lucky shot. Also that 10 talent. Pretty sweet.
No, I really enjoy these heroes that deal indiscriminate minus armor, things like, for example, the Axe on the Tidehunter, with heroes, specifically carry heroes, that deal indiscriminate physical damage all around them. So this is one of those combinations with the Pango TB.
Doom has also swapped away the break. He's gone for Frost attack now. There's also a nice one. Well, Kadaro. There's not a whole lot to run to. He can't even get to the Ancients in time. Doom is the one tanking the damage from this camp.
A solid attempt. I believe this was very apparent in the previous map already, though, with the Warlock. You're being very opportunistic to try and walk your way towards getting a Wisdom Rune. They have to take their eyes off the prize in order for you to get it, especially versus Rubik.
Yeah, you got the casual supports walking in, but if they don't have a stun to interrupt that Wisdom, then you're kind of fresh meat.
What you doing it for?
Well, looking at net worth, we've got Squadix currently leading at almost 4,000 net worth on the Pango. And Tiny is 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah.
Mobile also missing out on this rotation top.
We're giggling about that early bracer. But Squadix definitely looking better on the CS charts than the Tiny this time around. Desire trying to scrape together some form of EXP here.
Yeah, anything will go. Mobile walking in, but can't throw in the crash landing toss on the Pango. That shield rune blocks almost all of the damage also dealt by the creeps. And that level 1 avalanche and tree toss, not a lot of damage in general. Dr. Bum also moving in here. I think they might have spotted the Rubik, but here's the dive. Straight for the Tiny. Apply the minus attack speed. Mobile can't do much. Snapfire back to the safety of his tier 2 tower. Mobile's courier does go down. And this is raining rampant here.
There's absolutely nothing that you can do on the Dire here either. Bringing in more supports won't really help you. Kadaro is just food as well. He is getting close.
Oh, what a dive.
Yeah.
On the edge of that tier 2 tower. But even not safe there. That explosion from the shield crash, the radius is so big.
The reach being increased by the fact that it's a double is ridiculous as well.
Look at that. The odds have shifted into one move's favor. 1.6 right
Another
now.
Rolling
Mobile.
Thunder.
Gonna get hit by the ult there. Tossed into the air. Another connection. Swashbuckle's ready in 3. Shield crash in 2. Won't be able to get it. Ryan going for the quick TP out, but there's a Mobile with a toss, and he'll finish off the Phoenix. So, with the help of their supports, they have to call off the offensive. Nande's also here. So wanted a piece of some of that action.
Everybody making their rotations over. Palantimos turning up in the river as well.
Oh, Nande getting doomed, but he also got the enrage off just in time, so that doom is already gone. Nande could continue chasing here. Onto the Rubik he goes. Doom is TPing away, but no, says Kitaro. Drops the golem on top of him. Nande gets a kill, and he should be able to survive. 2 split kills. Oh, sorry, not 2 split kills. Just a shared bounty on the Doom, but 2 kills going the way of Dandelions after a quick succession of that previous mid-kill on Rhine.
Hugely important here. Especially because their supports are so underleveled on the Dire side right now. Getting involved in a couple of these kills, getting some time now finally again for Desire without being squeezed out of the mid lane to hit these creeps. Absolutely huge.
Palantimos has had a good time to catch up with his farm too. Both him and the TB enjoying their CS. TB up to 81 already, so you could say this is a pretty unchecked free farm WoW Terrorblade.
No, that's the reason why the Phoenix could go towards the mid lane at all, right? The Terrorblade, once he gets enough levels up, absolutely no threat from a... well, alive, currently, Slardar.
Yeah, just need the Slarks and hey, fishy, fishy, fishy. But
Fishy, fishy.
ain't staying around. Trying to protect this tower, but Woe is coming in for the final finishing hit. And somehow gets the deny, so that's a ton of gold. gold denied.
A ton of gold denied. But nonetheless, the big function of this, of course, making sure that the Terrorblade can stay longer on his bot lane. Making sure that it takes more as a wind-up for the Dire to come at the bot tower themselves, to come at the Roche themselves when it is on this side of the map. All pretty big deal.
By tossed away in the river, but again, there's an 80 rune. This time on the top half, it's a race for it. Pango might win it unless Snapfire just straight up denies it.
One moves don't get
did you see that? Did you see the Snapfire had Lil Shredder on? And instead of the usual massive animation, it was just a basic right click going off twice.
A little tap.
Yep.
That was a little unusual.
I'm so used to seeing like Lil Shredders and all these cosmetics being built around it, having all these massive effects for your right clicks, and it's just a
purple lasers.
Purple lasers, indeed. Another pause. I do hope players aren't experiencing more and more issues. We've had some game crashes already on the snap. Hopefully nothing else is going on here for one move as well.
Let the servers stay stable, please.
Let the servers strain.
Let the servers strain under the might of our cosmetics.
Well, it is a death match between the two, as highlighted before. This is the final game of the day. And the winner gets to face off against Team T tomorrow at 2 p.m. CST. The grand finals. Finally get the decider for our $50,000 prize pool. $25K for the victor, $15K for second place. The remaining $5,000 go to the loser of this series and Night Pulse, who got knocked out earlier on today.
The writing was kind of on the wall for Night Pulse. Like, whenever Seneko shows up with a new team, you gotta be careful, but especially when he's got these names on it, yeah. That was always going to be a rough one. Squadix, not quite with an Echo Saber finished. Are moving on to Nande. Another Doom in the pockets of Triple S.
Very important minutes. Woe has also made his move here. Kadaro ready to drop the Chaotic Offering. Where does he drop it, though? Well, hostiles are coming in from so many different directions. He's going to get the full brunt here. And he's not even going to get the chance to press his R. But so, at the same time, Desire and Nande Mobile were not willing to fight this. Blink still needed. But they do smoke up and maybe catch Rubik off guard. They just disappeared out of vision for a second. And he's like, there's no one here. So that works out.
Was maybe a little too used to loitering around that bounty rune, and now, well, Nande just lost his tower, but at the same time he's gained his Battle Fury, so this is pretty much the ideal timing for Nursa to stay on the lane. He's not going to be unhappy about that timing at all. In fact, sharing the top farm with Squadix currently, aces.
Nande is still on top of net worth, though, which is very important for him. That Battle Fury is ready. It's on the courier right now. Delivering it to him. So 14 minutes in, not a bad time. He can finally start to, you know, push himself online. Another little Shredder interaction with the rune there.
Yeah. I mean, he has a ton of minus armor to enable him here as well, right? We're going to have a Slardar with that Corrosive Haze. You have the little Shredder here as well, maxed out from Desire. Both of those going to do a ton of work in helping that Ursa burst down heroes quickly with that Blink Dagger. So, good internal synergies here. And then the other Blink, the one from Mobai, just got purchased. One move is online.
Dandelions are going to have to respond with what they have. Can't just dodge them and let them take that mid-tier 1 tower or let them get deep wards in, because then your whole plan for farming is not going to work out. You have to rely on your own speed and aggression. While we talk about that, Crimson Guard is ready on the Doom. An item you'd probably not suspect to happen in this game, but that will give a lot of protection for his team versus a Slaughter Ursa lineup.
Sometimes the Doom catches me off guard still, because he did have a Midas, but, you know, you grab some charges out of it, sell it, buy the Crimson Guard. And once you're tired of your Crimson Guard, you toss it away, you say, I'm not playing with you anymore.
Yeah, I just realized he went for Devil's Bargain. I didn't even notice that he's gone for this facet. No one ever picks this. It's a meme.
It is a meme, but you are very adaptive meme.
A very adaptive meme, sure, you know, AI technology days. But no one ever picks this. So I'm actually quite baffled to see this one, and because I just suspect them to go for Gluttony every single time. But now that I say that, at least in pubs, Devil's Bargain is actually rocking a 49% pick rate currently. So this has really gone up in numbers. People are letting go of Gluttony.
Interesting.
Now we got a Doom. It's on Desire though. Silence as well onto the Phoenix. Fresh Orchid pop there by Slardar. Palantimos wants to use that silence to their advantage.
Oh, it's a big
and
toss.
What a beautiful connection of spells to prevent that egg from ever going off. Literally the golem damage tick from Chaotic Offering is what kills him before he presses his egg. Oh, by blinking in, and another Orchid cast. That's going to be another kill on Doom this time. And a double for Nande. This Ursa is feeling like a very happy camper now. His blinks on his courier.
Absolutely incredible sequence of events here. The Doom sells his Midas, gets a Crimson, the team feels empowered to push through the 2 towers in mid, which they get because the Roshan is being taken. And One Move know that they can't contest that Roshan anymore, so that is the best play that they get to make. And it's the only play that they might get to make for a while now. Taking those towers off the map, very important in slowing down the game. Getting that mid wave to bounce for a longer duration, especially if you can somehow defend your own tower here, but Mobai is a beast right now.
There goes Mr. Dr. Bum as well. Mid tower falling. Dandelions really ramping up the tempo now. I do wonder if Doom wants to play the interest game for very long. He does have the Midas ready, which again he can sell again for almost full value, and then, you know, buy another Midas and use the charge, then sell it again. And
no, this makes you ultra adaptable. He has a blink now.
Yep, he's an investment banker. Yep, so no Crimson Guard. Now building into a pipe. Merchant.
Interesting. I mean, it can't be an investment banker. You're supposed to hold. This is a day trader.
This is a day
The
trader,
question is, are the stocks going up or down?
Oh, at least it's not Eternal Envy out here. At least it's not him, you know.
Oh my. I'm not having the greatest time recently.
Yeah, let's not go into depth with that. But maybe Doom has found his ways, you know, from economy school. Getting himself a graduate's degree. Maybe
He's not
from a candidate
much
to a
of an
master.
intellectual.
Well, he's not really, you know.
32 int?
Imagine if that intelligence also scaled with the price of the item that he sells. Well, there's an idea for the future.
That's some Darkseer stuff there. And
Squadix
Rainbow
wants to
TPs
fight
to
bottom.
what?
Nande pushed to the low ground, gets hit by another shield crash, and Nande really has to do a lot of dodging here, but he won't be able to get out without Aegis. And he's got no enrage either. Is his backup arriving? They're so far away. Palantimos is trying to get there in time. Nande is going to be hit by an egg explosion. They even dropped the golem on top on Nande. How is he making his way out? Palantimos, they clean them all out. Woe's the last one surviving out of this one, and not even surviving at all. How did they not kill Nande when he was literally under an explosive supernova and a Metamorph TB? Doom never what can we see a replay of that? Because I don't get it.
I don't get it. I mean,
so what went so badly wrong? Here's the TP rotations when Squadix already initiated on Nande. Things are going pretty swellingly here. Look at the mini-map. Where are Dandelions?
all the way across. That is why those TPs come in like this. They make the goal because they know the backup is forever away. But Desire is the one who TPs closest by. Nande
Oh, now the TP... Oh, so TP wasn't even there to start the fight for Nande, and the moment he arrives, there's suddenly 4 other Dandelions. So that explains a lot. So they didn't have their damage dealer, they had all the crowd control, and the other team didn't have the crowd control, which helped the Nande Ursa get away in the first place. Talk about timing, Skips.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially Desire going to the outpost to get as close as possible, and then just about having the time to get Mortimer's Kisses in range. That shouldn't have been much closer.
Yeah. I mean, talk about wisdom of making that call that TB isn't here. They don't have damage to kill me. Just get your asses over here and we can win this.
Yeah, because this looked very close to being another one of those Nande mid-game Aegis deaths, where Dandelions are trying to get things done on multiple sides of the map and overplay their hand, which is, by the way, not necessarily a bad thing to go for. It just looks kind of silly when you execute it wrong.
That ends up being very costly for one move, and Dandelions, it's been one direction towards one move since the 15-minute marker. The last 6 minutes has been a landslide.
And it's been like that all 3 games now. This part of the game has just been Dandelions every single time. My question is, are we going to get to see another
the initial
turn on
stun.
those
Mechanism heal. Can't get the bash of the deep out. Didn't have his stun loaded up. So that's a snap ulti. A little bit wasted there, but it's not going to stop Dandelions from going to push their advantage. Squadix just used Swashbuckle. He should be gone.
He's going to rue today.
Les shows up, dooms up the Tiny, but I feel like it's a bit too late now. Pango out. What can they do with that Doom? Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Nande's looking for a kill. Rubik is nearby. So Doom, what do you want to do? You want to sell your Midas? Pick up a pipe, maybe? Is it a pipe dream?
The pipe is gonna save you against the tiny burst, but it will do nothing versus this Ursa that's got a basher in his pocket right now. Going to have a BKB pretty soon on Nande as well. Smoke out. TB.
Metamorph is ready with Manta. He does pack a punch if somebody just holds the target still. Not a whole lot of crowd control on this one move team. They have plenty of chase.
Rolling Thunder and a Rubik.
Yeah, they have plenty of chase, but that's about it. No way to lock them down on the spot. So that smoke is a bit of a waste. TB just goes straight into the triangle, continuous farm. 1,500 gold towards his 4,000 gold BKB, so that will take a few minutes. But he's already fallen behind. Versus 4,000 gold ahead.
The fight where Nande lives is absolutely huge for the entirety of how this game is going to go now, man. TB, a risky place to pop your illusions.
Sure is. They're on the chase. Not too far away either. There's no Slardar. Demos is on the other side, but still, they see Woe, and Nande goes in for it. Bash comes out, and they just burn him down. Nande also had the BKB, so if there was a chance for a Sunder. Meanwhile, Dr. Bum crash lands down to the ground. Suddenly, Dandelions, they turned easy mode on again.
They did, yes. This is a Terrorblade who went into the Dragonlance Manta style, but is now saving up for a BKB to hopefully survive through things like the Mortimer's Kisses. But that does mean that in the matchup here, especially holding the high ground, is not the same as having a Skadi. One moves still have a rough time ahead of them.
Yeah. Yeah, out of the 7 kills they have, 2 from the Warlock, 5 from the Snap. All cores. They've still lived an immortal life. Got an Aegis of the Ursa, but not the actual hero. Just a copy of Nande.
Actually, quite surprising, especially for Palantimos on the Slardar. This does not have to be an easy Slardar game. A lot of games aren't necessarily easy Slardar games.
You just gotta love Glimmer Cape and Pig Pole.
Okay, Pig Pole.
Sadly, he's already used both of them, so kill number 8 again from a support.
Yep.
Still,
Give
Squadix
away
900, almost 1,000 gold there. Wow.
That says something about the gold differential right now.
Yeah. 395 plus
well.
632. Yeah, that's over 1,000 gold.
For ostensibly a +5, but Roshan is home.
Roche might be the one to do. There's still 40 seconds on Chaotic Offering. Warlock is going to spawn in 10 seconds. Scan on point. Raine's nearby.
They're going to come in.
Okay, Twin Gate already activated a couple times here. Tiny wanting
Roshan's
to go
dying too
through, and
slow.
there he is. Mobai shows up. He's got the 80 and the BKB as well, which he will be able to pop to keep himself safe. They take down Reine. They take down SSS. But he's already got the Doom off. Palantimos is in trouble. The Slardar is dying to this Terrorblade, and he's dying into the pit. He's gone. They will lose the Tiny too. Mobai, he's gone to Dr. Bump. They get the focus to Pango with Nande and Desire. And they got something out of it. Kitaro, there's the Golem. Fatal Bonds was also popped, but Warlock is not feeling too lucky now. The toss as well on Desire by Dr. Bump with the stolen toss. Nande, can he clean him up by himself? There's still a Sunder to worry about.
He does not
it
care.
doesn't seem to matter. Nande seems to fight it through. He still
Wait,
might
maybe he
die,
should
though.
have
The
cared.
toss is going to kill him. Nande is gone. TP with 38 armor is no easy piece to chew through, even with 14 Fury Swipe stacks, giving 518 extra damage. And Dr. Bomb says no.
No, sir.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That is huge. Well, especially the amount of experience that they gave. 5,500 towards the Terrorblade, 6,000 towards that Rubik. That's level 15 for the Rubik, 18 for the TB now.
Yeah, that was such a good Doom as well, but Dandelions were showing up very scattered. It was a Mobai going in first. Palantimos felt like he'd got really nothing done in the previous fight, but maybe now this is a really important one because Roche is still there. Squadix down to the low ground, killed by the Fatal Bonds. Quick panic there as well, but the Mortimer's Kisses do connect on the Rubik, and Rubik might just die. He is surviving for now, but the Fatal Bonds are going to finish him off because elsewhere SSS is getting jumped on by Mobai and Palantimos. So he thought he was safe. And they're like, oh, got an extra. And Roche is down to 4k HP with a Slardar lineup right next to it, so...
Yeah.
I'm not
That
going to skip this one.
going to be Roshan going the way of Dandelions in the end anyway. And one move this time, maybe a little too...
Whoa!
Wait!
Holy!
Oh, that hurts.
Solo kill. He was not expecting him to be there. What is this Tiny doing at my ancient camp? They should be doing Roche.
Exactly, why would he be there? But the answer is because he saw you limping away from that fight. And he has a crash landing with your name on it.
Yes, perseverance on a chase, but totally pays off. Now your TB is gone for 40 seconds, and he would have had Metamorph.
Mm-hmm. He had Metamorph already when the second fight at the Roche pit broke out. And his team was simply not in a position to actually make use of it, so never popped it.
Also got this increased attack speed buff here with the 15 talent on the Warlock. Suddenly makes your push feel a whole lot greater. These are heroes that don't normally hit buildings very well.
Nope. I mean, the Snapfire helps, I guess, but...
Helps, but doesn't actually push. Yeah, so you put a lot of things. We talked about this with the Tomo, where you had like 3 different tiers of pushers. When you put a lot of those that help each other's, you actually have a pushing lineup together.
Yes. Well, I like that idea.
Warlock does have that lovely 15 talent, so you can get up to 70 extra attack speed. That's quite a lot. Take for
Huge.
Slardar example.
More than a Hyperstone.
More than a Hyperstone. Smoke up from one move. Ultis on ultis. They're facing an Aegis and a Cheese. This feels a bit like desperation to me, but we'll see how this one lands. SSS goes in for the blink, but he doesn't get the stun to connect. However, the Rubik is already dropping low. Eggs placed down to the back. And they're deciding to fight under the burn of the sun. Mobai gonna get stunned by it. He still has BKB and Cheese. And 4,000 HP. He's got a bloody Conda on this guy. Whoa, chasing for Kidaro. Can't even kill a Warlock. Toss in the air. Deleted and out. And of course, Nande. 8, 1, and 6 on this Ursa. One death. The only death for him this game by the looks of it. One move is in full panic mode, and Dandelions, more like non-Dandelions.
He has been absolutely dominating this game. This time around, no little slip-ups, no problems. I gotta say though, very nice to see Mobe again on a playmaker after a little bit of a, well, how can you play spectacularly on a DK? The answer is not really.
No.
So glad to have the playmaker back here as well.
Oh yeah. Mobai Tiny, something that I really loved to watch last year in the European DPC. Glad to get to see it here as well. This man is a man of many talents on multiple heroes. His Ember, his Tiny. You've got Nande in his hero pool. Of course, Kidaro kind of forced to play the Warlock this series, but outside of that, this is a real strong unit, this team.
Radiant are scanning.
1 minute 30 left on that Aegis. They're going to see if they can get another shot at that Terrorblade. Who would? And you would really, really love to get to your level 20 right now, but 3/4 of a level left to go, and they're smoking around. Your illusions just appeared on top. Hoping you stuck around. Whoa.
Oh, they smoked to the base. Whoa. Oh, that's a dangerous spot to be in, but he didn't go any further. They'll let him slide for now. They want him to cross a boundary.
Dr. Bomb was pinging.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Warlock literally casting up people from the low ground. There's no one there. Must have been the wind as they catch Rhine, and SSS has to pop his BKB just to get back to the fountain. Kidaro, oh, poor Warlock. Nowhere to go.
And now, that leaves both of your supports high and dry. Whoa, taking over into the level 20.
Yep. Kite the Metamorph, reset for a bit. Dandelions, Aegis, 15 seconds. Doesn't look like they have a chance to use it. So there goes that. You know, the game still runs.
Game still runs. Woe gets another shot at building that BKB, opted into going for value for money, finishing off the full Hurricane Pike first, increasing the damage between himself and any of these big melee hitters.
Yeah, repeat that game 2 magic, you know, one move. Already done it once. But it is a very far I mean, it's a very far distant dream at the moment, but it's as long as the game is still going. You're telling me there's a chance?
Yep, there is always a chance.
I think that's one of my favorite quotes.
We are getting towards the kind of items that can at least help you kite out an Ursa lineup. 4 staff over on the Rubik. Ghost Scepter. That used several times by Rhino already. On the Phoenix.
Alright, again, another smoke. This is the last smoke from Dandelions. They won't have another in stock for a very, very long time. It's going to be 6 minutes on cooldown. So they would hope for this one to count. Desire. Casual Gleipniring that wave out of it.
He's level 17 as well.
Rubik under a scan. And he's just rolling in circles. Just wanting that Wisdom Rune, but gets yoinked in front of his eyes. Both his life and the rune.
no buyback for him either.
Yeah, that was the dieback. Yeah, he's
That is, yeah.
a very, very long time to be out. Regular death time
That's
would be
gonna
54
cost you-
seconds.
Hey, melee barracks.
Yeah, very cautiously approaching this melee racks here. Mobai is so scared. Going back and forth just to throw in a couple of random hits. But does have a very spicy build. He went for the Octarine core on this Tiny just to get more tosses out.
More tosses, yeah. And talking about spicy builds, that BKB once again got passed over for Woe. He's got a Diffusal Blade.
Squadix already initiating here.
What's it
Mobai
gonna do
deep
for you
in
now?
the base. The toss in the air for the Terrorblade. He's low. Woe has to get out. And he's able to. Triple S using his BKB. And the Doom is wearing off on the Tiny. He will have the cheese to heal up though. There we go. Yummy, yummy. Back to full HP. There goes your ult. What you gonna do now? Metamorph only for a few more seconds. Not looking good for one move. There goes Nande. Diving onto the backline onto Squadix. Egg also placed down, forces Nande away. Another ultimate. Now Woe recognizing he needs to go in, but he's gone.
Too
There
desperate.
goes the Terrorblade with one moment to try and deal some damage, and it instantly backfires. Gets tossed in the air, blown up to smithereens. And this looks like the end of the road for one move. Dandelions, they waited for it, but they're going to the grand finals for the third time in a row. What a team.
What a team. No, the consistency in their performance, the consistency in their playstyle, the way that these guys have been getting better all this time as well. Because they were certainly decent when we started off the RES regional, but they were not as dominant as we see them now. And we've had better and better teams joining throughout, and every single time that new teams come in, apparently Dandelions just steps up their game, shoves them back down. They are, well, I want to say the kings of this this series so far, but we're going to actually have to see tomorrow, won't we?
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to wait for the grand finals to see how things uncover. Can they be back-to-back champions? Because that's really gonna set themselves an interesting storyline, considering the whole circuit and of course the LAN event coming back in. Were they actually back-to-back? Did I say something wrong there? I looked at you, smirk me for a second there. It's like, did they actually win the second tour? I need to double check myself. Yeah, they did win the last one as well, so they still have a chance to go for the double back-to-back wins there. But you know. An interesting team we'll set up against them. We'll talk about Team T in just a moment. One move with Squadix. I think this team took leaps, but, you know, getting this far as well. I don't think a lot of people saw one move going into the top four.
I don't think so either before the tournament. During the group stage, though, absolute dominance. The way they dressed down Nemiga, there was absolutely no mistaking who the superior team was there either. So here, honestly, I think the way that Dandelions played during the laning stage and after, the weaknesses in the draft that one move have definitely coming out to haunt them here. They relied too much on their ability to outplay later on, and we saw that come into play several times during that series as well. Once they get going, once they have their options, their shot calling is still absolutely fantastic, but they start off on the back foot because Dandelions simply get themselves through that laning stage better. And that is the biggest weakness that one move are going to have to address if they want to have a shot at winning the next one.
Well, that's going to increase their points, and I think it's now safe to say Dandelions will be seen at the final event as well, with the points that they've gathered from both their previous two tours results and now again into the grand finals. I think it's safe to say that Dandelions is going to be one of the teams participating from Europe. But can Team T throw in a wrench in their way? I'm not sure if we have a graphic of the playoff tree updated with our final pair. Yes, we do. Team T, who got to face Nightpulse earlier on today, that took a 2-0 from Navi Jr., and then Team T just swept Nightpulse out of the way without too many issues. It was a pretty quick series, that one too. These are, for once, Group A's and Group B's group winners. in the grand finals against each other's, and tomorrow is definitely going to be a pretty hype series between the two. It is two really damn good teams. There's a lot of people out there who've been, talking bad about Dandelions or their individuals, or the same thing for Team, but I can tell you, doubters, that these are two hell of strong teams going up against each other's.
Absolutely, and I'm going to be tuning in. I want to know how strong is Seneko this time around. What can Dandelions bring? Because they seem to be stepping it up every single time they get met with a new challenge. This is certainly going to be one. So this is going to be one of the best finals that we've had up until now. I'm ready.
Well, let's see what happens tomorrow at 2 p.m. CST. Make sure you tune in for the grand finals of this Res Circuit Europe. It's going to be the second last European tournament. And of course, in a week, we start our final circuit run. The final SEA, SA, and European tournaments until we head over to the LAN event itself. So don't miss out on tomorrow. It's going to be a hype series. This was T-Panda and Kips on the commentary. Thanks for listening to us. Thank you to Relog. Thank you to all of you viewers. But until tomorrow, take care of yourselves, folks. Good night, and bye-bye.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action, one hope, one expert.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.